Miyabi dreamed of creating fantasy architecture since childhood, studying designs and imagining living there someday. After countless efforts, Miyabi finally completed his ideal building design and felt accomplished. Miyabi entered Yume Sekai, where Liz and Mel appeared beside magnificent fantasy structures. Using crafting skills, Miyabi worked with Liz, building furniture and improving surroundings together. Miyabi's creations became famous, repeatedly inspiring marriage proposals while his peaceful life continued. Miyabi entered Yume Sekai, a world of VRMOO where dreams could become reality. He admired the vast landscapes. He dedicated his time to crafting and building, fulfilling his childhood dream of creating magnificent structures. Despite being a corporate worker in real life, Miyabi found joy in crafting and making others happy. He felt proud seeing the results of his labor and hoped his efforts brought happiness to all. A new message arrived from admin, guiding Miyabi to a special world, opening another chapter of adventure. Miyabi received praise for his architecture, which taught many about love and brought people together. As a reward, he was offered a journey to a special world, acknowledging his efforts. He accepted, knowing part of his data would carry over, hoping to fully immerse in crafting. The world blessed him with guidance, wishing that he too would find happiness and joy. Miyabi prepared himself, ready to explore new adventures and continue shaping the lives of others. Miyabi appeared confused in a forest, noticing unusual surroundings and sensing something wrong with this game world. A group of threatening bandits approached, blocking the path and demanding to leave the carriage behind. Miyabi carefully observed the bandits, realizing they did not belong in Yume Sekai, and assessed the situation. He saw a determined girl standing ahead, their eyes meeting as tension built silently between them. Miyabi planned his next moves, preparing to distract multiple enemies while analyzing the strange, unexpected quest ahead. Miyabi launched forward, surprising the bandits with sudden bold movement, forcing them to react quickly and cautiously. He hesitated, questioning his choice, while the bandit leader ordered his men to attack without mercy. The girl raised her staff, creating a magical barrier that shielded them from falling rocks and debris. She unleashed a powerful attack, sending stones flying at the bandits, striking them with precise force. Miyabi noticed a sharp pain in his hand, realizing the battle's risks even during careful planning. Miyabi realized his pain was only imaginary. Understanding that the game's rules did not apply to reality, he gazed at the vast mountain landscape, recognizing the environment as the real world around him. Liz prepared herself, adjusting her stance and hands, signaling readiness to continue the adventure together. Miyabi and Liz freed the captured bandits, planning to handle them later after reaching the nearby town. The two introduced themselves formally, discussing the battle's intensity and clarifying Miyabi's civilian status in their group. Miyabi asked for a moment alone, while the bandits and Liz waited for his return calmly. He gathered rocks and branches, carefully preparing supplies while staying cautious not to attract attention. Miyabi examined an unfamiliar inventory interface, realizing he could interact with objects differently than in Yume Sekai. He experimented with mental commands, successfully bringing objects into view, amazed at the new system functionality. Miyabi noted that the rocks and branches he collected earlier were now properly displayed in his inventory. Miyabi selected the collected branches, preparing to test crafting using the new inventory system cautiously. He focused, mentally assembling the materials, and watched as a simple wooden table formed in front of him. Miyabi realized the crafting system worked smoothly, allowing him to access recipes simply by thinking about desired items. He identified the next creation needed, deciding to craft a stone axe for utility and defense. Using collected branches and rocks, Miyabi successfully completed the stone axe, confirming the crafting system's functionality. Miyabi tested his stone axe, quickly gathering wood and confirming efficient harvesting abilities remained available. After collecting resources easily, Miyabi became confident he could survive using crafted items alone. He imagined a future combining adventure and slow living, creating whatever tools he desired. Miyabi envisioned building a comfortable house with his skills, turning personal goals into reality. Inspired by that future, Miyabi imagined relaxing peacefully with family, making his dream life possible. Miyabi apologized for being late, and Liz noticed him arriving with his new crafting materials. She was surprised and curious about the stone axe he held, clearly impressed by his creation. Miyabi explained he crafted it from collected branches and rocks, smiling nervously to appear casual. Liz realized Miyabi was a skilled crafter, able to produce useful tools efficiently in this world. The group discussed the value of craftsmanship, agreeing that Miyabi's skills could benefit them on their journey. Miyabi asked about crafters' reputation, while the guards explained most people followed ordinary occupations instead. After confirming their belongings were packed, the group prepared the carriage and readied departure. With everything settled, Liz and her companions began the journey toward Angelum through the forest. Along the road, the guards protected travelers, checked directions, and ensured everyone remained safe. Reaching a high viewpoint, Liz showed Miyabi the large walled city of Angelum ahead. Miyabi arrived at Angelum and noticed massive gates, crowds, merchants, wagons everywhere. The city entrance appeared heavily guarded, showing Angelum's importance and security. Guards suddenly stopped travelers, including Miyabi's group, and captured bandits nearby. Miyabi stayed calm while officials organized prisoners and investigated everyone involved. The squad captain arrived, seeking the adventuring party's recognized leader immediately. Miyabi deferred responsibility, allowing Liz to handle official matters for everyone. The guards checked identification and confirmed Liz's rank exceeded other members. Liz explained higher-ranked adventurers traditionally lead groups during official inspections. Veteran adventurers praised Liz's reliability, leadership, judgment, and scouting abilities. Liz quietly accepted the praise while Miyabi observed her growing confidence. Liz confirmed the adventurers would receive their rewards later through the guild offices safely. The group ensured the bandits were securely taken away, thanking everyone for their assistance. Miyabi asked Liz a question while walking, curiosity showing about rules or procedures. Liz explained, identification cards are necessary for entering towns, surprising Miyabi slightly. Miyabi realized he had neither money nor ID, calling it a double miracle. He tried appealing to the captain who handled the captured bandits immediately. Liz reluctantly agreed to help him, though visibly unsure about the sudden responsibility. She issued temporary passes and instructed them to apply for proper IDs later. Miyabi thanked Liz for her help and received some money lent earlier. Liz reminded Miyabi to follow her terms carefully as they entered Angelum City. Miyabi and Liz registered as adventurers, forming a party of two, to stay connected. Miyabi planned to gather materials for crafting, deciding adventurer registration was practical and safe. They visited the blacksmith. Miyabi helped Liz carry requested items and learn about tools. Miyabi considered himself weak in fighting, focusing instead on support while observing city streets. He spotted an inn, realizing they needed lodging before exploring the Adventurers Guild. Liz explained that securing a place to sleep was a basic rule for adventurers. Miyabi learned about currency and rates, paying 5 silver coins per night at inn. Calculations revealed coin values and equivalent gold. Miyabi reflected on borrowed funds for living. He thought about returning favors and repayment, feeling responsibility for all received help. Miyabi settled into the inn, determined to start his adventurer life with careful planning. Miyabi and Liz entered the Adventurers Guild, observing the grand interior and bustling activity. Miyabi's eyes widened with excitement seeing experienced adventurers, various species, and vibrant guild members. They walked through the guild hall, studying maps, request boards, and fellow adventurers. Liz explained guild structures, comparing them to the game, while Miyabi absorbed every detail. Eleanor, a guild staff member, welcomed them warmly and praised Liz for her escort request. Miyabi introduced himself politely, following etiquette, feeling nervous yet determined to join guild operations. Eleanor introduced herself, verifying Miyabi's adventurer registration, while Liz observed his growing embarrassment. Miyabi began completing the adventurer registration form, reading unfamiliar characters, while recalling game knowledge. He analyzed adventurer ranks. Understanding evaluation depends on completed requests and contributions to the guild. The adventurer card functioned as identification and a deposit system, simplifying currency management effectively. Miyabi read the guild's rules carefully, realizing adventurers must cooperate, greet, and behave civilly. He remembered corporate contract work, understanding why reading terms carefully prevented unexpected future problems. Liz explained most adventurers skip reading contracts, but Miyabi insisted, showing diligence and seriousness. Eleanor praised Miyabi's effort, acknowledging his reliability as Liz's acquaintance and serious adventurer candidate. Miyabi observed her writing, thinking the process must be difficult for newcomers or beginners. He realized he accidentally wrote his name in Japanese, causing a minor registration issue. Liz corrected him, instructing supporter as occupation, emphasizing role distinctions for temporary parties. Miyabi learned supporters perform background tasks, like gathering water, cooking, and maintaining equipment for adventurers. He understood supporter roles prevent fatigue-related mistakes and assist with longer or dangerous requests. Miyabi reflected on the importance of supporters, appreciating structured teamwork for efficient adventurer operations. Miyabi agreed to register as a supporter, letting Liz handle remaining party application paperwork. Liz praised him for effort, encouraging Miyabi to maintain good work as supporter San. Eleanor issued Miyabi's adventurer card, confirming temporary pass and identity within the guild system. He demonstrated correct inventory usage, impressing guild staff and proving practical understanding of responsibilities. Miyabi realized producers rarely register as adventurers. Discovering production guild work differs from combat guild. Liz explained few producers handle full adventuring, often lacking stamina for continuous fieldwork. She encouraged Miyabi, emphasizing that production guilds now cooperate with adventurers to streamline requests. Miyabi learned collecting inventory materials increases item value and efficiency when submitting for purchase. He committed to paying off debts and bringing a variety of materials efficiently. Miyabi understood importance of gathering materials first, saving time and avoiding conflicts within guilds. He asked about safe areas outside the city to collect materials, planning efficiently. Miyabi arrived alone in town, surrounded by unfamiliar streets and countless similar buildings. He searched carefully for his inn, scanning rooftops while growing increasingly confused. The matching architecture frustrated Miyabi, making every street appear nearly identical everywhere. While wandering aimlessly, Miyabi noticed a young beast girl standing nearby alone quietly, seeing her sword. Miyabi guessed she was an adventurer and approached cautiously. Miyabi politely asked directions, hoping the beast girl could guide him correctly today. The beast girl looked surprised because Miyabi requested help before explaining details. Miyabi apologized, introduced himself properly, and explained his situation honestly afterward. The beast girl revealed her adventurer card, showing they shared similar occupations. Miyabi was shocked, discovering the small beast girl possessed remarkably high adventurer rankings. The beast girl observed Miyabi carefully, questioning if he possessed exceptional strength indeed. Miyabi introduced himself as an F-rank adventurer, explaining he was currently lost. Though low-ranked, he hesitated, attempting to recall specific details about the girl. He asked about the other adventurer, and the beast girl confirmed they shared age. The beast girl agreed to assist, guiding him toward a secure inn nearby. Miyabi discovered the inn enforced no alcohol and secured rooms for protection. Thankful for her guidance, Miyabi expressed sincere gratitude to the helpful beast girl. She realized forgetting his name, apologized, and introduced herself as Miyabi too. Miyabi wanted to show gratitude, offering her a specially handcrafted wooden gift. Using material disassembly, he skillfully created a high-quality wooden coaster for her. Miyabi explained material disassembly, converting logs into smaller crafting materials automatically efficiently. Using magic and experience, Miyabi carefully shaped wood into a decorative figure. Years of detailed crafting practice allowed Miyabi to work confidently and precisely. The finished wooden cat resembled Mel, surprising her with remarkable accuracy greatly. Mel accepted the gift happily, and Miyabi felt genuinely satisfied afterward today. Watching the night sky, Miyabi appreciated having someone value his craftsmanship. Later, inside the inn, Miyabi struggled against the unexpectedly freezing temperature. Without heating available, Miyabi decided breakfast. Downstairs offered the best solution. Miyabi met Liz downstairs, where both noticed the unusually cold morning. After thanking Liz, Miyabi prepared breakfast plans while waiting comfortably indoors. Miyabi served hot breakfast carefully, ensuring Liz wouldn't burn her hands accidentally. Miyabi immediately noticed Liz's hands were freezing, shivering, despite holding the warm meal. Liz explained her poor circulation, while Miyabi felt concerned and sympathetic for her. She admitted this morning was much better than previous escort work requests endured. Liz enjoyed warm food without cold wind, explaining why her hands often froze. Miyabi offered extra blankets and priority support, willing to pay silver coins daily. Liz suggested pausing escort requests for now, referencing discomfort from sleeping on hard ground together. They arrived at the request board, considering which adventure jobs to take. The board displayed C and D rank requests, allowing Miyabi and Liz to plan carefully. Nearby adventurers competed for higher-paying F and E rank requests, surprising Miyabi and Liz. Miyabi observed exhausted adventurers on the floor, realizing harsh competition for requests. He considered the challenges of solo adventuring, determined to stay with Liz instead. Liz noticed the messy request papers, commenting that they caused difficulties and confusion. Together, Miyabi and Liz examined the board, preparing carefully for their next request. Liz selected a request to eliminate ground sheep, noting potential dangers and required effort. Miyabi and Liz discussed whether taking this request would be manageable and appropriate. They observed other adventurers handling their requests, recognizing experience and careful planning mattered greatly. Miyabi noticed Liz's admiration for Eleanor's work, teasing her about being a fan secretly. Liz blushed at Miyabi's comment, flustered by his playful observation of her admiration. She admitted that receiving help from a beautiful person was a rare cherished experience. Liz compared Eleanor to an admired older sister, making Miyabi feel concerned. Eleanor greeted them warmly and formally accepted their ground sheep elimination request. Eleanor reviewed the document carefully, confirming details of the assigned mission ahead. She warned them about dangerous ground sheep attacks and possible lengthy investigations. Eleanor explained previous C-rank adventurers failed this request, increasing its reward considerably. Before departure, Eleanor wished Miyabi success and reminded him not overextend himself. Miyabi finally understood why Liz admired Eleanor's kindness and professionalism greatly. Eleanor's gentle smile inspired Miyabi, motivating him before beginning the mission. Liz teased Miyabi afterward, claiming he already thought like an older man. Miyabi looked over the wide western plains, planning his next crafting and exploration adventure carefully. Despite being a producer, Miyabi displayed remarkable stamina, surprising Liz during their long journey together. Liz noted Miyabi's endurance, amazed he walked long distances without showing fatigue or weariness. Miyabi explained his equipment boosted stamina, reducing fatigue, allowing him to work longer efficiently every day. Liz reflected that magicians often lacked stamina, appreciating Miyabi's extraordinary energy and persistent dedication. They agreed breaks were important, though Miyabi continued working, without complaint, respecting companions' safety limits. City gates closed at sunset, forcing travelers to return quickly, avoiding camping outside, in wilderness. Miyabi remembered missing the last train in his previous world, feeling grateful for current situation. Liz expressed relief, noting fewer pressures, no difficult customers, and healthier mental life in this world. While exploring, Miyabi discovered a ground sheep, prompting excitement and careful observation before approaching cautiously nearby. Miyabi spotted a ground sheep, but Liz quickly noticed the real target nearby. Several ground sheep moved across the plains, demonstrating speed and coordinated herd behavior. The true ground sheep appeared, revealing a massive horned monster feared by adventurers. Miyabi and Liz observed carefully, learning the creature's strength and dangerous reputation. The intelligent monsters gathered together, prioritizing vulnerable targets and coordinating attacks efficiently. Understanding the threat, Miyabi and Liz avoided approaching, choosing caution over confrontation. They inspected the blocked road, relieved no serious damage had occurred yet. Liz explained the road connected nearby villages, making transportation and supplies possible. Miyabi realized villagers likely struggled after the monsters disrupted important supply routes. Determined to help, Miyabi accepted responsibility while Liz encouraged him to remain focused. Miyabi asked if any dangers existed beyond charging attacks while walking across the plains cautiously. He seemed surprised that Liz considered no additional threats, only focusing on the charge attack. Liz warned the ground sheep would continue attacking unless severely injured, emphasizing their dangerous nature. Even with awareness of the charge, Liz insisted the monsters should never be underestimated at all. Miyabi and Liz discussed consequences, noting non-fatal injuries wouldn't stop the creature's relentless aggressive pursuit. They debated pitfalls, realizing demons would notice any extended digging or obvious trap preparation immediately. Miyabi prepared the materials, crafting a stone shovel to dig a trap safely and efficiently. He confidently claimed he would dig the pitfall while Liz watched, concerned about timing. Liz explained demons were intelligent and observant, so the pitfall had to be carefully executed. Miyabi showed confidence, planning a precise pitfall trap, ensuring they could control the monster's movements. Liz questioned Miyabi's strange confidence, while he compared traps to previous work experiences. Miyabi quickly crafted plywood panels and prepared materials to conceal the pitfall completely. He covered the trap with soil, grass, and magic, hiding every trace. Tall grass concealed the area naturally, making the prepared pitfall nearly invisible. The reverse donut pitfall was completed, leaving Miyabi satisfied with the result. Liz inspected the trap closely, noticing subtle differences created by magic growth. Miyabi joked about the obvious pitfall, while Liz reacted with embarrassment afterward. They discussed attracting ground sheep, and Miyabi requested magical assistance from Liz. Liz hesitated, believing acting as bait against ground sheep sounded extremely reckless. Trusting Miyabi's plan, Liz prepared magic while both awaited the approaching monsters. Miyabi and Liz waited nervously as several ground sheep slowly approached their position. The monsters noticed them, causing both Miyabi and Liz to panic immediately. One ground sheep lowered its head and charged directly toward their location. Liz panicked, while the charging monster rapidly closed the distance between them. Overwhelmed by fear, Liz worried the pitfall would fail before activation completely. The ground sheep rushed forward without hesitation, focusing entirely on its target. The concealed plywood collapsed beneath the monster as it reached the trap. Miyabi pulled Liz away safely, while the ground sheep plunged downward, unexpectedly. The monster fell into the pitfall, surprising both Miyabi and Liz greatly. Liz realized the trap succeeded, but worried other monsters might discover it. Miyabi explained the trap was a pitfall, causing Liz to react with shocked disbelief. From above, the pitfall's depth meant falling monsters would suffer significant damage upon landing. Ground sheep fell into the trap, leaving them dazed and unable to continue fighting effectively. Miyabi and Liz observed a towering cliff. Falling from that height would be impossible to survive. Miyabi considered using his crafting skill. After a few minutes, Miyabi created a massive hole, ensuring no one would be injured. Liz watched, amazed and confused. Miyabi asked Liz to pay attention. He wanted to explain something important about the cliff, not a love confession. Liz noticed an enormous ice spear forming. She prepared to strike carefully while Miyabi assessed the situation. The enemy, a ground sheep, was tough. Liz decided to charge magic to increase her attack's power. With precision, Liz cast her spell and threw the ice javelin at the monster. Hitting it accurately, the enemy collapsed. Liz and Miyabi caught their breath while surveying the cliff and defeated foes. Miyabi explained how crafting gave them an advantage. Liz tried to comprehend his rapid, unconventional approach. Liz realized Miyabi stored entire monsters in his inventory. The concept was strange but effective. Liz questioned the inventory mechanics. Miyabi confirmed that even a whole ground sheep could fit inside, astonishing her further. Liz remained curious about Miyabi's inventory, while both prepared to collect materials nearby. During their break, Liz happily enjoyed fresh bread and relaxed peacefully outdoors. Miyabi revealed hidden bread from storage, surprising Liz with practical preparation skills. Liz questioned inventory capacity, but Miyabi explained he had barely used it. Miyabi described storage growth through gathering and crafting, leaving Liz increasingly puzzled. Liz explained special storage talents existed, though serious crafters rarely possessed them. Miyabi learned ordinary crafters earned little money despite their constant production work. Liz wondered what environment shaped Miyabi, whose experiences seemed unusually different. She explained gathering materials was dangerous, expensive, and difficult for average crafters. Miyabi realized his former game world differed greatly from this reality entirely. Miyabi felt sympathy for struggling crafters, but accepted it was beyond his control. He explained making money was difficult for any profession. Liz acknowledged the hardships adventurers faced. Miyabi shifted the topic to the ground sheep, asking Liz for advice. Liz admitted the guild had planned to discard the wool, but Miyabi could keep it. Miyabi suggested disassembling materials. Liz was amazed to see meat, horns, and bones usable. They discussed practical benefits. Liz considered enjoying small comforts like hot baths after work. Liz appreciated having access to hot water. Miyabi promised not to break the party apart. Liz teased Miyabi to carry more demons for better accommodations. He laughed, accepting her humor. Miyabi realized she wanted the party to continue smoothly, respecting her subtle requests. Both acknowledged their mutual feelings, affirming trust and teamwork for their ongoing adventures. Miyabi and Liz explained all three monsters had been handled separately, making their task easier. Miyabi debated admitting the simultaneous defeat, but kept pride as an adventurer intact. The guild requested proof of materials. The clerk complimented their luck and progress. Liz asked to borrow the dismantling room. Miyabi had already finished organizing everything. They counted the materials carefully. 3 sets of claws, horns, and meat from 2 creatures. Miyabi apologized for a piece sticking out of the tray, offering to move it. The guild assured him it was fine and asked them to submit the materials. They began transporting everything carefully, preparing for assessment by the guild staff. Other guild members noticed the enormous quantity, shocked at the sheer volume of meat. A commotion erupted, with staff and members scrambling to handle the materials quickly and efficiently. Children in the guild were amazed by the sheer number of ground sheep collected that day. Miyabi asked Liz about the popularity of ground sheep meat, learning it was widely appreciated. Liz explained the meat could even be eaten raw, due to careful handling by the guild. Miyabi realized Liz enjoyed ground sheep as well, though she did not eat it raw. The guild thanked them for submitting the materials and patiently evaluated the quantity carefully. They calculated payment for horns, nails, and meat, adding up to a significant sum. Miyabi debated why he received only part of the share but accepted responsibility for carrying. The guild praised Miyabi's contribution as extraordinary, joking about his mole efforts for the team. Liz noted that Miyabi did most of the work, highlighting his dedication and skill. Miyabi and Liz continued their adventure, earning respect and rewards while maintaining teamwork and trust. Miyabi insisted he was only a supporter and cared little about recognition. Liz thanked Miyabi sincerely and argued he deserved a larger reward share. While walking through town, they discussed how to divide the earnings fairly. Miyabi suggested an equal split, though Liz continued negotiating the percentages. Liz accepted his reasoning and reassured him the arrangement was perfectly fine. With the matter settled, Liz happily led the way through town while Miyabi followed beside her. Miyabi entered the inn for one customer, preparing for a quiet, relaxed evening stay. Liz led him happily toward the hot spring, carrying supplies and showing excitement. After earning extra money to feeding ground sheep, they upgraded from a business hotel to a luxurious hot spring inn. Miyabi urged everyone to hurry, enjoying the steam and familiar warmth of the baths together. He decided to go shopping before entering the hot spring, thinking ahead for supplies. Liz encouraged him to relax, letting him handle preparations while she warmed up. Miyabi reflected on the difficulty of adventuring, needing to prioritize life and careful planning. He focused on food as a standard of living, planning meals with ground sheep and vegetables. Miyabi measured the amounts needed, calculating how much to buy for upcoming meals. Merchants praised him for his careful planning, and he stored everything efficiently in his inventory. Miyabi visited several shops, purchasing salt, pepper, cloth, and other necessities carefully. After gathering supplies, Miyabi reviewed expenses and accepted the investment for future needs. While eating, Miyabi remembered another important task and searched throughout the town. His search led him into a weapon shop filled with impressive equipment. Miyabi examined a finely crafted knife, admiring workmanship beyond his own creations. A dwarf blacksmith noticed Miyabi's interest and approached him inside the workshop. The dwarf explained that genuine craftsmen always appreciate quality weapons and tools. Miyabi listened carefully while observing the workshop and the blacksmith's expertise. The dwarf understood Miyabi wanted a knife, mainly for practical self-defense purposes. Before leaving, Miyabi asked the dwarf about purchasing iron ore for crafting. Miyabi introduced himself as a crafter and supporter, gaining the dwarf's attention. The dwarf introduced himself as Weiss and approved of Miyabi's unusual profession. Curious about Miyabi's abilities, Weiss demanded to see a crafted weapon immediately. Miyabi proudly presented a stove instead, considering cooking equipment equally important. After clarification, Miyabi showed a simple stone axe he personally crafted. Weiss found the axe interesting and invited Miyabi deeper into his workshop. The dwarf guided Miyabi through restricted areas where craftsmen processed valuable materials. Miyabi stopped in amazement after discovering enormous quantities of stored iron ore. Although surprised, Miyabi admitted he had never witnessed raw iron ore directly. Weiss shared ore with Miyabi, helping support his future crafting projects generously. Weiss laughed and refused payment, recognizing Miyabi as both adventurer and crafter. Miyabi insisted on paying, but Weiss encouraged him to save money instead. Grateful for the help, Miyabi promised to forge something worthwhile using iron. Weiss challenged him to return later and proudly display his finished weapon. Miyabi accepted the challenge, determined to create equipment worthy of Weiss's respect. Before leaving, Weiss admitted excitement about seeing Miyabi's future craftsmanship develop. After departing, Miyabi wandered the city and quickly lost his direction. Remembering only the inn's name, Miyabi struggled to find the correct road. Mel unexpectedly appeared nearby and immediately noticed Miyabi's confused situation there. Mel guided Miyabi back to the inn, ending his troublesome detour safely. Miyabi thanked Mel for guiding him, appreciating her unexpected help and kindness. Mel continued holding his hand, leaving Miyabi unsure how to respond properly. She stared silently at him, expecting something while Miyabi grew increasingly nervous, realizing her intention. Miyabi decided to prepare a special reward immediately afterward. Using newly purchased materials, Miyabi planned a handmade gift for Mel instead. He activated his crafting skill, shaping thread and materials through magic carefully. Miyabi controlled the enchanted thread precisely, guiding every stitch with concentration. Before finishing, he checked every detail while Mel watched with curiosity nearby. Using ground sheep wool, Miyabi enhanced the creation with additional magical properties. The completed stuffed cat impressed everyone, and Mel happily received Miyabi's reward. The finished stuffed cat suddenly expanded, astonishing Mel and everyone watching nearby. Mel happily hugged the gift while Miyabi carefully adjusted its final details. Miyabi formally presented the stuffed cat, thanking Mel for guiding him earlier. Mel treasured the gift immediately, warmly calling Miyabi by his name. Returning inside, Miyabi met Liz, who welcomed him back from town. Liz cheerfully discussed the hot springs and encouraged Miyabi to relax. Concerned about him, Liz noticed Miyabi looked cold after wandering outside. Her kindness embarrassed Miyabi, causing him to overthink their age difference. To clear his thoughts, Miyabi finally entered the hot spring and relaxed. Miyabi entered the forest and immediately recognized valuable trees growing throughout everywhere. Excitement filled Miyabi as countless lumber resources appeared beyond his expectations. Earlier, Liz noticed poor adventurer requests and considered alternative work opportunities. The recent rain ruined quality requests, leaving few worthwhile jobs available. Liz suggested avoiding wasted time and searching forests for useful materials. Miyabi agreed happily, and both departed together to gather resources nearby. Upon arriving, Miyabi rushed ahead, unable controlling his crafting enthusiasm. Miyabi explained that crafters become excited whenever gathering opportunities appear unexpectedly. He observed numerous tree varieties, carefully identifying their valuable characteristics individually. Miyabi studied every species, planning efficient logging, while Liz watched cautiously. Miyabi started chopping trees carefully, while Liz warned fallen sounds attracted nearby demons. Liz briefly dozed off, believing Miyabi's strange harvesting ability seemed impossible. Despite witnessing results, Liz convinced herself everything remained part of dreams. Both silently agreed, avoiding questions was safer than discussing impossible abilities. Miyabi accidentally damaged his stone axe and realized its durability limits. While relocating, Miyabi considered crafting iron tools but lacked materials currently. Liz explained excessive logging could damage ecosystems and disturb demon habitats. Miyabi understood resource gathering required responsibility rather than reckless collection habits. Embarrassed, Miyabi scratched his head after receiving Liz's serious reminder today. Liz stopped Miyabi again, ensuring he harvested carefully and sustainably afterward. Liz suddenly sensed movement nearby and immediately focused toward the forest shadows. Reacting instantly, Liz launched ice needles and struck a hidden creature accurately. Miyabi and Liz approached carefully, discovering a massive wolf collapsed from attacks. Liz explained strong winds concealed sounds, making approaching monsters harder detecting. Miyabi struggled understanding tracking methods, while Liz relied upon experience instead. Another wolf appeared nearby, causing Miyabi concern despite Liz remaining composed, remembering inventory profits. Liz encouraged collecting materials from defeated monsters efficiently. Miyabi stored gathered resources while continuing work beneath towering forest trees. Near noon, Liz suggested resting because the damp ground remained uncomfortable. Confidently, Miyabi volunteered preparing lunch, eager to support their expedition today. Miyabi quickly built a large gazebo, astonishing Liz with another creation today. Liz protested because the structure resembled a complete house, not shelter. After observing closely, Liz realized the forest lacked resting facilities entirely. Miyabi admitted his oversight and accepted Liz's criticism about practicality immediately. To improve comfort, Miyabi crafted blankets and prepared resting places nearby. Although comfortable, Liz worried relaxation might reduce awareness of approaching demons. Miyabi agreed and suggested preparing food quickly before remaining too long. Using crafting skills, Miyabi created a stone stove inside the gazebo. Wanting fire, Miyabi experimented with enchantment techniques on wooden materials carefully. The enchantment overloaded unexpectedly, causing the wood to ignite uncontrollably immediately. After the failed enchantment, Miyabi searched his crafting system for alternatives carefully. Using available ingredients, Miyabi prepared a large Jinjitsukan meal successfully afterward. The completed lunch impressed Liz, who eagerly joined the meal immediately. Liz tasted the food and instantly enjoyed its rich flavor greatly. Miyabi also ate enthusiastically, amazed by the tender meat and vegetables. The fluffy milk bread surprised Liz and quickly became her favorite. Pleased by the bread, Liz encouraged Miyabi to make more later. Miyabi revealed he already stocked ingredients beforehand, surprising Liz completely today. As evening approached, both returned together after spending an enjoyable day. Liz praised Miyabi's efforts, realizing their successful trip depended on teamwork. Miyabi enjoyed a peaceful moment, gathering resources, crafting items, and tasting freshly prepared food happily. Liz contemplated her own dreams, walking with Miyabi through the quiet forest, thinking about her future ambitions. Liz expressed her desire to create unique magic and assist many people using her abilities effectively. She aimed to become a high-ranking adventurer, dreaming of honing her magical talents for real-world challenges. Miyabi admired Liz's determination, acknowledging her dream was distant, but encouraging her to pursue gradual growth. Liz reflected realistically on the difficulty of becoming a high-rank adventurer as a magician with intermediate abilities. Despite the challenges, she accepted the limitations, recognizing that adventurers required talent and consistent effort to succeed. Miyabi reassured Liz, believing she could achieve her goals with perseverance and the right guidance along the journey. Liz recalled other adventurers struggling through muddy forests, carrying gear, and facing challenges to complete difficult quests. She learned from their experience, understanding that preparation, planning, and resilience were essential to achieving success safely. Miyabi and Liz walked through the forest, reflecting on the recent successful adventure completed together. Liz considered her companions, noticing some adventurers refuse dangerous requests due to weather or party conditions. Miyabi thought about reliable adventurers who assist others with resources, weighing trust and teamwork carefully. Liz reassured herself she would continue striving despite difficulties, determined not to give up on her goals. Miyabi acknowledged that relying on strength alone is insufficient, emphasizing strategy, intelligence, and careful decision-making. Liz decided to entrust responsibilities to Miyabi, hoping to inspire confidence and improve the group's cohesion. Miyabi caught a large trout beside the river, while Liz quietly watched nearby. Miyabi prepared grilled trout, and Liz enjoyed the fresh meal during travel. Liz reflected on adventurer meals, while Miyabi explained ordinary travel food habits. Miyabi kept serving elaborate dishes daily, making Liz increasingly amazed and comfortable. After gathering crystals, Miyabi returned, while another feast awaited their evening. Eleanor thanked Miyabi for his efforts and noticed growing friendship nearby. 2 weeks passed since arrival, and Miyabi appreciated Liz's practical requests. Others noticed Liz smiling, often lately, while discussing Miyabi's helpful abilities. Eleanor observed Liz carefully, and Miyabi learned her concern was genuine. Miyabi understood Liz's actions better and continued accepting gathering requests enthusiastically. Miyabi realized Liz genuinely cared for him and wanted supporting her dream. Remembering Liz's goal, Miyabi decided avoiding obstacles while respecting her ambitions. After finishing requests, Miyabi considered spending free time improving enchantment techniques. Liz suggested resting occasionally, but Miyabi viewed learning as an enjoyable hobby. Both accepted current limitations and agreed to continue progressing together steadily. Miyabi gathered materials and began practicing fire enchantments. Despite repeated failures, he reviewed compatibility rules between materials and magical attributes before continuing. Several experiments failed because incompatible materials caused magic leaking from circuits. Miyabi carefully adjusted magical output, determined to master difficult enchantment methods. Focusing intensely, Miyabi guided magic through circuits toward the deepest endpoint. After intense concentration, Miyabi finally completed a successful enchantment without leakage. The finished wooden block produced gentle warmth, proving his experiment successful. Testing indoors, Miyabi realized the heated block worked surprisingly well everywhere. Seeking portability, Miyabi designed enchanted clothing that could provide constant warmth. Excitedly approaching Liz, Miyabi explained poorly and created an embarrassing misunderstanding. After recovering from embarrassment, Miyabi reconsidered practical equipment-based heating solutions instead. While distracted, Miyabi learned the city gates were already closing soon. Using a city map, Miyabi confidently navigated streets without becoming lost. Along the way, Mel appeared and expected compensation for her assistance. Mel presented a weapon repair request, giving Miyabi another production challenge. Mel showed Miyabi her damaged sword, explaining its condition had worsened recently. Miyabi inspected carefully and discovered both durability and enchantment were failing. Interested in repairs, Miyabi asked permission to observe the restoration process. At Weiss's workshop, Mel received scolding for neglecting weapon maintenance repeatedly. Weiss noticed Miyabi's crafting experience and discussed the damaged weapon seriously. Recognizing Miyabi's abilities, Weiss suggested assisting through material synthesis techniques. Miyabi learned repairs restored durability by combining matching materials with equipment. Concerned about failure risks, Miyabi hesitated, despite wanting to help Mel. Weiss encouraged him, explaining valuable opportunities rarely appeared for skilled crafters. Mel offered a rare dragon fang, providing essential material for repairs. Miyabi prepared carefully, explaining his repair method resembled enchantment principles. He began focusing on connecting magic into the damaged sword circuits precisely. The magical circuit opened successfully, linking the material with flowing energy accurately. Weiss encouraged Miyabi, offering to share additional Dragon Fang materials if successful. Miyabi accepted gratefully, determined to repair Mel's sword, despite immense difficulty ahead. Outside, the town watched silently, hoping Miyabi's delicate manipulation would succeed completely. Miyabi continued intense concentration, moving magic through the weapon while maintaining stable energy. Nearby, Mel cheered and urged him, providing moral support during the tense process. Miyabi finally completed the repair, exhausted, but relieved his careful work succeeded. Weiss praised him, noting how rare it was to repair a high-quality weapon. Miyabi received praise from Weiss and Mel for successfully repairing Mel's sword entirely. Exhausted, Miyabi rested while Liz reminded him he was overworking on enchantment practice. Stretching after rest, Miyabi prepared to accept a new gathering request with Liz. Liz suggested the Jade Forest investigation request, noting its risks and difficulty level. She hesitated, admitting she had never attempted an investigation-type request before. Miyabi encouraged her, pointing out extra bonuses and safe strategies during exploration. Liz agreed, acknowledging Miyabi's advice would help gain experience and rank. They prepared for the investigation, with Miyabi noting his previous life skills might help. Eleanor reminded them to be careful, especially in unknown or dangerous areas. Arriving at the Jade Forest, they realized prior adventurers hadn't returned from their mission. Miyabi and Liz cautiously entered, aware of the dangers ahead in the forest. Miyabi and Liz waited inside Jade Forest, noticing unusual silence and missing adventurers. Liz observed the forest carefully, realizing absent demons made the situation stranger. They explored deeper, confirming Jade Forest normally housed numerous demons throughout regions. Miyabi recalled Eleanor mentioning disappearances, restrictions, and increased concern around forests. Liz explained ecosystems weaken when humans vanish, disrupting natural balances everywhere. She suspected demon populations should increase instead, making their investigation necessary. Documents revealed Galga wolves migrated away unexpectedly, suggesting environmental abnormalities nearby. To identify causes, Liz ordered Miyabi collect samples from suspicious remains. Embarrassed, Miyabi learned the sample was droppings, while Liz remained cheerful. After gathering evidence all day, Miyabi returned exhausted, preparing future analysis. Back home, Miyabi reviewed samples collected, finding clues, but no clear explanation. He worried because investigation records were incomplete, making reports difficult later. Miyabi accepted responsibility, realizing both investigators lacked experience and preparation beforehand. Determined to improve, he remembered their partnership and continued working diligently. Using crafting skills, Miyabi created paper, pencils, and materials for documentation. He organized observations carefully, transforming scattered findings into structured investigation records. Late that night, Miyabi completed reports and surprisingly enjoyed the process. His maps, charts, and notes summarized important discoveries from recent days. Watching the moon, Miyabi reflected on lessons learned through adventuring work. The next morning, Liz examined his records and approved the completed summary. Liz offered helping with records, deciding investigation duties should be shared equally. Interested in documentation, Liz asked Miyabi to teach his recording methods. Miyabi learned official reports were usually verbal, making his effort unexpected. Despite embarrassment, Miyabi showed maps and notes explaining their collected information. Liz admired the organized records, discovering details previously overlooked during scouting. Miyabi crafted a portable board, creating a practical tool for fieldwork. The new device allowed quick notes while walking through dangerous areas. Encouraged by progress, Miyabi and Liz continued their investigation confidently together. On the fifth day, they noticed a suspicious campfire beside water, examining the remains. They suspected missing adventurers stayed nearby recently. Miyabi and Liz realized missing adventurers left campfire unattended, suggesting urgency. Liz decided to remain near the site, observing and waiting cautiously nearby. Miyabi crafted camouflage using leaves and branches to hide while observing effectively. They set up a comfortable stakeout spot, complete with cushion for long observation. Both remained quiet, scanning the river and surrounding forest for any movement. Suddenly, Liz woke Miyabi, sensing approaching presence from deeper in the forest. They spotted a large humanoid creature approaching, clearly different from regular forest demons. Miyabi identified it as a black orc, a rare C-rank demon unexpectedly inhabiting the area. Liz noted its possible nest deep in the forest, explaining prior demon migration. The pair quietly followed, intending to locate the settlement and report back to the guild. Miyabi and Liz discovered numerous black orcs, confirming the threat exceeded expectations. Miyabi realized their growing numbers could eventually produce a stronger leader. Concerned, he suggested reporting immediately, but Liz remembered earlier observations carefully. Liz explained, rapid breeding allowed demon populations to change within days. They feared waiting for reinforcements might allow the situation worsening further. Determined to act, Liz encouraged Miyabi to help gather critical information. Using crafted tools, Miyabi secretly mapped cave passages without attracting attention. Together they explored underground sections, creating detailed layouts of the settlement. Liz was impressed by Miyabi's ability to chart vast underground structures. As temperatures dropped, Miyabi prepared supplies while continuing overnight observations underground. Miyabi transformed the underground chamber, creating a safe shelter for their mission. He added enchanted lighting, warming the cave and improving overall comfort greatly. Within hours, Miyabi completed a cozy house beneath the black orcs. Liz admired the construction, impressed by its quality and remarkable speed. Miyabi revealed heated floors, making the underground shelter pleasantly warm throughout. The comfort amazed Liz, briefly distracting her from the dangerous situation. Miyabi presented a large wool bed, ensuring proper rest before investigations. Liz happily settled into the bed, enjoying warmth after exhausting days. Confident in herself, Liz promised she would wake early without problems. The next morning, Liz overslept comfortably, proving Miyabi's warning completely correct. Embarrassed by oversleeping, Liz asked Miyabi for another chance to restart. After preparing quickly, Liz joined Miyabi as sunrise illuminated the mountains. Fully awake and determined, Liz grabbed her staff and resumed investigation duties. Two boar-like creatures yawn and stretch, preparing for their night shift in the rocky terrain. Miyabi observes quietly, aware of the approaching danger as the creatures brace themselves. Liz notices movement ahead, raising her staff, and realizes an ambush is imminent. She casts a precise spell, striking the nearest beast with an ice javelin. The boar creature charges, but Liz dodges swiftly, forcing it off balance. Miyabi watches anxiously as the creature crashes to the ground, defeated for now. The companions catch their breath, smiling at each other's teamwork after surviving. They discuss strategy, planning to retreat earlier, next time to avoid direct confrontation. Liz outlines Operation Mole, a careful tactic to minimize risk against stronger enemies. The group prepares quietly, ready to execute the new plan with coordinated precision. Miyabi and Liz discuss their strategy, planning underground passages to confuse approaching enemies. The boar creatures and the pair prepare, Liz ready to draw attention with magic. Miyabi considers cave structure, noting potential risks if higher species creatures appear unexpectedly. Liz decides to dig underground quickly, identifying additional exits to facilitate their escape plan. She suggests executing the operation at dawn, acknowledging her limited magical stamina. Liz observes a new herd, counting the fifth creature, ensuring no higher species spawns. Miyabi and the team block a charging boar, coordinating perfectly to halt the attack. A massive boar crashes, shaking the cave, testing the team's defensive formation. Miyabi questions the strategy, trying to adjust as unexpected dangers appear nearby. Liz calmly remarks on the black orc's taste, lightening tension after the battle. Miyabi and his allies spotted several black orcs they planned to collect materials and meet efficiently. Liz prepared her staff and focused. She resolved to defeat the creatures, ensuring they could harvest resources safely. Liz admitted she could not handle all orcs alone. She relied on Miyabi's mana to aid in battle. The black orc leader noticed Liz and Miyabi. He prepared to attack, unaware of their coordinated strategy. Liz charged, aiming precisely with her ice javelin. She moved swiftly to distract the orcs. Miyabi calculated timing carefully. He prepared to strike, while Liz engaged the enemies, minimizing risk. The orcs lunged, but Liz dodged effortlessly. She exploited their momentum, leaving them vulnerable for attack. They collided with stacked rocks, causing the orcs to stumble. Liz continued to evade and lead them. After defeating the orcs, Miyabi inspected the loot. They gathered everything into their inventory for later use. Among the items, Miyabi found a sword. He realized it belonged to a missing person, adding significance to their victory. Liz held the sword carefully, promising to return it to the person waiting for its owner. Miyabi agreed with Liz's decision, appreciating her thoughtful approach to honoring the fallen. They resolved to finish their remaining survey tasks before heading home, maintaining responsibility for their work. Miyabi reflected on the events, realizing the misfortune wasn't anyone's fault, and Liz remained composed. As they walked, Miyabi admired Liz's calm mindset, wondering how she kept her thoughts clear. Upon returning to the guild, the group felt a sense of relief and familiarity. Finally home. They reported the results of their investigation, explaining the black orc sightings near the forest lake. The guild acknowledged their report, providing a written summary compiled from the investigation for reference. Miyabi explained his role gathering vegetation and soil data to estimate demon population accurately. He admitted asking Liz for help due to her knowledge, showing teamwork and mutual trust between them. The guild recognized Miyabi and Liz for completing detailed research on the Black Orc settlement unusually fast. Guild staff were shocked upon seeing the scale of the Black Orc problem. 11 in total, Miyabi and Liz remained calm, preparing to explain that they had already defeated all the orcs. Some guild members doubted their report, suspecting mistakes or exaggeration without direct proof. Miyabi questioned Liz about the recommended rank for defeating a single black orc to clarify standards. Liz confirmed, but explained that fighting 11 black orcs together was an extraordinary challenge beyond a normal party. The guild murmured, unsure if such a small team could achieve the reported feat. Miyabi noticed skepticism from the guild and tried to reassure them, while Liz stood firm. Meanwhile, preparations were made to handle the orc meat collected during the expedition. The guild members collectively reacted in awe as the team demonstrated the results of their hard work. Guild members praised Miyabi, calling him the Meat Prince, for his efficient dismantling of black orc meat. Rumors spread among the guild about Miyabi's special inventory capable of holding unlimited amounts of meat. The nickname, Meat Prince, became official, highlighting his legendary reputation for meat management and dismantling. Even adventurers who knew him acknowledged that Miyabi's skill was extraordinary, rare, and impressive. The guild confirmed that all collected meat was indeed from black orcs, verifying the team's success. The chief of the dismantling team ensured every pile of meat was correctly attributed to the black orcs. Miyabi's technique was flawless, cutting meat precisely without scratches, showcasing divine-like skill in dismantling. Guild staff discussed his method, acknowledging the godlike efficiency and detailed reports produced by Miyabi. Despite widespread admiration, some staff admitted they couldn't cover or verify every detail this time. Miyabi's work continued to impress, solidifying his legendary status within the guild and the Meat Kingdom. Miyabi and Liz were approached by a guild member, requesting a moment of their time. They learned that someone higher in the guild wished to speak with them about the report. As they walked toward the guildmaster's office, both Miyabi and Liz worried, wondering if they had made a mistake. Miyabi felt excited for the upcoming Black Orc barbecue, eagerly anticipating the event after finishing routine daily tasks without delay. Liz admired Miyabi's dedication, while he calmly focused on payment, letting her excitement for premium meat contrast his practical nature. Miyabi hesitated, worried about spending, while Liz encouraged him to enjoy life, reminding him that rewards could be shared with companions. They arrived at a lavish room, joining other adventurers, the atmosphere tense yet curious. As the group prepared for an unusual meeting, Zion, the guildmaster, spoke directly, addressing Liz and Miyabi, indicating the need for clarity about their recent adventuring accomplishments. He asked whether they had any outside assistance completing their assigned quest, demanding honesty and accountability for the Jade Forest investigation report. Miyabi explained clearly, insisting that only he and Liz had completed the work, emphasizing that Eleanor had not been involved in actions. The guildmaster assessed their accomplishments, noting the guild's surprise at the quality of C and F rank adventurer work, raising caution and scrutiny. He demanded they swear under oath that no falsehoods existed, questioning how Miyabi could prove no external help had been requested during missions. Liz confirmed details of their investigation, presenting evidence from the Black Orc settlement, demonstrating honesty, and maintaining the integrity of their official report. The guildmaster examined a mysterious sword closely, his gaze serious. Considering its significance for resolving the recent adventurer investigation efficiently, he handed it over. Revealing the inscription matched a missing adventurer's name, instructing Eleanor to contact next of kin immediately. Eleanor's attention focused on the details, confirming the report's accuracy, while the guildmaster acknowledged Liz's competence and trusted their consistent work fully. Statistics were reviewed carefully, noting Liz's mission completion rate was extraordinary, demonstrating the party's reliability and precision in their assigned tasks consistently. The guildmaster emphasized the importance of trust, highlighting that verified results and honest testimony justified, relying upon their word without doubt. Miyabi and Liz listened attentively, understanding how their reputation as adventurers, built through careful planning, skill, and diligence, earned guild confidence completely. The evidence included detailed client reports over time, showcasing successful quests, thorough documentation, and unwavering honesty throughout their numerous assignments and encounters. Miyabi's support role was officially recorded, confirming his contributions alongside Liz, recognizing his quiet but critical impact on overall mission success. The guildmaster acknowledged the challenges faced, noting that even solo tasks like handling 11 orcs were successfully managed thanks to strategic collaboration. Ultimately, the guildmaster credited Miyabi's support indirectly, solidifying trust in the party's abilities and cementing their honorable reputation throughout the adventurer community. The guildmaster questioned their conflicting accounts. Liz credited Miyabi's strength, while Miyabi insisted he only provided support assistance. Before Miyabi could explain further, Liz reacted immediately, worried his modest perspective would undervalue his actual contributions. Liz bluntly described Miyabi as a living warehouse, emphasizing how extraordinary his storage abilities were during missions. She detailed massive quantities of supplies and materials Miyabi carried, leaving the guildmaster struggling to comprehend everything. The explanation became increasingly unbelievable, The guildmaster questioned whether such capabilities were even realistically possible. Miyabi clarified that his storage contained far more than meat, correcting assumptions while avoiding unnecessary exaggeration. Overwhelmed by the discussion, the guildmaster rubbed his forehead, wondering how many surprises Miyabi still concealed. The meeting concluded positively. Zion expressed gratitude for their honesty and encouraged future achievements from both adventurers. Materials recovered from the mission were secured by the guild, while Miyabi and Liz received official recognition. Afterward, Zion noticed Liz's staff and became nostalgic. He recognized it immediately from long ago. Eleanor explained the warehouse's immense size to Miyabi, noting adventurers' traditional mission rewards were small compared to production guild standards. She demonstrated material acquisition techniques, cautioning Miyabi about handling dangerous monsters efficiently, emphasizing skill and strategy over brute strength during tasks. Miyabi inquired politely about giving his share of survey mission rewards to the bereaved family of the sword's original owner. Eleanor calculated the reward, informing Miyabi it amounted to 100 gold, split evenly between him and her for fairness and transparency. Miyabi declared he wanted to follow his own intuition, acting independently while avoiding letting a heavy heart weigh his decisions down. Eleanor reminded him that reward money represented fair compensation for adventurers' risks, emphasizing not to dismiss its value casually under any circumstances. 2 days later, Eleanor formally acknowledged that Miyabi's contributions exceeded expectations, demonstrating responsibility and effectiveness far beyond the mission's original requirements. She presented the revised reward of 910 gold pieces, double-checked to ensure accuracy, reflecting the true value of their combined efforts. Miyabi accepted the revised reward humbly, understanding it honored both the mission and the integrity of all adventurers involved. The party's work concluded successfully, leaving Miyabi and Eleanor satisfied, with trust strengthened and their reputations within the guild firmly established. Miyabi learned the 910 gold reward, realizing half could help the grieving family, even if it didn't feel like enough. He quietly considered Eleanor's earlier advice, reflecting on his choices and how best to allocate the funds responsibly and fairly. The guild officially recognized Miyabi's support contributions, promoting him to D rank directly, skipping E-class due to exceptional performance and dedication. This rare promotion surprised him. His contributions were valued highly, demonstrating the guild's investment in his future despite his low rank. The guild requested Miyabi continue providing support, noting that his efficiency and work benefited guild operations far beyond ordinary expectations. Miyabi recalled Eleanor warning him about frequently donating half of his salary. Realizing the guild noticed and respected his generosity, he confirmed he intended to maintain his approach responsibly, ensuring support was provided without unnecessary burden on himself or the guild. Eleanor smiled, noting that Miyabi's quiet actions had a meaningful impact, encouraging him to continue without worrying about appearances or recognition. Miyabi accepted her guidance, understanding his donations would be handled correctly, benefiting families of fallen adventurers and maintaining his personal ethics. He laughed softly, embarrassed, while Eleanor observed calmly, satisfied that Miyabi understood the balance between generosity, duty, and responsibility within the guild. Miyabi and Liz completed their first reconnaissance mission, feeling relieved and accomplished, celebrating successfully surviving encounters with black orcs together joyfully. Miyabi suggested hosting a victory party, noting that with their materials gathered, they could celebrate safely, marking their mission's official completion. He prepared a black orc meat Chinese cuisine feast, inviting Liz to enjoy the dishes visually and tastefully before eating eagerly. Miyabi handled all grilling, demonstrating his skill with meats, while Liz watched carefully, anticipating tasting each dish and enjoying the feast together. Liz examined a meat-filled bun curiously, unsure what it contained, while Miyabi explained the filling, highlighting flavors and textures for her enjoyment. Miyabi smiled, explaining the buns were perfectly cooked, tender and savory, ideal for winter, and encouraging Liz to try them immediately. Liz sampled the buns, exclaiming how juicy and sweet they were, enjoying the mild spice balanced with soft dough and textures. Miyabi served more dishes, including gyoza, showing Liz how the rotating table made serving easier while keeping the feast dynamic and fun. A small guest, Mel, arrived, drawn by the smell of food, surprising both Miyabi and Liz with her playful and curious energy. Miyabi and Liz guided Mel, sharing their feast, laughing together, enjoying a celebratory meal after completing the challenging mission successfully. During the celebration, Liz and Mel discussed mutual acquaintances. Mel mentioned that blacksmith Weiss was searching for Miyabi urgently. Miyabi seemed confused, knowing Weiss only professionally. Liz reacted strangely, making him wonder whether something was being hidden. Before anyone could explain further, Weiss himself arrived unexpectedly, greeting Liz warmly and interrupting the ongoing gathering. Weiss requested a private conversation with Miyabi. Liz agreed, though Miyabi remained curious about their familiar relationship. Afterward, Miyabi learned Weiss was the legendary craftsman known as Black Iron Weiss, respected even by the royal family. The revelation shocked Miyabi further when Weiss casually revealed he had acted as Liz's adoptive father for years. Weiss finally explained his reason for searching. Duke Beldenai planned to renovate his grand mansion within Angelum, fixing Miyabi with a serious stare. Weiss offered him involvement in the project, leaving Miyabi completely stunned. Miyabi and Liz discovered they were unexpectedly summoned by the local lord, unsure why they were chosen for this important opportunity. The lord explained Miyabi would select personnel under a project manager. Both were stunned, realizing the responsibility and influence granted immediately. Liz emphasized the need for Miyabi to make a strong impression, hinting that only decisive actions could secure success in this new role. Miyabi calmly agreed to the challenge, determined to navigate the unfamiliar responsibilities while keeping his focus on gathering knowledge and resources. They entered the aristocratic district of Angelum, observing the sprawling residences and organized streets, appreciating the scale and prestige of their new environment. Approaching the Duke's estate, Miyabi and Liz were guided by Master Weiss, taking note of the meticulously arranged gardens and grand architecture surrounding them. Miyabi reflected on the opportunity, realizing he had maneuvered into an advantageous position, despite the chance being unplanned and filled with uncertainty. Exploring the estate gardens, Miyabi noticed unusual plants, recognizing that some required special attention to survive, signaling potential challenges in his tasks ahead. An expert explained the sepia rose's vulnerability to the northern climate, while Miyabi listened intently, considering solutions to protect the plants successfully. The advisor detailed climatic adjustments necessary for the estate, prompting Miyabi to carefully plan strategies that would preserve the gardens and fulfill his responsibilities. Miyabi hurried through the estate halls, realizing the lord's insistence on meeting everyone personally might complicate their schedule. Duke Trent Beldini appeared, introducing himself confidently and surprising Miyabi with his eccentric yet authoritative presence in the estate courtyard. Liz quizzed Miyabi on the local lord, emphasizing the need to study and understand the governance of Angelum's territory thoroughly. Miyabi learned the Beldini house was one of 5 major noble families, with Duke Trent leading the northern territories efficiently yet eccentrically. The Duke encouraged trade and the growth of guilds in Angelum, granting authority over nobles and stimulating economic and social expansion. Liz explained that as long as one met rank requirements and had sufficient resources, any position or trade could be pursued freely. Miyabi observed Master Weiss and other workers, realizing Duke Trent's eccentricity was genuine, making interactions with the staff slightly unpredictable yet manageable. Feeling a mix of nerves and curiosity, Miyabi assessed the workmen and the estate's environment, preparing for his first official responsibilities. The Duke formally greeted the team, expressing appreciation for Master Weiss' help and promising this assignment would reflect his best efforts. Miyabi inspected the mansion exterior, noting the centuries-old architecture and anticipating the challenges of maintaining its grandeur alongside his new duties. Duke Trent explained his vision for the mansion. He wanted tradition respected while introducing meaningful innovations suited for the modern era. As the meeting ended, the workers reflected on the Duke's words. His encouragement strengthened their determination to succeed. The Duke personally addressed Miyabi, expressing confidence in his abilities and placing great expectations on his future contributions. Miyabi entered the work area prepared for construction. He looked forward to meeting the craftsmen and understanding the project. Before work began, an aggressive craftsman challenged Miyabi. The worker doubted his qualifications and viewed him as competition. The craftsman introduced himself as Iron Skin, Sidai. His reputation was well known and his attitude remained intimidating. Miyabi quickly clarified that he had no intention of interfering with anyone's responsibilities. He hoped cooperation would be possible. Master Weiss interrupted the growing tension. He reminded everyone that the renovation's success mattered more than personal disputes. The workers responded enthusiastically to Weiss's speech. Motivated by his leadership, they prepared themselves for the demanding project. Wanting to contribute immediately, Miyabi asked Weiss for instructions. He received documents and writing tools, ready to begin planning. Miyabi was assigned project lead without a blueprint. Master Weiss advised him to improvise, trusting his instincts and creativity entirely. Miyabi panicked internally, realizing the construction started immediately. He questioned how to satisfy the Duke's expectations with no clear plan. Despite his anxiety, Master Weiss confirmed that the assignment was intentional. Miyabi's improvisation was part of a test and challenge. A young worker introduced himself as responsible for the primary bath. Miyabi was surprised by the sudden responsibilities placed upon him. The worker's instructions were shouted, startling Miyabi. He struggled to keep up with the intensity and fast pace of communication. Miyabi sat alone for a moment, reflecting on the overwhelming tasks. He wondered why so many responsibilities had been placed on him. He observed Karen, a fellow crafter, who appeared nervous but diligent. Miyabi noted her unusual flexibility and adaptability as they worked. The main challenge became clear: designing the bath properly. Miyabi realized that proper planning and attention to detail were essential. Miyabi concluded that the project offered a unique opportunity. He could prioritize aesthetics and design without worrying about budget limitations. Karen struggled to communicate at first, but Miyabi appreciated her effort. Together, they prepared to cooperate fully on the construction project. Miyabi warmly welcomed Karen as his partner. While Karen prepared the demonstration area, Miyabi focused on creating a design. Karen reacted awkwardly to Miyabi's friendliness. Meanwhile, Duke Trent reviewed sketches and found every proposal disappointingly ordinary. Miyabi examined the rejected concepts. Seeing them dismissed so easily, he realized the Duke's standards were exceptionally high. Remembering Dreamworld's elaborate fantasy settings, Miyabi considered how ordinary architecture appeared when compared with truly imaginative designs. As he walked through the estate, Miyabi searched for inspiration. He wanted to create something original instead of copying existing styles. Returning to the worksite, Miyabi found Karen struggling with construction materials. Their progress remained slow despite continued effort. Miyabi suggested using inventory storage for carrying supplies. Karen suddenly remembered possessing the ability but rarely using it. Karen proudly revealed the inventory's contents. Instead of tools and materials, it was packed entirely with lunchboxes. Miyabi learned Karen had prepared enough meals for weeks. He was surprised by such dedication to food storage. After listening carefully, Miyabi borrowed Karen's hammer. He began considering practical solutions while reassessing Karen's unusual strengths and habits. Karen accidentally unleashed overwhelming force while working. Miyabi watched in shock as materials shattered apart from a single strike. Inspired by the display, Karen began treating Miyabi like a master. Miyabi immediately tried discouraging the exaggerated admiration. Karen praised Miyabi's crafting skills endlessly. Embarrassed by the attention, Miyabi insisted his abilities came from practice. Karen compared Miyabi to naturally gifted people. Miyabi explained that experience and effort mattered more than talent alone. Miyabi encouraged Karen to believe in personal potential. For the first time, Karen seriously considered becoming more capable. The demolition work finished quickly. Impressed by Karen's speed, Miyabi prepared to move forward with the renovation. While inspecting the bathhouse, Duke Trent questioned them about an old structure connected to the heating system. Miyabi correctly identified the structure as a water heating reservoir. The Duke seemed pleased by the answer. The Duke explained that servants manually carried heated water to the baths. Miyabi realized the process was highly inefficient. Learning that a retired fire magic servant once handled the work, Miyabi began considering modern alternatives for the bathhouse. While inspecting the bathhouse, Duke Trent approached Miyabi again and asked whether any promising renovation ideas had emerged yet. Miyabi confidently revealed a revised proposal. Instead of replacing everything, he expanded the existing design with new elements. The Duke prepared to review the plans immediately. Miyabi hurriedly arranged a comfortable place for him to sit. Miyabi presented his inspiration, drawing from architectural styles outside Dreamworld's familiar fantasy themes to create something distinctive. Unfortunately, Duke Trent quickly recognized the influences. What Miyabi considered innovative appeared familiar to the well-traveled noble. Latter Master Weiss reported that construction progressed smoothly. Only the bathhouse remained a difficult challenge requiring additional attention. Weiss reminded everyone that satisfying Duke Trent would never be simple. Extraordinary clients demanded extraordinary creativity from craftsmen. Despite approving earlier drafts, Duke Trent remained unsatisfied. He believed greater possibilities still existed within the project. The Duke admitted his inability to abandon promising ideas halfway. Curiosity always pushed him toward unexplored possibilities and improvements. Weiss understood the Duke's nature. Well, delivering exactly what a client envisioned remained the highest standard of craftsmanship. Back at his workspace, Miyabi continued sketching with Karen nearby. Suddenly, he remembered an interesting design concept worth exploring. Eleanor sat in the park reading carefully while observing the fountain. The peaceful surroundings contrasted with her usual busy schedule. Liz approached Eleanor, excited for their long-awaited outing. She adjusted her dress and tried to appear casual, hiding nervous anticipation. They discussed Miyabi, noting his absence from the guild. Liz explained recent events and how Miyabi had been busy with projects. Liz revealed Miyabi had been invited to renovate the Lord's mansion. Eleanor listened, impressed by his growing reputation and skills. Walking through the city streets, they marveled at the architecture. The bustling urban scenery reminded them of Miyabi's creative talents. Miyabi struggled with repeated design rejections. Frustration mounted as he lay sprawled on the floor, exhausted but determined to continue. He explored the Duke's vast library, studying architectural styles. Books surrounded him, forming a daunting yet inspiring environment for research. Miyabi met with an advisor, debating vague instructions. He tried to interpret expectations while constrained by project limitations and unavailable allies. He inspected intricate designs, analyzing fantastical fountains and structures. Miyabi realized creativity required balancing practicality and grandeur for client satisfaction. Miyabi observed workers following specifications, but struggling with demands. He considered adjustments, ensuring the project would meet standards without delays. Miyabi reflected on the failed renovation plans. Instead of forcing new ideas, he focused on understanding the Lord's expectations first. Remembering earlier advice, Miyabi considered viewing the project differently. Understanding the client's perspective seemed essential to solving everything. He explored the mansion's luxurious halls. Every room appeared equally extravagant, making it difficult to identify special preferences. While searching for clues, Miyabi wandered deeper into unfamiliar corridors. His investigation accidentally left him completely lost inside. Near a flower arrangement, Miyabi encountered a maid carrying a bouquet. She quickly noticed his confused appearance there. Embarrassed by his situation, Miyabi asked for directions. The maid explained he had wandered far from work. Although busy, the maid chose to assist him personally. Miyabi appreciated her kindness and followed her carefully. As they walked together, Miyabi observed the surroundings. The maid remained professional while leading him through corridors. Passing through a beautiful garden, Miyabi attempted friendly conversation. He introduced himself and mentioned the renovation project. The maid offered only brief responses, creating awkward silence. Nevertheless, Miyabi gained valuable insight into residents' daily experiences. While exploring the mansion grounds, Miyabi noticed Mel playing with a stuffed bear. The unusual scene immediately caught attention. Surprised by the encounter, Miyabi approached Mel. He had not expected to find her wandering around the estate. Another woman soon arrived and observed them. Her elegant appearance suggested noble status, making Miyabi instantly cautious. The woman politely introduced herself through formal manners. Miyabi quickly realized she belonged to an influential household family. She revealed her name was Chiffon Beldini. Miyabi recognized the importance of meeting someone with such status. Trying to remain calm, Miyabi greeted her respectfully. He wondered why important people constantly appeared around him lately. The discussion shifted toward Mel and the stuffed bear. Chiffon casually explained their playful activities without concern. Miyabi learned that Mel and Chiffon often spent time together. Their friendship appeared much closer than expected. Alicia soon joined them and questioned Miyabi's presence. His habit of getting lost inside the mansion remained unchanged. Miyabi admitted the renovation project was progressing poorly. Hearing this, Chiffon seemed interested in his difficulties and observations. Chiffon noted Miyabi's skill despite his youth. She commented on the difficulty of meeting her father's exacting tastes consistently. She explained her father's rare opportunities to relax in the bath. Miyabi realized this was the reason for special attention. Chiffon expressed excitement at Miyabi's creativity. Her positive encouragement motivated him to approach the project with renewed focus. Miyabi suggested finishing washing Mr. Bear with Mel. The team worked together, each completing their tasks efficiently. Without direct assistance, Chiffon and Mel carefully washed Mr. Bear. Miyabi observed their technique and considered applying similar attention to detail in the project. Miyabi watched the bear's bath, reflecting on its softness. He compared this to the mansion's luxurious decorations, all appearing similar at first glance. He contemplated the advice received earlier. Miyabi felt encouraged to try a new approach in planning the bath renovation. Miyabi approached Alicia, asking for guidance. Her immediate attention showed trust and willingness to support his urgent task. He requested to be guided directly to Duke Beldini. Alicia acknowledged his urgency and prepared to lead him promptly. Miyabi prepared mentally for the meeting. Following Alicia, he resolved to approach the renovation project with a clear and focused plan. Miyabi approached Duke Beldini's office quickly. The Duke looked surprised to see him moving with such urgency. Mel spun around excitedly, announcing the design's approval. Miyabi felt a rush of relief and pride at the confirmation. Mel stared in awe at Miyabi's achievement. She admired his skill and dedication, inspired by his consistent performance. Miyabi reflected on the Duke's acknowledgement. He considered using the special techniques demonstrated earlier to enhance future projects. Mel begged Miyabi to teach her. She wanted to become a master craftsman like him, showing determination and enthusiasm. Her insistence emphasized frustration at feeling useless. Miyabi observed her seriousness, recognizing her potential to develop craftsmanship skills. He remembered Master Weiss hiring Mel for guidance. Miyabi acknowledged her talent and commitment despite limited magical ability. Mel contemplated the uniqueness of Miyabi's skill. She recognized him as the first fellow crafter she had encountered in this world. Miyabi decided to help her. He felt this earnest request deserved attention, even without certainty about the outcome. They began with basic tasks. Mel confidently harvested wood, shaped components, and assembled parts, demonstrating her determination to follow Miyabi's guidance. Miyabi reflected on client needs while preparing skewers, considering how to satisfy expectations carefully, balancing quality with attentive service in preparation. Karen remembered advice about perspective, realizing understanding the client's desires would guide his actions, his resolve strengthening as he considered each detail. He explored a vast luxurious mansion, noticing ornate decorations everywhere, feeling disoriented but determined to find the correct path to continue his task. Finding a potential exit, he tried to observe the surroundings from outside, hoping to gain orientation and better understand the mansion's layout. A maid appeared, clarifying that the construction site was elsewhere, leading him to follow her. Understanding the task required accurate guidance to succeed. The maid guided him through the mansion, helping him navigate complex corridors, ensuring he remained on track while maintaining efficiency and order in the work area. Miyabi introduced Chiffon Beldini, a fellow craftsman, and they discussed collaboration, exchanging introductions while considering their respective roles in the project efficiently. Chiffon expressed admiration for Karen's skill, eager to learn from him, and Miyabi reflected on his capability, noting the opportunity for mutual improvement and practice. They began the task, gathering materials and preparing components, arranging water and fire-enchanted blocks for a prototype automated bathtub, carefully following Karen's plan. Karen instructed precise crafting techniques for the project, demonstrating steps and supervising Chiffon, ensuring that all components were functional and correctly assembled for the bath prototype. Miyabi reviewed the luxurious project, considering the client's perspective carefully. The staff wandered, feeling overwhelmed by extravagant surroundings, searching for clarity. He explored the mansion's halls, observing the identical decorations. Everything seemed equally luxurious, leaving him lost but intrigued, determined to find a way forward. A maid appeared, guiding Miyabi through the corridors. She provided directions politely, helping him understand the layout and navigate through the expansive ornate rooms effectively. Miyabi entered the mansion with Liz and Mel, noticing the enormous empty bathing area. Water stains marked previous use across the floor. He bowed politely as the staff completed cleaning. The maid watched silently, holding her mop, reflecting on the leftover mess. The group discussed the source of infinite water. Miyabi realized his setup had no drainage, causing complications they had to manage carefully. Mel examined the water flow. She wondered aloud how baths in the past managed hot water without overflowing or draining issues. Miyabi and the companions learned the mansion lacked plumbing. Magical levitation had provided water previously, so all drainage systems needed rebuilding from scratch. The dwarf advisor explained potential problems with eliminating magic use. Miyabi listened, recognizing the need for careful planning to modernize infrastructure. They examined the original bathtub. It was uneven and poorly designed. The dwarf criticized the alignment of enchanted stone cubes in the flooring. Miyabi tested the water temperature. The setup worked but still required adjustments. He felt the heat and stability needed precise calibration. Suddenly, Miyabi slipped on the wet floor. The others rushed forward in alarm, fearing injury from misjudging magical heat and unstable cubes. The dwarf explained magical scaling effects. Too much power in the blocks could burn skin. Miyabi realized testing was essential to avoid dangerous mistakes. The dwarf explained the mansion rested on massive stone foundations. Installing drainage required removing part of the structure carefully. Miyabi confidently declared he could solve the problem. Mel immediately trusted him, while the dwarf remained skeptical. Using his crafting abilities, Miyabi rapidly excavated through the stone foundation. The dwarf watched in complete disbelief. After finishing the excavation, Miyabi revealed a new idea. He considered directing excess water safely toward the river. The dwarf expected another strange proposal. Miyabi calmly explained he had developed the plan while digging underground. Miyabi sketched a heating system with valves and storage. Water could circulate efficiently while unnecessary amounts flowed away. The dwarf understood the concept. Although luxurious for ordinary people, the design prevented wasting continuously generated water. Remembering cold baths from his travels, Miyabi realized reliable hot water was rare and valuable for most people. Mel considered the river's condition. She noted the heated water would cool naturally, but might still affect wildlife. Taking Mel's concern seriously, Miyabi and the dwarf discussed alternatives. Together they searched for a safer solution. Late that evening, a noblewoman returned from town and reported suspicious rumors involving an adventurer accepting unofficial guild work. She explained the situation to her associate. The report suggested someone was bypassing procedures, creating concern throughout management. Meanwhile, Miyabi and his companions worked through the night. Curious workers approached and asked why they remained awake. Miyabi explained he was finishing a prototype relief carving. Mel helped nearby by preparing materials for assembly. When Miyabi showed the floral design, the workers praised it. However, he remained dissatisfied with several details. A craftsman named Cid stepped forward confidently, proud of his abilities. He offered assistance refining the carving. Cid immediately began reshaping the stone. His tools moved quickly as he refined petals and corrected imperfections. Before anyone could react, Cid completed an astonishing masterpiece. Intricate stone roses surrounded him from every direction. The workers admired the sculpture. The petals appeared delicate and natural, despite being carved entirely from stone. Miyabi stared at the finished work in amazement. Realizing blacksmith skills had unexpected applications, he gained new inspiration. The workers laughed and commented. Cid revealed he was a sculptor, not a blacksmith, surprising Miyabi and the team. Miyabi learned the workshop employed diverse craftspeople. Some focused on blacksmithing, while others, like sculptors, explored unconventional trades and techniques. The dwarf explained that official classes mattered little. Loyal craftsmen pursued personal projects freely, following their passion without interference from authority. Miyabi reflected on the unusual situation. Renovating a lord's mansion seemed high profile, yet young craftsmen received freedom, rarely offered elsewhere. The foreman encouraged the workers. He assured them this was a rare opportunity to showcase their skills and craft effectively. Miyabi and his friends promised to maintain quality. The team vowed to protect the workshop's reputation, blending skill with careful craftsmanship. Mel excitedly displayed a successful crafting prototype. The group recognized the result as an immediate, perfect demonstration of her skill. They marveled at the mass production potential. Miyabi realized the work proved the team had significantly leveled up their abilities. Miyabi and Mel prepared the items for wind magic infusion. Their teamwork enabled enhancement, combining craft skill with magical applications efficiently. He reflected on enchantment difficulty. Completing hundreds in one day was highly advanced magic, yet they executed it flawlessly, proving remarkable mastery. Miyabi examined the mass-produced items carefully. He focused on their alignment and quality, ensuring each piece met his precise expectations. Cid appeared on site. He confronted Miyabi with skepticism but acknowledged the original draft was acceptable, suggesting minor adjustments might improve it. Miyabi resolved to strive for perfection. Good enough would not satisfy him. He aimed for his very best craftsmanship. Cid criticized the team as lazy compared to real sculptors. Miyabi remained unfazed, determined to continue learning and improving skills. Cid acknowledged Miyabi's determination. Hard work and ambition, he explained, were essential traits. Encouraging persistence and careful attention to detail, the team prepared to get hands-on. Miyabi and Mel demonstrated dedication, ready to tackle the next set of crafting challenges. Cid agreed to teach sculpting techniques. Miyabi's humility impressed him, and he decided to offer guidance to enhance their abilities. Cid encouraged Miyabi, noting that knocking off arrogance and learning practical skills was essential for success in advanced crafting. Miyabi and Mel began following basic sculpting principles. They worked directly from observation, combining careful planning with hands-on practice. The team continued practicing together. Miyabi guided Mel, refining techniques while other workers followed along, building skill and teamwork simultaneously. The team worked steadily. Supervisors observed from above, noting the progress of construction and preparation across the workshop and site. Cid and Miyabi's work caught attention. Their efforts reflected dedication, though some team members found their speed and style unusual. The Duke himself visited for a site inspection, usually handled by secretaries. This personal walkthrough emphasized the importance of progress. Cid had realized the remaining tasks focused on Miyabi's personal room. He prepared to finalize adjustments before the Duke's evaluation. Miyabi and Mel coordinated with the team. Each detail received attention, ensuring craftsmanship, layout, and magical elements met high standards. The Duke's inspection approached. Workers and apprentices readied the site, understanding the importance of presentation, quality, and technical precision. Miyabi arrived at the Duke's mansion and nervously prepared for the inspection. The nobles gathered to evaluate his renovation project. He explained his design choices carefully, describing how comfort and warmth balanced the mansion's cold stone architecture throughout. As everyone followed him deeper inside, Miyabi steadied himself and prepared to reveal the completed centerpiece project. The doors opened, revealing a grand bathhouse beneath a glass dome filled with trees, statues, and natural light. The visitors stared in surprise as they entered the renovated bath. The Duke examined every detail with interest. Miyabi presented the concept, explaining how relaxation, healing, and comfort guided every feature included within the facility. He showed the original layout, highlighting its simple structure and limited functions before the extensive renovation work. Next, Miyabi revealed the redesigned version, featuring multiple baths, gardens, and new spaces for different experiences. The Duke reviewed the improvements and acknowledged the effort behind the project. Miyabi felt relieved by reactions. Before finishing the inspection, the Duke hinted that he noticed another hidden feature, prompting Miyabi's attention. After the presentation, Miyabi noticed workers preparing something nearby. Several helpers gathered together and started moving equipment. The workers struggled with a large covering, but everyone cooperated. Their teamwork prevented delays during inspection. The Duke carefully watched the activity unfold. He believed every stage of the official inspection should proceed perfectly. As evening arrived, hidden lights illuminated the bathhouse. The combination of nature and architecture impressed the Duke. Miyabi explained that he preserved valuable artistic elements from the original bath while modernizing the overall design. The Duke expressed sincere appreciation for Miyabi's work. The project had exceeded expectations and created something remarkable. Miyabi reflected on recent experiences, remembering new friends, supportive companions, and fellow craftsmen encountered during his journey. Although he had faced setbacks and difficulties, Miyabi felt proud that his efforts had finally succeeded. With the tour completed, the Duke decided to begin a thorough inspection of construction quality and plumbing. The Duke personally tested the bath facilities. While relaxing comfortably, he confirmed Miyabi's renovation performed exactly as intended. During the celebration, the Duke spoke with guests while admiring the completed renovation. The atmosphere remained lively and welcoming. Miyabi attended the reception with his companions. Although surprised by the formal gathering, everyone enjoyed the invitation. A dwarf craftsman praised Miyabi's creativity. He admired the multiple bath designs and recognized the careful planning. Miyabi explained that researching the Duke's interests changed his approach. Understanding the client became more important than assumptions. He realized the Duke valued peace and comfort rather than endless luxury. That insight guided every decision. Remembering Chiffon's remarks, Miyabi designed a place where the Duke could relax and recover from daily burdens. The final design blended calming sounds, natural elements, and elegant architecture while still reflecting Miyabi's personal style. Looking across the reception hall, Miyabi felt grateful for accepting the project and completing the challenge. His companions enjoyed the feast enthusiastically. Their excitement and support made the successful evening even better. Later that night, the Duke's daughter arrived in the garden. Her appearance suggested an important meeting ahead. After the reception ended, the Duke's daughter spoke with her father and praised the warmth maintained inside the garden. The Duke explained how Miyabi's heating system circulated unused hot water beneath the floor, protecting delicate plants. Chiffon happily admired the restored roses. The greenhouse environment allowed previously struggling flowers to thrive again. While discussing future gardening plans, the Duke's daughter wondered whether rare flowers from the capital could grow there. Examining the original blueprint, she noticed a mysterious line extending toward the city and questioned its purpose. The Duke immediately recognized the marking, realizing something important. He quickly called for Miyabi's assistance. Meanwhile, Liz found Miyabi and dragged him through the streets. She insisted they were already running late. Following Liz, Miyabi noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Curious townspeople appeared excited about a special event. The crowd surrounded a newly opened public wading pool. Families and children enjoyed the warm water together. Miyabi explained that excess heat from the bath system supported the public facility. The Duke listened with growing admiration. Miyabi, Liz, and Chiffon sat together at a warm new shop. They enjoyed relaxing after completing the renovation project. Liz explained that Eleanor asked Miyabi to arrive early. They walked through the heated floor area, noticing thriving plants. The group paused in slight confusion. Each of them processed the unusual calm environment and the morning's instructions. They entered a quiet chamber. A superior figure left them alone, signaling that Miyabi and his friends would handle matters. The Adventurer Guild representative apologized. He admitted the contract had been made without proper authorization from Miyabi or Eleanor. Miyabi and Liz also apologized. They acknowledged not considering the consequences of accepting the project so quickly. the dwarf and other companions expressed concern about the precedent this created, but noted prior experiences prepared them for the challenge. Miyabi received advice to be more cautious. The guild emphasized direct client communication from this point onward for all projects. The Duke's daughter appeared again, greeting them warmly. Her presence signaled Miyabi's guidance and the importance of the mission. Everyone laughed together. They celebrated the completed work, the thriving community space, and the positive impact of Miyabi's design efforts. Miyabi and Liz panicked when the Duke suddenly appeared. Their casual conversation had nearly become an embarrassing mistake. Liz formally introduced herself. The Duke praised Miyabi's craftsmanship and revealed interest in his adventuring background. Although nervous, Liz listened carefully. The Duke acknowledged her accomplishments and considered her more capable than expected. The Duke revealed his request. He needed trustworthy protection for his daughter during a long journey to the capital. Liz eagerly accepted the challenge, but Miyabi explained that a proper escort required additional personnel and support. Amused by their professionalism, the Duke revealed he had already prepared suitable companions for the expedition. The powerful A-rank party Red Cliff and the skilled adventurer Mel were introduced as members of the escort. The Duke left the final decision to them, encouraging the group to prove themselves on the important mission. Miyabi and Liz traveled toward the royal capital, escorting Duke Chiffon's daughter. The Duke also ordered them to prove themselves. After arriving at the capital, Liz became unusually quiet. Miyabi noticed her behavior while they walked from the manor. Liz finally revealed that she had several concerns. The mission felt different from ordinary escort requests she accepted. Seeking answers, they visited the guild and met Eleanor. She welcomed them and guided them through procedures. Eleanor explained that noble requests usually went to highly respected adventurers. Their selection seemed unusual and significant. Liz suspected the mission was actually a test. The Duke appeared interested in judging their reliability and worth. Miyabi considered the possibility seriously. If they failed expectations, they could lose the Duke's trust completely. Eleanor suggested another interpretation. Perhaps the Duke simply wanted capable people and expected them to demonstrate usefulness. Miyabi remembered an important detail. The Duke never mentioned the departure date, making the situation seem suspicious. Eleanor found Miyabi's worries amusing, while Liz looked entertained. Despite uncertainty, the group prepared for coming challenges. Liz explained that nobles often viewed the world differently. Miyabi listened carefully, realizing their values rarely matched commoners. While discussing the mission, Miyabi noticed several adventurers approaching. Their presence immediately caught both his and Liz's attention. The approaching group radiated overwhelming pressure. Liz instantly sensed danger and quietly urged Miyabi to remain completely still. The adventurers passed nearby. A tall elf woman, a rugged man, and an armored warrior dominated attention. As the group moved forward, the elf briefly glanced around. Her sharp awareness suggested exceptional experience and strength. Once they passed, Miyabi commented on their unusual presence. Liz reacted nervously, hoping he would stay quiet. Unexpectedly, the elf stopped and approached Liz directly. Miyabi watched as the powerful adventurer showed sudden interest. The elf examined Liz closely and became visibly excited. Liz froze completely, unable to understand the reaction. Overwhelmed by attention, Liz panicked internally. The elf appeared delighted, treating her like something incredibly precious. Without warning, the elf grabbed Liz affectionately. Liz struggled in embarrassment while everyone watched the chaotic scene. Miyabi reacted nervously as the Red Cliff party celebrated. Their sudden hug and attention overwhelmed both him and Liz. Liz laughed and cried simultaneously. Miyabi realized the elf, warrior, and tank were old friends unexpectedly joining their mission. Eleanor explained each adventurer's role. Tyson was the tank, Laura the healer, Dart the swashbuckler, forming a powerful A-rank party. Liz recognized Laura as an elf with distinctive ears. Miyabi noted Laura spoke with a unique dialect, unusual for her kind. Miyabi introduced himself to the group. Eleanor observed silently as he explained his support role alongside Liz for the mission. The Red Cliff party questioned the concept of support. Miyabi tried to explain while facing overwhelming reactions and disbelief from the team. Miyabi was pressured about protecting Liz. The armored adventurer asked if he would risk his life for her safety. Miyabi confirmed he would protect Liz. He considered her strength and capability, understanding his role was to complement, not overshadow her. Everyone settled in a formal meeting. Miyabi reflected on his support position, realizing the mission's complexity and the high expectations involved. The group prepared for departure. The combined experience of Red Cliff, Miyabi's support, and Liz's skill ensured they were ready for challenges. Miyabi explained that he simply wanted Liz to travel comfortably. His innocent answer immediately caused widespread misunderstanding among everyone. Darte dramatically interpreted Miyabi's words as a declaration of devotion. Liz and Miyabi desperately tried correcting the misunderstanding. The Red Cliff members became serious. They declared they would evaluate Miyabi's resolve during the upcoming journey together. Later, Miyabi met Weiss, while preparations continued. Weiss quickly realized the group had become involved in trouble again. Liz explained her complicated relationship with Red Cliff. Their fame and achievements always made her feel inadequate. Miyabi learned an important truth. Liz's biological father had once been a respected member of Red Cliff. Liz remembered her childhood fondly. Before missions, the adventurers often spent time playing and caring for her. Her expression softened as she revealed the tragedy. 8 years earlier, her father died during a mission. After the loss, everyone became extremely protective of Liz. Miyabi finally understood the source of their behavior. Liz thanked Weiss for supporting her family. Looking at her father's staff, she quietly remembered him again. Miyabi realized Weiss and Liz's father were close friends. Their careful distance now surprised him as he considered their past relationship. Miyabi discussed plans for the escort mission with Liz. She admitted concern despite his insistence on continuing the journey. Weiss reflected on Miyabi's earlier words. The declaration of war for Liz marked him as serious and resolute. Miyabi's support position was emphasized again. He admitted his intent while everyone acknowledged the escalating misunderstanding about his feelings. Liz understood the miscommunication. She quietly assessed the situation while Miyabi tried to clarify he was merely support staff. Miyabi decided on a new plan. Instead of clarifying, he chose to let everyone misunderstand his intentions for comedic advantage. The Red Cliff Party's reaction spread rapidly. Miyabi realized their perception of him had completely spiraled beyond his control. Eleanor, observing silently, noted the chaos caused by misunderstanding. Miyabi internally calculated how to manage the group's assumptions effectively. Miyabi reviewed the relationship diagnosis chart. Liz instructed him to fix it, revealing her awareness of how the situation looked externally. Miyabi analyzed past interactions. He considered how his own behavior had contributed to Red Cliff's interpretation, feeling responsibility for the confusion. Finally, Miyabi resolved to act. He accepted the challenge of managing Red Cliff, Liz, and his support role, while keeping his true intentions secret. Liz unexpectedly visited Miyabi's home. Seeing her arrive made Miyabi happy, though he suspected she had important business today. Liz entered the house nervously. Miyabi welcomed her inside, wondering what mission or responsibility had brought her there. After sitting together, Liz apologized for visiting suddenly. Miyabi listened carefully while waiting to hear her purpose. Liz explained that urgent changes were needed regarding a mission. Miyabi and Eleanor became curious about the request. The discussion revealed surprising information. Liz learned she had been selected as the mission leader unexpectedly herself. Earlier, Eleanor had been approached by important figures. They requested assistance regarding Chiffon's upcoming escort mission assignment. The group formally proposed Liz as leader. Hearing this decision left Liz completely shocked and confused. Other members immediately supported the proposal. They believed Liz was the most suitable person for leadership. Liz questioned the decision while following them. She believed higher-ranked adventurers normally handled leadership responsibilities instead. One organizer explained leadership depended on capability, not rank alone. Liz finally understood why they trusted her. Liz realized everyone had planned the appointment secretly. The others seemed pleased, treating the decision as a surprise. Eleanor explained. The client had already approved everything. Liz remained shocked, unable to understand such sudden responsibility. Miyabi tried encouraging her, but the explanation only confirmed that powerful nobles fully supported the unexpected appointment. Miyabi argued that leading the mission would earn recognition. Liz doubted his reasoning and questioned his judgment. Miyabi described how an elite party entrusted Red Cliff to someone ordinary. The entire situation sounded unbelievable. Concerned about future attention, Miyabi worried the arrangement would attract scrutiny and create unnecessary complications for everyone. After the discussion ended, Miyabi reflected alone. It seemed that new problems continued appearing without warning lately. Elsewhere, Duke Belden sat inside his study. Alicia arrived seeking clarification regarding recent decisions and appointments. Alicia questioned why inexperienced personnel received important positions. Belden explained that Red Cliff had strongly supported it. Alicia remained unconvinced and worried about Chiffon's safety. Belden answered that Red Cliff would still handle combat duties. Alicia questioned Duke Belden's judgment. His calm expression suggested confidence, while her concern about the mission only grew. Belden acknowledged her worries, but insisted his decision was deliberate. He appreciated her loyalty toward Chiffon's safety. The Duke ended the discussion firmly. Alicia was instructed to focus on her responsibilities, despite remaining doubts. Soon afterward, preparations began. A carriage stood ready near the city as departure time approached quickly. Miyabi and Liz arrived at the city gate. They noticed movement nearby and turned toward it curiously. Mel appeared, carrying a small bag. She greeted the group and revealed she had packed lightly. Miyabi approved of the simple luggage. Mel confidently stated that she would be relying on his support. Before departure, additional members arrived. Red Cliff's powerful adventurers approached the gathering, drawing everyone's attention immediately. Their arrival surprised Miyabi even more when several members jokingly claimed they had packed too little. The strange comments confused Miyabi. Liz quickly stopped the nonsense while reminding everyone to behave properly. Liz endured endless teasing from Red Cliff. The veterans exaggerated their jokes while Miyabi watched awkwardly nearby. Red Cliff suddenly announced a trial. Their leader challenged Miyabi to prove his abilities through luggage handling. Miyabi confidently accepted the challenge. The veteran adventurer grinned, curious whether the young support specialist could succeed. The test began immediately. Several enormous bags were placed before Miyabi as everyone gathered to observe. Using his inventory skill, Miyabi stored the luggage effortlessly. The result shocked the experienced adventurers completely. The veterans quickly realized they had underestimated him. Their assumptions about Miyabi's abilities were proven completely wrong. Liz scolded the troublemakers for creating unnecessary problems. The embarrassed adventurers quietly accepted responsibility for their actions. As punishment, the veterans were ordered to reflect. Miyabi and Liz watched while they obediently complied. When Chiffon arrived, Liz reminded everyone that she was the mission leader and expected proper respect. The escort group finally assembled beside the carriage. With preparations complete, the mission was ready to begin. Liz officially reported as mission leader. She introduced Chiffon and Alicia, while Miyabi and the others observed carefully. The guildmaster encouraged Liz. He reminded her the escort mission offered valuable leadership experience for future responsibilities. Mel rested inside the carriage. Alicia explained she would cover the night shifts, keeping watch during travel safely. Red Cliff led the escort caravan. Miyabi followed, while the group departed. Beginning the first day of the mission, the group stopped in the forest. Everyone prepared lunch, organized equipment, and discussed logistics for trial number 2 efficiently. The outdoor setup surprised the group. The seating arrangement was larger than usual, accommodating everyone comfortably for meal preparation. Red Cliff explained the plan. Miyabi smiled quietly, pleased that his strategy for managing the group seemed effective immediately. Miyabi invited Chiffon and Alicia to sit. The girls followed politely while the group began discussing their upcoming tasks. Miyabi helped the ladies settle in. Everyone gathered around as the mission progressed, creating a cooperative, organized environment for travel. The escort mission continued smoothly. Liz and her team were ready for the challenges ahead, setting off toward their destination. Alicia awkwardly sat with the group. Liz and Chiffon decided to let Miyabi manage the next task efficiently. Miyabi revealed a prepared meal. Red Cliff was shocked to see a complete cream stew already packed. The adventurers protested, warning Miyabi against serving strong-smelling food outdoors. Yet they quickly began eating, enjoying the unexpected meal. Miyabi served Mel carefully. She asked for slightly more while he loaded the oxtail, ensuring everyone was satisfied. The team continued traveling. Liz observed progress and noted the smooth pace, pleasantly surprised by Miyabi's management. Red Cliff insisted Miyabi stay alert. Even with progress, the veterans reminded him not to relax during travel. Daylight faded, signaling the next task. Setting up a comfortable campsite became the obvious third trial for Miyabi. Miyabi was ordered to show the prepared camp. He confidently promised to demonstrate a proper setup for the group. The group watched in awe. Miyabi prepared to reveal his camp setup, impressing everyone with efficiency and planning. Red Cliff urged Miyabi to show the mysterious structure. Liz and companions watched anxiously, expecting another unusual crafting surprise today. When the building appeared, everyone froze. Miyabi stood calmly beside a complete house that had materialized from nowhere at all. Miyabi proudly explained the facilities, including stables. Red Cliff demanded answers, struggling to understand the scale of everything created there. While others stared, Miyabi noticed missing roads and immediately started improving the area. Red Cliff remained focused on disbelief instead. Liz excitedly claimed a room beneath the tower. Her enthusiasm contrasted sharply with Red Cliff's shock and growing confusion nearby. Miyabi wondered whether his group seemed strange. He intentionally overwhelmed Red Cliff with repeated surprises until resistance gradually weakened further. Following his simple strategy, Miyabi kept adding sensible improvements. He trusted persistence would eventually overcome doubt and hesitation completely too. Red Cliff, Liz, and their companion refused surrender. Even after many surprises, they continued examining the extraordinary property carefully together. Red Cliff reflected on difficult adventures, compared with cold, hunger, and tents. Miyabi's comfortable house seemed almost impossible to dismiss. Determined to protect Liz, Red Cliff challenged every remaining flaw. Yet Miyabi's craftsmanship continued, proving the house practical, reliable, comfortable. Red Cliff, Liz, and their companion entered the house. The spacious dining area immediately impressed them with comfort and organization. The visitors explored further. Liz admired the interior design while Miyabi accepted the praise and observed everyone's reactions. The group's expressions turned complicated. Miyabi noticed their stunned silence, but continued preparing dinner, unconcerned by their confusion. Elsewhere, a maid paused outside during the evening. She quietly stared ahead, uncertain about what awaited her. After finishing a bath, Eleanor stepped inside. The unfamiliar surroundings and unexpected comfort left her completely bewildered. Eleanor learned the cottage belonged to her group. She had never expected proper bathing facilities during a journey. A maid respectfully explained Miyabi's arrangement. The private cottage allowed Eleanor a quieter and more relaxing night. Eleanor found her maid exhausted after driving the carriage all day. She realized her loyal attendant needed rest. The maid admitted feeling useless when others handled everything. She struggled with being unable to contribute enough lately. Eleanor reflected on years of service. She finally recognized her maid's unwavering dedication and dependable abilities throughout countless hardships. Eleanor embraced Alicia gently, praising her effort. The maid felt encouraged, reassured her work mattered despite exhaustion. Eleanor reflected on long journeys. Noble blood did not eliminate fatigue, and she noticed how soft the bed truly was. The maid regretted failing to help earlier. Despite reassurance, she could not stop feeling inadequate, determined to improve next time. As night fell, the rain began. Eleanor resolved to become a better maid and maintain perfect service for her lady. Heavy rain continued through the second day. The house sheltered the group, protecting them from storms while they remained indoors. Mel struggled with wet conditions. Miyabi observed the situation calmly, noting that some duties persisted despite the downpour's intensity. The group agreed to wait for a rain lull. They postponed departure, assessing the weather carefully to avoid unnecessary risks. Liz analyzed the unpredictable climate. She decided to check again at midday, considering the possibility of staying one more night. Mel demanded a breakfast reward after night watch. Miyabi acknowledged her effort, planning a special meal to honor her responsibility. Mel received black one sirloin ramen. The dish symbolized recognition for diligence, maintaining morale, while the group remained indoors during heavy rain. During breakfast, Mel enjoyed her special meal. Liz became interested immediately, surprising Miyabi with her morning appetite once again. After eating, Miyabi suggested checking on the older travelers. The rain still continued, and everyone remained inside. Miyabi visited another cottage and called for Darte, Laura, and Tyson. No one responded from within the building. The silence worried the group. Considering the late hour, they suspected something unusual had happened during the stormy night. The door finally opened. Alicia appeared exhausted and confused, stepping out in sleepwear after apparently oversleeping badly. Alicia realized the group had delayed departure because of rain. Relieved, she learned nobody had left without them. Miyabi greeted Alicia politely and offered practical advice. He suggested preparing properly before joining everyone for breakfast. Suddenly then, did Alicia notice her appearance. Embarrassment quickly replaced confusion as she realized she remained in pajamas. Watching her reaction, Eleanor criticized Miyabi's blunt approach. Miyabi remained puzzled, unaware he had caused embarrassment. Later, Alicia changed clothes and apologized. Miyabi dismissed the matter kindly, then offered to prepare any meal she desired. Chiffon praised Alicia's strong sense of responsibility. Encouraged by the recognition, Alicia expressed enthusiasm about working alongside everyone. The rain continued without stopping. Miyabi decided the group should remain another day and observe changing conditions carefully. Red Cliff, Liz, and their companion eventually appeared. Embarrassed, they sincerely apologized for their unexpected oversleeping incident. The truth emerged quickly. Comfortable blankets had trapped them in deep sleep until late afternoon, leaving them ashamed. After eating Miyabi's ramen, their energy returned. The delicious meal restored spirits and ended their gloomy mood. By the third day, the weather finally improved. Miyabi noticed clear conditions and felt confident about traveling again. The surroundings looked peaceful and safe. While Miyabi prepared for departure, Mel focused mainly on obtaining food. Alicia appeared early and properly dressed. Proud of avoiding another oversleeping disaster, she greeted everyone confidently. Others praised Alicia's determination. Eleanor revealed Alicia had even slept on the floor to resist comfortable bedding. Alicia approached Miyabi with renewed confidence. Seeing breakfast preparations underway, she looked ready to contribute once more. Far away, Master Zion arrived at a grand estate, his attention focused on matters requiring immediate investigation and judgment. Zion encountered Production Guildmaster Georgie. Their meeting appeared formal, though Zion clearly wished to avoid the discussion. Zion respectfully apologized, again regarding problems connected to a renovation contract. Georgie remained unimpressed by the explanation offered. Georgie criticized Zion harshly. He blamed guild management failures and expressed contempt toward a certain crafter involved. Despite the insults, Zion accepted responsibility. He promised greater vigilance in future matters and requested forgiveness professionally. After Georgie departed, another noble approached Zion. The newcomer mentioned Georgie's long-standing prejudice against crafters and artisans. The noble invited Zion elsewhere. Curious, Zion followed him through an elegant building filled with remarkable architecture. Outside, Zion witnessed extraordinary construction and gardens. He struggled to believe a single individual had created everything. The noble explained further. Unlike common assumptions, this crafter possessed abilities rivaling talented youths from prominent families. Interested by the revelation, Zion requested a background investigation. The noble agreed, believing the crafter's influence was rapidly expanding. While reviewing information, Zion received a new lead. The investigation suddenly narrowed toward a promising individual of interest. Reports pointed directly toward Miyabi. As Miyabi shared another meal with companions, his growing achievements attracted attention far beyond the region. Miyabi and his companions began their journey from Angelum toward the capital. The road stretched across mountains and forests. They traveled mostly on foot, moving from dawn to dusk, their supplies and energy carefully rationed for the long trek ahead. Rain began to fall as the group sought shelter near a small village, their pace slowing and spirits slightly dampened. By day 6, the party rested at a safe house, catching their breath and planning the remaining route to the capital. Liz and the others reviewed maps and schedules, realizing delays from the weather might affect their estimated arrival time. Miyabi listened as companions considered whether they would make it on time, balancing concerns with the need for rest. Mel expressed worry about her studies, while the group reassured her, sharing moments of gentle teasing and camaraderie. Eleanor reflected on her responsibilities as a noble, explaining her political duties and the structured life awaiting her in Angelum. She detailed how winter travel could impact studies, describing compensatory lessons and preparations for her return to formal education. Despite the rain, the group resolved to continue, knowing that the remaining journey required persistence and careful management of their time. Eleanor nervously asked Liz about future studies. Wanting to avoid falling behind, she offered to tutor Liz during travel. The lessons began immediately. Eleanor explained magical theory confidently, surprising Miyabi and Mel with her academic knowledge. Liz followed carefully and raised questions about magical affinity. Eleanor answered them seriously, pleased by her interest. Watching from nearby, Miyabi admitted he understood almost nothing. Laura appeared equally confused by the discussion. Laura noticed a book hanging from Miyabi's belt. Curious, she wondered why an adventurer carried such material. Opening the book, Laura discovered detailed magical notes and diagrams. Miyabi stared blankly, unable to understand them. Although impressed, Laura admitted she lacked the ability to teach advanced theory to a noble student. Laura observed Eleanor's enthusiasm and remarked that her dedication strongly resembled her mother, Risey's personality and habits. As the lesson continued, Eleanor gradually understood concepts that once seemed difficult. Her confidence noticeably increased afterward. Eleanor praised Liz's explanations. Learning that Liz was self-taught amazed everyone, earning admiration throughout the room. Eleanor explained she worked at the Adventurers Guild library, avoiding burdening Uncle Weiss with tuition fees. Miyabi and Mel admired her diligence. The group expressed amazement at Alicia's remarkable dedication and capabilities. Eleanor admitted she could only repeat learned theory. Liz listened, quietly impressed by her honest self-assessment. Outside, Mel sneezed in the rain. The group argued playfully over clothing and staying warm during showers. Rain continued unusually early for the season. Miyabi, Eleanor, and Mel noted the strange weather pattern with concern. A man arrived urgently, requesting an immediate meeting with the group to discuss unexpected developments in the region. He explained he had quickly traversed a nearby village to report pressing information. Everyone prepared to listen closely. A guild member reported that the village had endured non-stop rain for a week. Data from past 5 years confirmed anomalies. Eleanor checked records and realized the rainy season had arrived unusually early, confirming the village reports. The man warned of a more serious concern beyond the rain. Snow was approaching unexpectedly, creating potential danger for the region. The group studied maps of the mountains. Peaks around the capital were steep, creating natural barriers and dangerous travel conditions. Miyabi, Liz, and the others realized that their slow pace reduced chances of avoiding snowstorms during their journey. The leader decided Liz and Miyabi would ride in the carriage from tomorrow to prevent exhaustion and frostbite. Eleanor considered the plan carefully, aware that the higher altitude would mean lower temperatures and higher travel risk. The leader explained they must double their foot speed, sprinting for 8 hours each day to reach safety efficiently. He questioned whether Liz and Miyabi could keep up with such a grueling schedule, noting even enhanced equipment may not suffice. Liz admitted she could not sustain the pace, feeling overwhelmed by the physical demands of continuous travel. The leader shifted responsibility, assigning Liz to manage scouting while protecting the party from hazards and gathering intelligence. Day 7 began. The party prepared the carriage, horses, and equipment to navigate the treacherous mountain path carefully. Eleanor observed snowfall ahead, indicating that snowstorms were imminent. The team braced themselves for harsh conditions along the route. Miyabi cleared obstacles on the road, allowing the carriage to pass safely through rugged terrain without delays. The journey continued smoothly. Even rough paths felt manageable, and Mel suggested adjusting meals for higher energy needs. That night, Eleanor admired Miyabi's abilities. She acknowledged how essential he was for the group's travel and scouting success. Miyabi received praise for detecting enemies and distances accurately, demonstrating precise magical control that impressed even seasoned adventurers. Liz fell asleep quietly, leaving Miyabi to reflect on his unique skills and the responsibilities only he could fulfill. Eleanor pondered her own contributions, wondering what tasks only she could complete, contemplating her personal growth and potential. The team prepared for mountain travel. Snowstorms were expected ahead, and the party knew frostbite and cold posed significant risks. Miyabi worked inside the building renovation site. While organizing materials, he practiced inventory control by storing large quantities efficiently. Sid had helped nearby and attempted inventory training as well. His awkward behavior caused trouble, earning immediate criticism. After calming down, Sid explained he was training his inventory capacity. Miyabi listened while workers continued renovating. Sid had followed the special training routine Miyabi left behind. He worked hard, hoping to reach Miyabi's level. While continuing training alone, Sid had thought about Miyabi's journey. He hoped his master remained safe and successful. Elsewhere, Miyabi noticed Liz seemed unusual during their travels. Her expression appeared calm, but something felt different. Liz explained her condition was manageable. Riding inside the carriage reduced physical strain throughout the long journey. Miyabi remained concerned about Liz. He understood recent decisions were necessary, yet her lingering sadness became noticeable. Remembering earlier preparations, Miyabi reflected on Liz's dedication. She studied routes and monsters seriously before departure. Aneth, her companion, blamed Darte's leadership decisions for current problems. Miyabi realized those events deeply affected Liz's emotions. Darte called Miyabi and Liz outside. They approached cautiously, aware that important instructions or warnings were imminent. Darte explained the statue marked a border between territories. Miyabi and Liz examined the structure carefully. They looked beyond the marker. Snowy mountains appeared, revealing the royal capital just beyond the peaks. Liz noticed flying monsters approaching. She prepared her weapon while Miyabi and Darte stayed alert for danger. Liz cast the Ice Needle spell toward the attacking monsters, aiming precisely to protect the group from above. Miyabi observed the ice needles flying. Liz's magic dodged and struck the creatures, demonstrating her growing skill in combat. The monsters tried to evade, flapping violently. Liz adjusted her aim, ready to intercept further threats effectively. Liz confirmed she defeated the leader of the flying monsters. The remaining group scattered, securing a temporary safe distance. Liz reflected on the use of the elemental magic Ice Needle. She considered its effectiveness against airborne threats. Sid confirmed the attack was successful. Liz smiled, feeling reassured about her strategy and magic abilities while traveling with companions. The mage explained that Ice Needle normally travels straight. However, she noticed the projectiles changing direction unexpectedly mid-air. Liz revealed the technique relied on precise magic manipulation. She described it as advanced control rather than new magic. Fascinated by the explanation, the mage listened carefully. Liz explained that changing trajectories required extensive practice and concentration. Excited by the concept, the mage eagerly asked Liz for training. Liz agreed to teach her later. The group hoped favorable weather would continue. Their journey depended on clear skies during the coming days. Training began that evening. The mage struggled repeatedly, as her ice needles struck obstacles before reaching targets. Liz encouraged her and offered refreshments. She explained that every beginner faced similar difficulties during training. While resting, they enjoyed Miyabi's cookies. The break helped relieve tension and restore their energy. Their conversation shifted toward Miyabi. The mage recalled how his inventions and practical ideas constantly surprised everyone. She explained meeting Miyabi after he became lost near Angelum. That chance encounter eventually formed their party. Liz reflected on Chiffon's unusual fighting style. A rearguard mage flying alone seemed inefficient and unexpectedly risky. Liz asked about Chiffon's magical training. Chiffon admitted she focused more on magical knowledge than manipulation practice. Chiffon praised Liz's natural talent. She explained that magical ability often depended heavily on innate potential. Chiffon described 3 foundations of magic: magical power, practical skills, and theoretical understanding working together. She explained that magical power was largely determined at birth, unlike techniques and theories acquired later. Unable to increase her power significantly, Chiffon devoted herself to theory and precise magical control. Despite constant effort, naturally gifted individuals advanced faster. Chiffon felt the difference growing wider each year. Overwhelmed by frustration, Chiffon viewed herself as insignificant compared with talented mages surrounding her. After gathering herself, Chiffon resolved to keep moving forward and focus entirely on improving her abilities. Noticing Chiffon's struggle, Liz reached out gently. She requested Chiffon's hand, preparing to offer support. Liz placed her hand over Chiffon's and demonstrated a magical technique. She encouraged Chiffon to remember the sensation carefully. Liz explained that her father once taught her through the same method. The memory strengthened her confidence. Meanwhile, Miyabi arrived at the lodge looking exhausted. He searched for Darte with an important concern. Miyabi approached Darte's room. Determined to speak seriously, he prepared himself before entering the discussion. An elder greeted Miyabi instead. Darte was resting, forcing Miyabi to explain his concerns elsewhere. The elder offered herbal tea and listened patiently. Miyabi appreciated the opportunity to discuss the situation. Miyabi revealed that Liz had appeared depressed since traveling inside the carriage. The elder already noticed it. The elder explained that Liz openly displayed her emotions. Unfortunately, there was no simple solution available. Miyabi clarified that leadership decisions troubled him more than the carriage arrangement itself. He remained concerned for Liz. Miyabi questioned whether Liz's experience qualified her for leadership. He believed her abilities deserved greater recognition. The elder admitted feeling emotional, surprising Miyabi. He explained that witnessing Liz's growth had brought unexpected tears. He recalled memories of Liz as a child, reflecting on how much she had matured over the years. Miyabi apologized for bringing up concerns. The elder reminded him that discussing it now might worsen matters. The elder requested that Miyabi leave all leadership matters for Red Cliff to handle, emphasizing trust in his judgment. He entrusted Liz to Miyabi, instructing him to ensure she was never alone during the journey. Miyabi accepted the responsibility seriously, recognizing the importance of protecting and supporting Liz at all times. 2 days later, the group reached a new area. The elder and companions commented on Miyabi's attentiveness to Liz. Upon arrival, they observed the Valley of the Dragons. Miyabi marveled at the sight of dragons flying above. Liz explained that most dragons coexisted peacefully with humans. She cautioned that aggression increased during nesting season. Darte warned the party that the road was blocked for several months due to dragons' breeding grounds, requiring a detour. The group studied the map carefully. A detour existed around the mountain, though it would add days. Liz disliked the delay and pressed for alternatives. Everyone gathered around, searching for a faster solution. Dart proposed another route across the mountain. The unusual path immediately left several companions confused. They approached a steep rocky formation. The mountain appeared difficult to cross through ordinary travel methods. Soon, a massive tunnel appeared through solid rock. Miyabi immediately realized something about the situation seemed strange. The party discovered the tunnel was newly created. Some jokingly referred to its creator as the Power Shoveler. Following the passage, they entered vast limestone caverns. Underground rivers and stone formations stretched into the distance. While exploring deeper, the group admired the cavern's scale. The shortcut seemed safer than expected. Suddenly, Miyabi noticed unfamiliar objects above him. His expression changed as he sensed approaching danger. An attack erupted without warning. Darte ordered everyone to locate the enemy while Liz questioned how scouts missed it. Magic flows from palms as Chiffon demonstrates, guiding hands, sharing sensations, teaching mastery, and instilling skill, wonder, and understanding of magical principles. The group discovers a cavernous dragon valley, observing majestic dragons peacefully nesting. Cautious strategy, careful detours, teamwork, and cautious awe enveloping adventurers in thrilling, surreal landscapes. Miyabi watched in shock as a giant slime burst from the flooded ground. The creature emerged beside him unexpectedly. Remembering a previous underground battle, Miyabi realized the situation was similar. Water surrounded the area and limited movement. Miyabi examined the flooded pit carefully. He understood hidden monsters could be waiting beneath the water's surface nearby. Liz rushed forward immediately. She grabbed Miyabi and carried him away before the approaching slimes could surround them. A beastkin girl launched a swift attack. Her spinning strikes scattered several slimes and slowed their advance. The slimes regrouped quickly and attacked again. The beastkin warrior continued moving through them without stopping. Eleanor followed behind while supporting the group. She searched for an escape route through the dangerous cavern. The tunnel ahead was completely blocked by countless slimes. Eleanor realized there was no safe passage remaining. Without hesitation, the beastkin warrior charged directly into the swarm. Her attacks carved a path through enemies. She broke through the slime-filled tunnel and opened a route forward. Miyabi, Liz, and Eleanor followed safely behind. The beastkin warrior returned after opening a path. Eleanor watched closely while the group prepared for another attack. Miyabi identified the monsters as slimes. Their corrosive bodies could dissolve flesh and bone when contact lasted. Eleanor analyzed their weaknesses calmly. However, the crowded cavern and trapped carriage made defending everyone much harder. As slimes attacked again, Darte blocked them. Acid struck his arm, leaving a painful injury behind. Laura immediately began casting advanced healing magic. A large magical circle spread around the carriage and party. The healing spell restored Darte's damaged arm. Everyone watched carefully as Laura maintained the demanding magic. Laura concentrated deeply while continuing her spell. The group recognized the remarkable healing abilities of elven magic. Eleanor refused to remain passive. Seeing Darte injured strengthened her determination to help protect the party. She tightened her grip on her staff and gathered courage. Eleanor decided she would contribute to battle. With Laura healing and Darte defending, Eleanor stepped forward. The party regained confidence and prepared to advance. The cavern suddenly trembled. Eleanor watched in alarm as the ground beneath the carriage began rising unexpectedly upward. A massive structure emerged from below. The entire battlefield shifted as something enormous pushed through the cavern floor. Darte reacted immediately. He unleashed a powerful annihilation spell that swept across the cavern and engulfed every slime. After the attack ended, silence returned. Eleanor realized this overwhelming strength was what true rank adventurers possessed. Miyabi looked across the cavern in disbelief. Every visible slime had vanished, leaving the area completely cleared before anyone could relax. Liz noticed Darte weakening. The veteran warrior struggled to remain standing after battle. Laura approached calmly and observed Eleanor. She sensed potential within the young mage and decided to guide her. Laura placed a hand on Eleanor and shared her magical power. Eleanor felt an unfamiliar energy flowing through her. As the power resonated, Eleanor remembered Laura's teachings. Guidance and control were more important than raw magical strength. Eleanor recalled Laura's advice about precise magic inspired by those lessons. She prepared to master her abilities. Laura reminded Eleanor that powerful magic required knowledge and control. Eleanor listened carefully and considered every lesson. Laura challenged Eleanor to find another solution. Remembering the slime's nature, Eleanor searched for a smarter answer. Eleanor finally understood the weakness. If slimes entered through gaps, sealing every gap would stop them. Following Laura's guidance, Eleanor manipulated magical particles around her. She applied techniques learned during previous training. Despite the difficulty, Eleanor focused completely. She realized she could influence Laura's magic before activation. Laura released an advanced freezing spell. Eleanor assisted by directing the magic throughout the cavern efficiently. Darte immediately recognized the technique. The freezing magic resembled methods once used by Rise in battle, exhausted but determined. Eleanor watched the spell spread. Ice rapidly covered the battlefield from every direction. Miyabi stared in amazement. Every remaining slime became frozen solid, trapped between the cavern floor and ceiling. With the threat eliminated, the party advanced deeper. Miyabi noticed a distant light and asked Darte about it. Miyabi examined the distant opening carefully. Instead of crossing frozen terrain, he proposed creating a faster route. Using crafted metal pieces, Miyabi began designing special attachments. He carefully shaped each component for movement. After finishing the parts, Miyabi attached them beneath everyone's shoes. The group immediately tested the invention. The improvised skates worked perfectly. Miyabi proudly demonstrated smooth travel across the ice while everyone watched. With transportation solved, the party prepared to leave. Darte then adjusted the carriage for icy conditions. As they moved forward, Miyabi explained slime properties. Darte quickly stopped the discussion before it continued. The journey resumed without incident. The frozen cavern gradually gave way to a safer mountain passage. Once outside, Eleanor lowered her head. She felt responsible for the danger. The party experienced. Eleanor formally apologized for suggesting the shortcut. As mission commander, she accepted full responsibility for the situation. Laura rejected the apology gently. She reminded Eleanor that the decision was reasonable based on available information. Laura explained that the detour had been unavoidable. She praised Eleanor's quick thinking during the dangerous underground crisis. Liz reassured Eleanor warmly, since everyone survived and the mission continued, there was no reason for guilt. Laura offered further advice during their journey. She warned Eleanor that chasing perfection could become a burden. Before Eleanor could respond, Liz rushed over excitedly. She loudly celebrated Eleanor's recent growth as a mage. The praise continued relentlessly. Eleanor endured the attention while the others enthusiastically admired her achievements and progress. Darte suddenly revealed an important thought. He believed their adventuring group had been missing one essential member. Without hesitation, Darte lifted Liz into the air. He formally invited her to join Red Cliff and travel with them. A guild official investigated Miyabi's background and discovered no records existed. Reports from every branch confirmed the same result. He reviewed the kingdom's guild system carefully. Production, merchant, and adventurer guilds tracked nearly every citizen's career. The investigation continued without success. Every registration archive remained empty, making Miyabi's existence appear increasingly mysterious and unusual. Remembering influential nobles with widespread connections, the official suspected Miyabi might secretly be linked to espionage activities. Far away, Liz sat quietly beside a river. She recalled receiving an invitation from the famous Red Cliff party. Miyabi found Liz alone and noticed her troubled expression. He stayed nearby while she organized her thoughts. After observing her reaction, Miyabi realized something important was bothering Liz and encouraged her to explain everything. Liz revealed she had recently received another invitation to join the Red Cliff party and was uncertain. She explained they had recruited her before. Seeking independence, she declined, despite recognizing the opportunity's importance. Liz admitted lingering doubts remained. Joining could advance her career, yet she feared disappointing others and herself. Liz admitted she remained deeply conflicted. The Red Cliff invitation offered opportunities, but uncertainty continued troubling her. She revealed Red Cliff had invited Miyabi as well. Liz believed the party could greatly benefit him. Still unsure, Liz turned toward Miyabi and sought guidance, hoping he could help clarify her difficult decision. Miyabi hesitated briefly. He understood the weight of her choice and carefully considered how to respond. He admitted rankings and prestige mattered little to him. His answer failed to provide clear direction. Miyabi explained he only wanted Liz to enjoy adventuring comfortably while pursuing the goals she truly valued. He reminded her important decisions always carried uncertainty. Regret could appear, regardless of whichever path she selected. Miyabi explained future hardships might cause second thoughts, but endlessly dwelling on alternatives created greater regret. Instead, he encouraged Liz to choose her own future confidently and accept responsibility for that decision. Moved by Miyabi's support, Liz thanked him sincerely. Feeling reassured, she decided to think carefully before choosing. After their discussion, Miyabi and Liz returned to the restaurant. A maid accidentally dropped dishes while working. Miyabi offered help with cleaning and packing. He worried leftover food might attract dangerous monsters from nearby areas. Suddenly, a large bear appeared beside the tables. Everyone froze in shock as the unexpected visitor roared. The loud roar echoed across the mountains. Miyabi and the staff prepared themselves for possible danger. Instead of attacking, a colorful traveling troupe appeared. They introduced themselves as Brandel's Menagerie, famous performers nationwide. Their leader, Dominic, explained they followed a delicious scent and discovered the mountain restaurant by chance. Dominic recognized Dart of the Red Cliff party immediately. As an admirer, he expressed sincere respect and gratitude. Overcome with excitement, Dominic rushed forward seeking an autograph. His enthusiasm caused him to stumble dramatically. Darte quickly helped Dominic stand again. The ringmaster apologized while recovering from his embarrassing fall. Dominic explained the troupe needed assistance. Traveling toward Angelum, they had exhausted supplies and requested spare food. Dominic explained their supplies were ruined by heavy rain. The troupe had gone 4 days without proper food. The performers only needed enough provisions to reach a mountain village and restock their remaining supplies. Darte revealed Dragon Valley was closed during breeding season. Reaching the village required a lengthy detour instead. Liz proposed escorting them through the route she used earlier. but Darte immediately rejected the idea. The alternative path crossed dangerous slime-filled caves. Even experienced adventurers struggled to protect such a large group. Miyabi calculated their available food. Unfortunately, his storage contained far less than the troop required. Even giving away everything would not solve the problem. Most remaining supplies would spoil before long. Hearing this, Dominic became discouraged. The situation appeared hopeless as the troop awaited Miyabi's final decision. Miyabi then revealed preserved supplies, including cheese, nuts, jerky, and hardtack suitable for long journeys. Relieved, Dominic accepted the aid. Meanwhile, Lady Beldini requested Darte continue patrolling the area temporarily. Lady Beldini agreed the exhausted performers deserved rest. The troupe gratefully settled down while preparations continued nearby. Miyabi unpacked additional supplies he had prepared beforehand. His careful planning impressed everyone watching the situation unfold. While organizing equipment, Miyabi considered Liz's future. Joining Red Cliff seemed increasingly beneficial for her ambitions. The troop received food and supplies. Grateful for the assistance, they departed while promising to remember Miyabi's kindness. As everyone left, Miyabi noticed how well Liz and the others worked together during difficult situations. That evening, the group relaxed around a campfire. After a busy day, they finally enjoyed peace. Darte and his companions reflected on recent events. Their discussion gradually shifted toward Miyabi and Liz. They acknowledged Miyabi's unusual talents and reliability. Despite his appearance, he consistently exceeded expectations during missions. The group also recognized Liz's abilities. Her dedication and growth made her a valuable adventurer. After careful consideration, Darte concluded both Miyabi and Liz possessed qualities worthy of joining Red Cliff someday. Around the campfire, Darte reconsidered the invitation. After speaking with Miyabi and observing Liz, his opinion changed. Darte decided not to recruit Miyabi into Red Cliff. He believed stepping aside was ultimately best for Liz's future. Around a campfire, Tyson gathered with his companions. The discussion turned serious as old memories resurfaced about Liz's past. Tyson remembered events from 8 years earlier. He reflected on decisions that separated Rise from Liz permanently. Then, the group had always wanted Liz to live happily. They made a promise to protect her future. Tyson listened carefully while another companion questioned whether they truly understood Liz. After spending years beside her, the elder directed attention toward Liz's expressions. He believed her face revealed feelings everyone had overlooked recently. Thinking quietly beside the fire, Tyson recalled Liz's wish to join Red Cliff. Something still seemed wrong. The elder pointed out an important detail. Whenever only the group traveled together, Liz never seemed cheerful. Tyson and the elf companion were surprised. The elder's observations suddenly connected several moments they had ignored. The mood briefly lightened as they argued playfully. Then the elder challenged them to remember Liz smiling. Tyson finally understood the problem. Meanwhile, Liz appeared annoyed because leadership responsibilities constantly placed pressure upon her. Tyson remembered several moments from the journey. Liz constantly entrusted important matters to Miyabi and showed unusual concern. The elder's question echoed in Tyson's mind. He began reconsidering every expression Liz had shown recently. Suddenly, Tyson recalled seeing Liz smiling before. The forgotten memory struck him with surprising force that night. After reaching that realization, Tyson relaxed. He became convinced his worries about Liz were largely mistaken. Walking through the village, Tyson dismissed the claim completely. He believed Liz's happiness had simply gone unnoticed. The next morning, Tyson witnessed Liz greeting Miyabi warmly. Her bright expression immediately supported his new conclusion. Tyson froze in disbelief, while Liz noticed him nearby. The evidence before him became impossible to ignore. Escort mission day 11 began peacefully. Tyson and Liz crossed paths early while preparing for travel, as the convoy advanced toward the capital. Tyson monitored conditions carefully. The journey remained smooth and manageable. Miyabi used his crafting abilities to create warm clothing. Shortly afterward, he suggested taking a brief rest. Miyabi noticed the mountain cold affecting the group. Using his crafting skills, he prepared warm cushions and supplies. The comfortable equipment attracted immediate attention. Several companions rushed toward Miyabi, hoping to receive the new items. Liz accepted the help gratefully. Her cheerful smile appeared naturally, revealing how much the thoughtful gesture meant. The elder pointed toward Liz triumphantly. Tyson stood speechless after witnessing the bright smile for himself today. Wrapped tightly in warm clothing, Liz looked slightly embarrassed. The extra attention left her unsure how to react. The group continued teasing each other playfully. Meanwhile, the new clothing proved effective against the mountain weather. Tyson desperately insisted everything was coincidence. Deep down, however, he already knew the truth about Liz. Remembering their old promise, Tyson felt relieved. Liz's genuine happiness was exactly what they wanted to protect. As the convoy advanced deeper into the mountains, light snow began falling around the narrow canyon path. The travelers stopped and surveyed their surroundings carefully. Tyson sensed changing conditions ahead and prepared for danger. The travelers prepared to stop for the day. Snow had piled quickly, and Miyabi began arranging their temporary campsite. Tyson decided the group could continue. He believed they should advance now before snow made progress more difficult later. Liz analyzed the terrain. She calculated that 3 more hours of travel would reach a safer area near the cliff. Liz spoke up, suggesting a stop for the night. She worried about safety and worsening weather conditions. Visibility and footing deteriorated as darkness approached. Liz emphasized danger from potential monsters and exhaustion caused by running in cold. Tyson hesitated over last-minute changes. Liz insisted, showing concern for both the animals and companions left behind. Liz explained waiting would force them to traverse deeper snow tomorrow, doubling the travel difficulty. Tyson reluctantly accepted her reasoning. She reminded them that Miyabi's abilities made the plan safer. His skill could manage obstacles while they progressed efficiently. Day 12 began. The travelers carefully evaluated the snow, maintaining pace, while ensuring they stayed safe on the mountain path. Approaching the end of the snowy section, Liz and Tyson observed their surroundings. Progress seemed manageable, but vigilance remained critical. After seeing their steady progress, Liz wondered whether her decision had been correct. Tyson reassured her without hesitation. Relieved by Tyson's approval, Liz smiled brightly. Her confidence returned as the group continued advancing through the mountains. Tyson quietly watched the others. He reflected on recent events and carefully considered the reason behind Liz's happiness. As Miyabi carried Liz through the snow, Tyson finally noticed the warmth between them and understood more. Tyson questioned his own assumptions. He wondered whether Liz had simply wanted recognition or something far deeper. That evening, Tyson gathered Laura and the elder. He believed the 3 of them needed a serious discussion. During their conversation, they reflected on Rise. Everyone agreed he had been Red Cliff's guiding force. They remembered their younger days. Tyson matured slowly, Laura followed troublemakers, and Rise united their fractured group. After Rise disappeared, Liz became the precious responsibility he left behind. The group dedicated themselves to protecting her. Watching Liz's joyful smile at last, Tyson realized his mistake. Her happiness had already been right before him. Laura wiped tears, overwhelmed by gratitude. She reflected on the journey and the precious friends surrounding her. The group sat together quietly. They considered how best to care for and support Liz in the future. Mel handed over the plate with her leftover food. Miyabi watched quietly, impressed by her stamina and focus during the meal. The group sat together, enjoying a feast. Mel ate heartily while Miyabi considered the energy demands for their journey ahead. Miyabi chewed thoughtfully, observing Mel quietly finishing her food. Everyone else ate without comment, the calm moment stretching comfortably between them. Tyson mentioned something off-screen, prompting subtle reactions. Miyabi tried to understand the situation, noting Darte's unusual quiet demeanor nearby. Miyabi realized Darte seemed calmer now. He reflected on the snowy encounter from before, sensing the tension had eased slowly among companions. The party continued their journey. Miyabi nearly stumbled on a steep trail, while others navigated the strenuous path through snow and rocks. By nightfall, the party reached the royal capital. Miyabi and companions gazed at the vast city below, relieved to finally arrive. Eleanor panicked slightly, overwhelmed by the sudden arrival. She froze momentarily, uncertain how to proceed in the bustling capital. Miyabi sipped a drink, reflecting on their next steps. Eleanor's tension lingered, but the team prepared to address the challenges before them. Miyabi considered their purpose in the capital. Proving usefulness to the Duke remained crucial, ensuring the mission's success and their continued safety. Miyabi reflected on the group's journey, considering that usefulness could be subjective, and the Duke would ultimately decide. Eleanor expressed worry about her contribution. Miyabi reassured her internally, recalling her clever ideas that saved time during the mission. The group remembered the slime attack. Miyabi thought how their combined efforts allowed them to navigate dangers and survive challenges successfully. Miyabi rubbed his head tiredly. Eleanor mentioned Lady Chiffon's advice, reminding him that others recognized their contributions despite self-doubt. Eleanor realized she constantly criticized herself. Miyabi noticed her pattern, understanding how harsh self-judgment clouded her perception of her own abilities. Miyabi recalled previous warnings and signs he overlooked. Hindsight made him consider how careful evaluation might have avoided minor mistakes along the journey. Eleanor questioned if striving for perfection was wrong. Miyabi listened, thinking about the importance of balance and self-compassion in their adventures. She reflected on Lady Chiffon's words about focusing on faults. Miyabi understood the danger of obsession with perfection preventing satisfaction. The rooftop was cold and harsh. Both Miyabi and Eleanor braced against the wind, contemplating how their earnestness sometimes caused unnecessary stress. Miyabi encouraged Eleanor to recognize her strengths. She admitted enjoying studying, revealing a personal passion, and slowly accepting her own worth without judgment. Miyabi began a lecture on self-esteem. Eleanor listened uncertainly, unsure what to expect from the sudden lesson. Miyabi encouraged Eleanor to praise herself. She struggled to think of anything, feeling overwhelmed by the request. He whispered advice to Eleanor, explaining the importance of trust and careful observation in personal growth. Miyabi guided Eleanor to affirm her strengths. They practiced together, emphasizing confidence and confronting challenges with courage. Eleanor's voice grew stronger. Miyabi watched proudly as she embraced her passion for studying, overcoming initial hesitation. The echoes of their practice reached unexpected listeners. Eleanor and Miyabi realized how loudly she expressed her enthusiasm. Miyabi noticed Eleanor's renewed happiness. Her mood visibly improved as the lesson and affirmations boosted her confidence. Eleanor contemplated her own abilities and potential. She questioned herself quietly, considering how far she had grown since the start. The royal capital loomed ahead. Both reflected on their journey, proud of surviving challenges and achieving small victories together. An official welcomed them to the city. Miyabi and Eleanor acknowledged their efforts, ready to continue the mission with renewed resolve. Miyabi and companions walked toward the palace gate. Eleanor looked apprehensive, sensing the gravity of the conversation awaiting them. A figure formally asked Eleanor for her answer. Miyabi stood behind her, offering silent support as the request for commitment hung in the air. Eleanor reflected on recent days. She considered what she wanted in life, and how she wished to shape her future independently. She acknowledged Laura's guidance in combat. Eleanor felt gratitude for the lessons that helped her fight with confidence like her father. Eleanor remembered casting the advanced spell alongside companions. That memory gave her pride, cementing a sense of accomplishment and capability. Conflicted, Eleanor admitted she could not stomach being a mere stand-in. She felt a need to assert her own choices. Eleanor determined to follow her own path. She resolved to develop her magic and skills independently, proving her worth through action. She held Miyabi's hand, emphasizing solidarity. Together, they reaffirmed their decision to refuse joining Red Cliff, standing firm in unity. Eleanor apologized for getting carried away. The group laughed lightly, easing tension, acknowledging that unusual ideas sometimes led to growth. The party exchanged farewells. Miyabi and Eleanor prepared to move forward, aware the Adventurers Guild would handle remaining formalities. Miyabi and Eleanor approached the palace gates. Their expressions were serious, aware of the responsibilities awaiting them. The Duke considered their report and performance. Miyabi and Eleanor listened intently, understanding that the final decision rested with him. He complimented their teamwork. Miyabi and Eleanor felt recognized for their effort and commitment throughout the journey. Laura emphasized the importance of maintaining balance in a party. Strategic planning remained crucial to ensure mission success. The group waved goodbye. Their expressions reflected camaraderie, acknowledging that their partnership had strengthened through trials. Eleanor smiled warmly. She felt pride and relief, reassured that their contributions were appreciated by allies and mentors alike. They walked together confidently. Miyabi stayed close to Eleanor, ensuring support as they prepared for future challenges ahead. Eleanor noted her previous lack of acquaintance with Red Cliff. She realized the journey had given her valuable experience. Eleanor contemplated the complexity of adult responsibilities. She recognized the challenges of balancing her duties and personal growth. She reflected on parenthood and the weight of expectations. Eleanor absorbed the lesson, considering how to approach her role wisely. Miyabi, Liz, and the others prepared to explore the royal capital, eager to enjoy architecture and sightseeing opportunities together. Miyabi appears concerned while a noblewoman requests a small favor, hinting at upcoming duties that may complicate their visit. Birds fly over the snowy landscape, signaling a transition in scenery and introducing a serene moment in their journey. A nobleman watches the city below carefully, contemplating Miyabi's movements and intentions, showing political awareness and concern for security. He reports to his superior about Miyabi, detailing how thorough investigations revealed no prior existence or records, leaving officials confused. Officials discuss Miyabi's rarity as a crafter registering with the Adventurers Guild, highlighting the unusual circumstances of his skills and status. They consider potential risks, including espionage, but acknowledge Miyabi's honesty, diligence, and work ethic, leaving them uncertain yet impressed by him. The nobles laugh and comment on Miyabi's unconventional approach, contrasting with formal reasoning and revealing their amusement at his cleverness. They debate Miyabi's analysis skills and approach to Master Weiss, noting he didn't consider other influential factors, emphasizing his practical focus. Despite differing opinions, the nobles agree Miyabi values earnestness and hard work above all, concluding his motivations are pure and trustworthy. A young adventurer expresses self-doubt. Miyabi reassures. Debate over contributions sparks laughter, introspection, teamwork, and personal growth. Liz, Miyabi, and companions practice self-esteem, affirm strengths, comedic misunderstandings, discovering love for studying, personal confidence, playful encouragement, emotional support emerges. Group enjoys walking in the capital, observing architecture, gentle conversation, favors requested, camaraderie, strengthens, distant city overview, birds in flight, reflective atmosphere. Authorities discuss Miyabi's abilities, evaluating credentials, government officials, debate credibility, crafting class observations, potential foreign espionage, considered, careful deliberation, strategic planning, societal hierarchy revealed. Characters reflect on past actions, gratitude and mentorship, self-discovery, personal growth, decision to reject joining Red Cliff, resolve strengthened, emotional farewells, new paths ahead. Miyabi arrived at the grand estate, carrying his journal. Alicia, attentive and composed, watched as he prepared to write. Alicia reminded him to rest, warning that the first day's errands might be too exhausting. Miyabi remained determined to proceed. Miyabi paused, considering the concern for his well-being. He acknowledged Alicia's advice, but continued planning his immediate activities without hesitation. Alicia observed silently, realizing Miyabi's focus would not be deterred. She noted that he intended to write in his journal regardless. The maids moved efficiently around the hall. Alicia confirmed Miyabi's safe return from his small tasks outside the main estate. From the main gate, Miyabi observed the estate's vast architecture. He felt satisfaction at the stability and order around him. Miyabi reunited with Liz and companions outside the estate. They reflected briefly on the helpers and Mel, who was already gone. The group discussed celebrating after completing their tasks. Liz expressed disappointment over missing a proper wrap-up gathering for their efforts. Miyabi reacted quickly to prevent Liz from rushing off. They debated the risks of pursuing Mel alone, considering her keen senses. They arrived in the bustling town, preparing a simple lure. The group planned carefully, hoping to find Mel without drawing attention. Miyabi held a freshly filled mug, feeling satisfaction. The ruined castle in the distance reminded him of challenges completed. Liz, Mel, and Miyabi raised their drinks together. They celebrated the escort mission's successful completion to the capital. Mel stared at the feast in awe, amazed by the abundance. The table overflowed with dishes, making everyone's mouths water. Miyabi confirmed everyone could take their share. Mel quietly hoarded food, while the others watched carefully, laughing at her behaviors. Skewered meats were carried around with excitement. The feast officially began, and the companions eagerly dug into their well-earned meal. Mel looked around at the cute decorations. The atmosphere was cheerful, and everyone relaxed, enjoying the light-hearted break. The group asked Mel for her opinion. She hesitated, then admitted she liked the chosen place, showing gratitude for their effort. Liz reminded Mel that she had liked cute things for a long time. They reflected on how long they had known her. Mel handed Miyabi a knife, surprising him. She had grown up alone and had learned to take care of herself early. Miyabi considered the hardships Mel faced. Though small, she was capable, and he respected her independence and perseverance in every way. While discussing Mel's past, Miyabi learned she advanced quickly as an adventurer. Their paths rarely crossed despite years. Liz explained that Mel often received noble-sponsored assignments. Her reputation continued growing, placing her among respected adventurers. The conversation shifted toward forming a new party. Mel listened quietly while Miyabi considered possible companions and roles. Suddenly, Mel was nominated as their vanguard. Miyabi reacted with complete shock while Liz found the suggestion amusing. Mel calmly silenced the commotion. She asked practical questions, forcing Miyabi and Liz to focus seriously instead. Gathering his courage, Miyabi directly asked Mel to stay with their group and continue traveling beside them. Mel carefully considered the proposal. Miyabi and Liz waited anxiously, watching every expression for signs of acceptance. Mel asked whether they would continue sharing requests, adventures, and daily life. Miyabi eagerly agreed without hesitation. Standing beneath the moonlit window, Mel admitted she did not dislike Miyabi and Liz. Their sincerity reached her. Mel declared that her choices belonged to her alone. She would decide where to fight, rest, and live. Mel firmly explained that her freedom was non-negotiable. Miyabi listened carefully, realizing he could not change her principles. Miyabi quickly accepted her decision. He admitted he became excited because he genuinely wanted Mel to travel alongside them. As Mel walked away, several adventurers called out to her. Their familiarity showed how widely respected she was. Mel glanced back with a small smile. The reaction surprised Miyabi, who rarely saw her express warmth openly. Mel casually revealed she would return to Lady Chiffon's place. Miyabi and Liz were surprised by her plans. Alicia happily welcomed the news that Mel joined them. She believed sightseeing would be more enjoyable together. The group boarded a carriage and departed. Alicia treated the outing like a reward after recent responsibilities. During the ride, Alicia thanked Miyabi and Liz for helping her throughout the journey. Both felt embarrassed. The carriage stopped in the city center. Alicia explained she finally had time to explore places she missed. Miyabi and Liz stared at a magnificent cathedral towering above them. The grand architecture left both completely astonished. The group arrived at the Holy Parastella Church. Alicia explained this temple was a must-visit landmark in the capital. Inside the church, they observed a formal class appraisal ceremony. Miyabi and Liz watched carefully, intrigued by the process. Alicia explained how classes subdivided beyond combat and production. Miyabi learned that skills, inventory, and roles were further detailed. Miyabi observed a magical appraisal stone. Each child inherited class-based abilities from their parents automatically as they matured. Liz mentioned that early appraisals prepared parents for their children's futures. Lineage typically determined whether a child became swordsman or wizard. Miyabi was amused at how casually city adventurers treated class appraisals. Tourists also bought sealed documents as souvenirs. Alicia offered a small gift for Chiffon upon arrival. The gesture showed thoughtfulness and added charm to the sightseeing trip. The companions proceeded through the church with curiosity. They marveled at the architecture while considering the appraisal's significance. Alicia guided the group toward the appraisal area, pointing out those without class documentation. Miyabi and Liz stayed attentive, learning quietly. When Miyabi was born, a crimson light filled the temple. Priests declared the child blessed with unusual potential and fortune. The gathered adults admired the newborn's power. Miyabi's parents felt relieved, believing his future would be secure and bright. Years later, Miyabi arrived for class appraisal. The kingdom taught that powerful combat classes guaranteed status, wealth, respect, and success. Alongside other youths, Miyabi entered the grand hall. Priests prepared the sacred ceremony that would reveal everyone's destiny. The priest explained that classes were gifts from the 12 goddesses. Every participant waited nervously for their result. A girl stepped forward first. After touching the pedestal, a purple mark appeared, proving she possessed magician abilities. While others celebrated her result, the girl wondered about Miyabi. His unusual talents seemed capable of creating almost anything. Miyabi placed his hands upon the pedestal, expecting tremendous magical power. Everyone watched carefully as the ceremony continued. Suddenly, an overwhelming light exploded throughout the cathedral. The brilliance spread across the hall, shocking every witness present. Outside, people noticed the flash from afar. Miyabi staggered in confusion, struggling to understand what had just happened. The priests were shocked at Miyabi's reading. His magical power exceeded expectations, leaving the temple staff confused and astonished. Miyabi placed his hands again. The radiant light continued, overwhelming the hall and startling everyone present during the ceremony. The head priest finally spoke, reluctantly assigning Miyabi a crafter class. His massive magical potential seemed almost wasted in crafting. Miyabi left the hall, confused. Liz followed, her expression uncertain, silently questioning the results and their implications for his journey. Liz displayed frustration quietly. Miyabi noticed, realizing that her reaction was unusual, hinting at deeper feelings or hidden concern. Other companions discussed Miyabi's overwhelming power. They noticed something extraordinary, recalling the earlier light and how different he seemed. The head priest explained prior expectations. Despite 50 years of experience, even royal appraisals never revealed magic like Miyabi's before. Miyabi reflected alone by the sea. He felt greedy, letting his guard down, surprised by the event's intensity and the light. He considered his VRMO past. Hard work, grinding, and creating skills now seemed connected to the magical abilities he displayed in this world. Miyabi accepted his situation. Though shocked by the overwhelming magical revelation, he resolved to continue growing, using his talent to craft and create. Miyabi and Liz admired the ocean together. Liz revealed she rarely left the capital, making the sight especially meaningful. While answering Liz's questions, Miyabi carefully hid the truth about his origins. He worried about maintaining believable explanations. Their group overlooked the city below, discussion shifted toward past disasters that had damaged Angelum years earlier. Mel explained that magical barriers protected much of the capital. Without them, the destruction would have been far worse. The companions learned how court mages defended vast regions. Even so, rebuilding beyond the outer walls remained incomplete. Curious about the neglected districts, Miyabi suggested investigating. The group quietly decided to explore the affected area. Upon arrival, they witnessed a merchant insulting a young vendor. The atmosphere immediately became tense and uncomfortable. The arrogant merchant boasted about serving nobles. He treated poorer residents with contempt, drawing attention from nearby crowds. The young vendor defended her right to operate. Miyabi stepped forward after seeing the unfair treatment continue. The confrontation escalated when large men approached the girl. Liz immediately reacted, determined to stop the intimidation. Liz stepped forward and demanded the merchant release the girl. She tried resolving the dispute peacefully before violence erupted. Before the situation worsened, Alicia arrived. Her calm presence immediately shifted attention, causing both sides to hesitate. One thug attacked Liz without warning. She remained composed, calculating the threat while preparing to defend herself. Alicia suddenly moved. Her graceful motion stunned everyone as she intercepted the attack before it could reach Liz. The thug crashed onto the ground. Alicia stood firmly over him, revealing herself as Liz's personal knight. The arrogant merchant froze in shock. Alicia casually examined the nearby vegetables, ignoring the commotion entirely. Observing Alicia's elegance and confidence, the merchant assumed she belonged to a powerful noble family. Alicia requested to purchase the vendor's entire stock. The young girl could hardly believe her ears. When the merchant mocked the vegetables again, Alicia calmly questioned judging value solely through outward appearance. Alicia praised the produce and presentation. Her refined opinion embarrassed the merchant while encouraging the struggling vendor. The merchant returned, shouting and threatening the girl. His anger revealed his entitlement and disbelief at being challenged. Alicia stood over the defeated crowd, commanding attention. She ignored their yelling and maintained a composed, authoritative posture. Liz thanked Alicia. The personal knight had resolved the situation before any serious injury could occur. Alicia calmly explained she had not intervened for Liz's sake, only maintaining control over the conflict efficiently. From above, the group observed the market scene. Alicia walked away, showing confidence and leaving the situation fully under control. The young vendor expressed gratitude for the protection. Alicia remained composed, indicating that no one should misunderstand her intentions. The vendor explained her choice to sell the vegetables. Alicia listened attentively, noticing their unique qualities despite ordinary appearances. Alicia examined the carrots closely. Their aroma and sweetness impressed her, highlighting the value of careful selection. Miyabi deduced they were snow carrots. Liz listened intently, intrigued by the correlation between environment and crop flavor. Discussion turned toward adapting crops in Angelum. The group considered whether similar agricultural techniques could replicate these results in their climate. The vendor revealed her daughter lived in Angelum. The unexpected connection delighted Miyabi and brought comfort to her. The group examined the enormous carrot supply. Alicia admitted she had purchased far more than necessary. While everyone considered the problem, Alicia suddenly proposed a destination where large quantities of vegetables were needed. Alicia excitedly explained her idea. The location was nearby, crowded, and capable of consuming the entire harvest. The destination turned out to be the royal palace. Miyabi immediately worried about becoming involved with royalty again. Inside the palace, a young noble noticed a carriage approaching. Curious, he watched the visitors from above. Alicia confidently led the group forward. Meanwhile, the others exchanged nervous looks, uncertain about what awaited them inside. Chiffon rested inside the royal capital, remembering recent events. Despite her calm appearance, Miyabi's upcoming appraisal occupied her thoughts constantly. After arriving at the capital, Chiffon recorded the day's plans. The Red Cliff team prepared Miyabi's formal class appraisal. Reports about Miyabi's extraordinary abilities reached noble officials. Chiffon noticed unusual caution surrounding the appraisal process immediately. While considering her father's teachings, Chiffon understood that talent alone could not explain everything about Miyabi's achievements. Chiffon accepted her individuality. She decided her judgments would be her own, separate from her father's influence entirely. Hearing news involving Miyabi, Chiffon moved through the castle. Others called after her, surprised by her urgency. Castle staff discussed produce deliveries from Miyabi's group. They worried ordinary servants could not manage everything properly. Large quantities of carrots suddenly appeared, astonishing everyone nearby. The unexpected delivery created confusion throughout the castle. A young noble recognized Chiffon immediately. His cheerful reaction confirmed that her presence had been greatly anticipated. As introductions began, Miyabi and his companions observed quietly. Chiffon's energetic arrival changed the atmosphere within the castle. Chiffon formally introduced Cress Fortia. The gathered adventurers were stunned after learning he was both her fiancé and royalty. Miyabi and his companions waited inside a luxurious room. Despite the elegant surroundings, they tried remaining calm. Cress apologized for the unexpected meeting. Chiffon listened quietly while he regretted not preparing sweets for her. The prince focused entirely on Chiffon's happiness. Their affectionate behavior left nearby observers confused and uncertain. Liz and Miyabi felt overwhelmed by the royal atmosphere. They questioned whether ordinary adventurers truly belonged there. Remembering his guests, Cress shifted attention toward Miyabi, Liz, and Mel. Chiffon assisted with proper introductions. The group explained their carrot gift and discussed earlier events. Cress praised them for their youth and accomplishments. Miyabi described transporting supplies through his inventory. Curious, Cress asked whether Miyabi worked in production-related fields. To everyone's surprise, Cress revealed that he was also a crafter. The announcement shocked the entire group. Miyabi and his companions struggled to believe it. Chiffon remained composed as another connection between them emerged. Miyabi and Cress discussed sensitive topics delicately. Liz listened carefully while the group adjusted to the difficult conversation. Chiffon recalled a previous discussion in the cathedral about inherited magical affinities. Liz realized such traits passed down families. Cress reflected on nobility's responsibilities. Leadership during crises required careful attention to prevent bloodshed and maintain stability within the kingdom. The words of the first king emphasized that combat classes dominated noble society. Class and birth dictated societal expectations strongly. Liz struggled to understand how the prince became a crafter, despite these strict noble traditions. The group quietly pondered implications. Miyabi acknowledged Cress's awareness of noble conventions. He explained he did not display his abilities publicly, but never hid them completely. Chiffon asked about a cushion Miyabi crafted earlier. Its quality and warmth surprised both Liz and Cress, demonstrating his skill. Cress realized Miyabi's crafting expertise was exceptional, while he had never practiced personally. He appreciated the potential for creating beautiful items. Miyabi encouraged Cress to try crafting. Chiffon observed the exchange closely, impressed by their growing bond and mutual admiration. Chiffon demanded Miyabi promise to stop being harsh on himself. Her sincerity moved everyone, reinforcing trust and friendship among the group. Miyabi accepted Chiffon's words sincerely. Remembering Karen's similar advice, he reflected on his tendency to judge himself harshly. Cress admitted, feeling discouraged by society's treatment of crafters. Miyabi argued crafting should focus on enjoyment, rather than status. Miyabi suggested a simple solution. He encouraged Cress to begin crafting by making a personal gift for Chiffon. Building on the idea, Miyabi explained that creating something meaningful for a loved one often made crafting enjoyable. Cress considered the suggestion carefully. After hearing Chiffon's past complaint about cold legs, inspiration finally arrived. The group quickly agreed on the plan. Miyabi enthusiastically pushed everyone to begin working, without further delay. An hour later, Cress's first attempt produced a tangled mess of yarn. The failed result surprised everyone. Miyabi completed a beautiful blanket with ease. Cress compared it to his own creation and felt astonished. Examining the blanket closely, Cress admired the embroidery and craftsmanship. The quality made him feel slightly embarrassed. Miyabi analyzed the failed project and suggested skill levels might affect results. Cress reluctantly accepted starting from basics. Miyabi introduced crafting class skills to Cress. 3 main skills: cooking, crafting, and handcrafts. Each offered unique ways to create useful items. Miyabi guided Cress to improve his handcraft skill. Cress realized prior attempts were premature, while Miyabi emphasized consistent practice and patience. Cress struggled with the difficulty of handcrafts. He tried to combine stitches and magic simultaneously, overwhelming his mind completely. Miyabi reassured Cress that missing stitches could be corrected. He encouraged perseverance, showing that even imperfect work could improve with effort. Cress became emotionally frustrated. He could not imagine giving a flawed blanket to Chiffon and felt devastated by his own perceived failure. Cress apologized repeatedly. Miyabi gently guided him, explaining that mistakes are part of the learning process and skill refinement. Chiffon smiled and encouraged Cress to handle the lap blanket gently. Her calm and patient demeanor inspired him to continue. Cress realized quality was not about perfection. Chiffon valued thought and care over flawless execution, teaching him a new perspective on crafting. Chiffon emphasized that the blanket did not need to be perfect. Effort, sincerity, and care mattered more than professional-level quality. Cress's eyes filled with tears. He understood Chiffon's lesson and resolved to create his very first meaningful handmade gift for her. Cress cried while apologizing to Chiffon. She comforted him gently, showing care and reassuring him. There was no need for tears. Cress finally completed his lap blanket. He felt a mix of relief and pride after his first successful handmade creation. Chiffon praised Cress's work. Miyabi acknowledged that the blanket now had a recognizable shape, and Cress felt a sense of accomplishment. Cress admitted he had fun despite the difficulty. Miyabi was surprised and asked if Cress would like to continue crafting more. Cress requested another crafting session. He expressed curiosity about learning more, wanting to continue improving his skills with Miyabi's guidance. Miyabi agreed happily, telling Cress he did not need formalities. He asked Cress to call him by his first name. Chiffon walked away silently, reflecting on the day. She felt it was a shame to end the moment, wanting more time together. Chiffon thought the day had been ideal. She cherished the time spent freely with the people she loved, away from societal expectations. Chiffon expressed gratitude for the adventurers' help. She reflected on the day's events, knowing they would likely never meet again. During their carriage ride, Chiffon thanked the group and apologized for taking so long. Cress and Miyabi discussed where to stop for the night. Prince Cress smiles warmly, introducing himself while shocked companions react, surprised by his status as a crafting class prince. Sitting elegantly, Cress apologizes to Chiffon, explaining he prepared sweets, showing care, concern, and polite royal manners, calming nerves. Cress and Chiffon discuss magical class expectations, explaining noble combat preference, surprising companions, revealing strict societal inheritance rules, and magical class traditions. The group debates crafting versus combat classes, revealing Prince Cress secretly excels in crafting, eliciting disbelief and admiration from his companions. Demonstrating crafting skills, Cress struggles yet perseveres, producing intricate works, emphasizing dedication, patience, and unexpected talent despite societal norms against royalty practicing crafts. Lady Chiffon arrived safely in the capital, completing her mission with all reports confirmed and nothing amiss. Miyabi noticed a man smoking outside the estate. The habit surprised him since the man previously claimed to have quit. The man explained it was a mere change of pace. Chiffon observed him quietly, noting his odd behavior regarding Miyabi. Chiffon carefully reviewed the full mission report. She found no errors and prepared it to send to the Duke's estate. The man decided to personally deliver the report himself. Chiffon silently wondered about his immense free time and unexpected attentiveness. Chiffon considered inviting him to share a meal together. She reflected on his unusual actions and the curiosity it sparked. That night, the party set up camp under a starry sky. Miyabi and the companions rested after the day's long travel. They arrived at a large, elegant estate. Chiffon showed the group to their rooms and ensured their comfort for the night. The servants quickly prepared the group, providing new garments and handling chores to make their stay smooth and organized. Everyone gathered for dinner. Miyabi, Liz, and others shared a meal together, enjoying food and planning for the coming adventures. Chiffon rested her eyes for a moment, the estate stretching silently beneath the night sky, calm and imposing in the moonlight. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Chiffon reacted with alarm as unexpected intrusions disrupted the evening, shattering the quiet of the estate grounds. Inside the rooms, servants and adventurers argued about protocol. One complained about unnecessary bowing and imposed rules, challenging the strict etiquette. Frustration flared. Some envied Chiffon's authority, claiming she obtained leadership without qualifications. Others expressed disbelief at her influence over the group. Miyabi observed the chaos, realizing that their mission had been complicated by reckless actions. Comrades' contributions inadvertently endangered Chiffon during skirmishes outside. Tensions escalated. One adventurer openly declared another unfit for the job, emphasizing their lack of skill despite prior efforts in combat. The argument continued into the night. Exhaustion showed, but Chiffon remained calm, letting her companions voice complaints while she assessed the situation. Meanwhile, some attendants peered curiously from nearby quarters, noticing the uproar and commenting quietly about how difficult Chiffon's leadership could be. A young companion knocked at a door, greeting another with innocence and curiosity, trying to understand the sudden commotion and find comfort. Mel discovered a small problem. Teru was without clothes. She handed him a garment, quietly correcting minor mishaps while the night unfolded around them. Miyabi learned Mel had visited Chiffon's room earlier. Sensing jealousy, he redirected her attention toward designing plushy clothes. Mel eagerly requested more outfits, amused. Miyabi accepted the challenge and began considering materials, patterns, and possible designs. Opening his crafting interface, Miyabi searched available recipes. He quickly realized plushy clothing lacked any prepared crafting templates. Miyabi explained that manual crafting created new recipes. Once registered, identical items could be reproduced, repeatedly without difficulty. Reviewing old data from Dream World, Miyabi discovered limited clothing options. The original system contained surprisingly few designs. Remembering past frustrations, Miyabi blamed the developers for restrictive crafting mechanics. Even simple customization often produced disappointing results. Mel interrupted his thoughts before they wandered further. She reminded him that overthinking would not solve tonight's problem. Elsewhere, Liz finally reached her room. Exhausted from recent events, she collapsed onto the bed and rested. While relaxing alone, Liz reflected on her journey. Meeting nobles, receiving appraisals, and exploring the estate felt unreal. A servant later approached Liz with news. Chiffon requested everyone remain longer, and an important discussion awaited them. Liz learned that a prince, engaged to a duke's daughter, was also a skilled crafter. The revelation surprised her. Late at night, Liz examined her guest room. She wondered if all events were coincidental, but dismissed overthinking as sleep approached. Morning arrived quietly. Miyabi began a walk across the estate, enjoying the cool and refreshing air, reflecting on the day ahead. The estate's courtyard basked in sunlight. Miyabi admired the sprawling architecture and carefully maintained gardens, appreciating the peaceful setting. Unexpected interruptions occurred. Liz questioned how Miyabi had managed sleeping arrangements. Small confusion arose over whose bed belonged to whom. Miyabi and Liz examined the mattresses together. Softness, firmness, and material quality were discussed, noting even minor differences from usual accommodations. They compared craftsmanship details, cotton smoothness, duvet thickness, and futon construction. Customization for a duke's villa impressed them both. Despite quality, they noted something missing. The comfort didn't feel quite right, prompting further inspection and subtle reflection. Other companions observed quietly from nearby, watching interactions without interfering. The morning routines continued around the estate's large halls. Chiffon's instructions still lingered in their minds. Everyone prepared for the day ahead, aware that careful planning and observation remained important. Miyabi prepared to leave the estate and explore the city. Liz, Mel, and Chiffon watched as he cheerfully waved goodbye. The group thanked their hosts for the hospitality. Although welcomed warmly, they felt it was time to move forward. Before departing, a young prince hurried outside to meet Miyabi. He expressed gratitude and promised to return later. The prince avoided several guards and approached Miyabi privately. He claimed there was something important he wished to show. Miyabi followed him into a large room filled with fabric, yarn, and crafting materials. The unexpected sight shocked him. The prince explained that he had requested supplies for a personal project. The delivery greatly exceeded expectations. With determination, the prince admitted he wanted to create something truly beautiful for Chiffon using his own hands. Embarrassed but sincere, he begged Miyabi for guidance. His feelings were genuine, and he desperately wanted to improve. Miyabi discovered the prince had already studied beginner sewing books. He recommended practicing simple projects before attempting anything advanced. The prince eagerly followed the advice, but produced a fabric piece covered in holes. Miyabi smiled, realizing progress would take time. Miyabi explained that crafting in this world required understanding materials and recipes. Simple game shortcuts no longer existed here. The prince exhausted large amounts of yarn during practice. Failed attempts piled up, creating a disastrous mountain of ruined fabric. Embarrassed, the prince admitted he had secretly experimented since morning. Despite effort, every project ended in failure. He revealed his original goal. Inspired by a heated cushion, he wanted to create a warm blanket for Chiffon. Unfortunately, his enchantment attempt ignited the fabric instead. Miyabi calmly explained the incompatibility between material and magic. Refusing to surrender, the prince suddenly developed a new idea. Even with limited skill, another approach seemed possible. Meanwhile, Chiffon submitted a report confirming Lord Chiffon's safe return. The investigation concluded without major damage. Later, Chiffon noticed Chief Zion smoking again. His unusual behavior drew her attention and raised quiet concerns. Zion dismissed the matter as a temporary change of pace. Chiffon remained unconvinced and continued observing him carefully. After reviewing the completed case report, Zion decided to personally deliver it to the Duke. Chiffon wondered why such a senior leader suddenly involved himself so directly. Chiffon continued thinking about Zion's unusual behavior. Despite his busy position, she invited him to share a meal. Meanwhile, Miyabi's group prepared to stay another night. Their hosts insisted they remain and enjoy the estate's hospitality. Servants quickly collected travel clothes and provided replacements. The guests were treated with care before the evening gathering. At dinner, discussions shifted toward training and magical techniques. Liz listened carefully while everyone enjoyed the meal. Elsewhere, Alicia dramatically explained her frustrations. Her exaggerated descriptions left listeners shocked and struggling to understand the situation. The complaints continued as Alicia protested being treated like a guest, despite possessing enough power to survive outdoors. Jealousy surfaced when she compared herself to another woman. Her irritation grew as old frustrations resurfaced once again. Alicia described previous incidents, insisting reckless actions had repeatedly placed her lady in unnecessary danger during missions. Even while admitting her own shortcomings as an adventurer, Alicia refused to abandon her convictions or remain silent. Late that night, her emotional shouting echoed through the estate. Nearby maids listened quietly, realizing another dramatic argument had unfolded. Mel suddenly appeared at Miyabi's room. She explained that being alone was boring after the others left. Wanting to stay occupied, Mel brought Teru's plushie and requested new clothes. Miyabi listened with interest. As they discussed designs, Mel accidentally revealed she had visited Chiffon earlier. Miyabi jokingly admitted feeling slightly jealous. Mel asked whether Miyabi's crafting skill could solve the problem. He immediately began searching for possible clothing recipes. After checking his crafting menu, Miyabi discovered no proper recipe existed for plushie clothing, despite extensive options. Miyabi explained that recipes and skill levels work together. Creating an item manually could register it permanently. Reviewing his old Dream World collection, Miyabi realized his experience gave advantages, but this world still imposed limits. Miyabi repaired damaged furniture inside the mansion workshop. The restored items looked completely new, impressing the noble overseeing work. After observing the repairs, the noble returned to an earlier topic involving fire magic and magical enchantments. The noble reviewed a book carefully and questioned how fire attributes could be added safely onto cloth. Miyabi listened while the noble explained that fire enchantments were difficult because fabric burned too easily. The noble proposed enchanting metal instead, suggesting flame-resistant materials could carry fire magic more safely afterward. Miyabi considered the proposal carefully. Thin enchanted metal pieces could be sewn inside fabric before completion. The noble identified two remaining concerns: comfort during use and durability for outdoor environments and travel. To solve them, the noble suggested soft fur outside and chainmail, hidden inside for support. Miyabi examined the design closely. Though heavier than common blankets, the structure appeared practical and stable. After hearing Miyabi's approval, the noble gained confidence and immediately rushed toward gathering materials for production. The noble began creating chainmail manually. Steps included shaping wire, wrapping it around a pole, cutting, and separating rings carefully. After finishing, he held many identical metal rings. Miyabi suggested slowing down, warning it would be harder if done in order. Miyabi explained the complexity of chainmail, noting that thousands of small links make it difficult to enchant successfully. The noble struggled to figure out how to enchant each ring properly, thinking deeply about distributing magic efficiently across all links. Miyabi observed the rings glowing slightly as the noble focused. He had acquired the rings during sword practice sessions. The noble reflected that crafting was unexpectedly enjoyable, expressing joy in making something with his hands for the first time. He acknowledged the challenge of the crafting class, recognizing that it forced him to work hard for people he cared about. Miyabi thought about balancing various skills like politics, swordplay, and crafting. The noble felt effort compensated past personal failures. Seeing Chiffon's happiness from the crafted items gave the noble a warm, heavy feeling, strengthening his resolve to continue improving. The noble held the completed work thoughtfully. His appreciation of crafting and the responsibility it carried made him deeply contemplative. The prince admitted his desire to create things personally. Miyabi noticed the sincerity behind those words and listened carefully. Miyabi misunderstood the prince's passion for a moment. While correcting him, their experiment suddenly caught fire again. Flames spread across the work table unexpectedly. Both rushed into action, abandoning discussion and focusing entirely on containment. The fire grew larger despite their efforts. Miyabi quickly ordered water while searching for the cause. Realizing oxygen worsened the blaze, Miyabi tried limiting airflow. Nearby attendants arrived after hearing the commotion. Outside, guards and servants noticed the disturbance. The unusual smoke drew attention throughout the royal residence. Elsewhere, Liz traveled by carriage and wondered whether Miyabi would manage safely without her assistants nearby. Feeling nervous, Liz accompanied a noble invitation. She worried about unfamiliar situations and the expectations surrounding her. As the carriage approached its destination, Liz questioned social customs, but became excited after spotting the academy gates. The magnificent Royal Academy of Magical Sciences appeared before her. Liz stared in amazement at the enormous campus. Liz entered the academy grounds with Mel. Surrounded by noble students, she carefully observed the prestigious atmosphere everywhere. Although overwhelmed by the surroundings, Liz's excitement continued growing. Mel noticed she was enjoying every moment greatly. Alicia approached and asked Mel to carry luggage. Liz misread the situation and assumed Alicia disliked her. Mel clarified Alicia's behavior. Liz finally realized Alicia simply wanted friendship and more time together instead. Alicia maintained a strict attitude, teasing Liz slightly before leading the group deeper into the academy. The academy tour began immediately. Liz visited classrooms, magical facilities, libraries, and research areas with amazement. After seeing countless impressive places, Liz admitted the academy exceeded all expectations she previously imagined. Walking through the halls felt intimidating. Famous scholars and influential figures appeared everywhere throughout the academy. Alicia noticed Liz's enthusiasm and remarked that she truly loved magic with all her heart. When asked why she loved magic, Liz struggled answering. Alicia suggested passion did not always require reason. Alicia revealed her childhood experiences, expectations surrounding politics, sociology, and magic had shaped her into a useful tool. Watching Liz pursue magic wholeheartedly impressed Alicia. She admired Liz's dedication, despite the hardships and sacrifices involved. As they walked through the academy corridors, Alicia openly expressed her highest respect for Liz's commitment and perseverance. Liz was surprised by the praise. Seeing Alicia's sincere expression changed many assumptions she previously held. Feeling embarrassed, Liz thanked Alicia quietly. She realized she had misunderstood Alicia's intentions and character completely. Alicia admitted she wanted someone to see her true self rather than her status and responsibilities. With a bright smile, Alicia questioned whether Liz had really traveled so far only for sightseeing. Before Liz could answer, a loud explosion echoed nearby. Startled, both rushed toward the unexpected disturbance immediately. They discovered Professor Crowan sprawled on the floor after the accident. Alicia greeted him while Liz stared in shock. Miyabi and Liz visited a cluttered magic workshop. While examining unusual materials, they noticed a strange magical reaction inside a container. The workshop owner welcomed them despite the disorder. Miyabi carefully reviewed documents and research notes scattered across nearby tables. They met Coco Crowan, a magic researcher. Liz observed him closely while Miyabi listened to his introduction and background. Coco demonstrated an experimental technique involving guided magic. Liz assisted with the test while Miyabi observed every result. The demonstration succeeded unexpectedly. Coco became excited after witnessing practical proof of a theory he had only imagined. Liz explained that her father created the method for training adventurers who struggled to understand traditional magic books. Coco considered wider applications. He believed the technique could improve magical education and requested expert opinions about it. When discussing battlefield situations, Coco questioned its effectiveness. He examined different environments and possible combat circumstances carefully to answer him. Miyabi imagined dangerous enemies approaching. The scenario helped evaluate the technique under realistic combat pressure. Miyabi explained the method required physical contact. Because battles change constantly, he concluded its combat usefulness remained limited. Coco rejected the assisted method for himself. He preferred mastering magic independently and doubted relying on others during battles. Liz proposed applying the concept to production magic. She believed the idea deserved consideration despite Coco's objections. Coco explained that combat and production magic functioned differently. Their magical properties conflicted, making direct compatibility extremely difficult. Using examples, Coco described how combat magic resonated with living beings while production magic connected with materials and tools. Miyabi considered the explanation carefully. Even when imagining practical situations, the proposed resonance still appeared impossible to achieve. Liz immediately challenged that conclusion. She pointed out similarities with magical charging and enchantment techniques already used successfully. The discussion intensified as Coco and Liz exchanged theories. Both defended their positions using research, examples, and logic. Neither side backed down. The debate became increasingly technical, leaving the others struggling to follow every argument. Eventually, Coco discovered that some references supporting his position were outdated. The revelation weakened part of his case. After learning Liz had taught herself advanced magical theory, Coco was shocked and questioned why she remained an adventurer. Coco advised Liz to reconsider her choices. He suggested alternative paths while emphasizing the difficulties of private magical education. Liz discovered Coco sensed her magical limitations. He noted she lacked the raw power necessary to succeed as an adventurer. Despite doubts, Coco praised her talent. He explained the Royal Academy welcomed gifted students, offering opportunities without relying on family connections. Coco outlined academy admission requirements. Liz learned that letters of recommendation and guidance from tenured professors were essential for enrollment. Liz reflected on the chance to attend. She realized Coco orchestrated this meeting to guide her toward academic advancement. She considered Coco's expectations seriously. His encouragement made her feel capable of achieving excellence if she chose the academy path. Liz struggled to comprehend Coco's effort. She questioned why he went so far to support her personally and academically. She recognized his plan included Cress's involvement. The realization deepened her understanding of the careful arrangements behind this opportunity. Miyabi confirmed Coco's strategy. Liz acknowledged that entering the academy could significantly influence her future while shaping her magical abilities. Ultimately, Liz faced a difficult choice. Attending the academy would require sacrifices, including adjusting her adventurer lifestyle and possibly leaving her party behind. Miyabi reassured Liz that she underestimated herself. His sincere respect moved her deeply and eased many lingering doubts. Liz admitted she wanted both paths. She desired magical research but could not imagine leaving Miyabi behind completely. Remembering Miyabi's determination inspired Liz. She decided she would continue adventuring regardless of future academic opportunities and challenges. Liz recalled heroic adventurers celebrated by the public. Their courage and sacrifices had shaped her childhood dreams and ambitions. She explained those heroes represented adulthood to her. Their example motivated her to pursue adventure despite difficulties. The noblewoman apologized for past misunderstandings. She acknowledged differences between commoners and nobles while seeking Liz's trust. She clarified that her feelings remained unchanged. Whatever Liz decided, she intended to support her wholeheartedly moving forward. After reflecting carefully, Liz concluded the noblewoman seemed trustworthy. Her instincts encouraged her to place faith in her. The discussion ended when new visitors arrived. Among them was a military officer searching specifically for Miyabi. The officer introduced himself as Alicia's older brother. He thanked Miyabi for helping his sister and assessed him closely. A royal message arrived unexpectedly. The captain of the royal guard personally delivered it, drawing everyone's attention immediately. While discussing future plans, the prince asked Miyabi about returning to Angelum and continuing his crafting studies. The conversation revealed surprising news. Liz had received a full scholarship opportunity, leaving Miyabi completely stunned. Overwhelmed by gratitude, Liz accepted the announcement. Miyabi celebrated enthusiastically, while she struggled to process everything happening. Miyabi focused on practical matters. He insisted the occasion deserved a proper celebration before discussing serious decisions. Liz finally expressed her wish clearly. She wanted to study while continuing her adventures alongside Miyabi whenever possible. Miyabi quickly agreed to remain together in the capital. His immediate response left Liz unexpectedly nervous and embarrassed. Miyabi checked whether Liz was comfortable leaving Angelum. She admitted concern about friends and companions remaining behind. The reality of separation suddenly struck Liz. She worried about abandoning relationships and responsibilities she had built there. Studying the map, Miyabi calculated the journey. The enormous distance between regions made frequent travel highly impractical. Miyabi considered traveling options. Walking to Angelum was impossible, so he began searching for a faster, practical way to close the gap. The cityscape revealed transportation possibilities. Miyabi spotted paths and infrastructure, realizing a creative solution might allow them to manage the long journey. He concluded a train was the best solution. Using rail transport would efficiently connect the capital and Angelum, saving significant time and effort. Miyabi noticed Liz looking confused inside the room. She became curious after hearing him mention a strange transportation system. Miyabi explained that a railway used iron tracks and large metal vehicles. Liz struggled to imagine such technology. To simplify the idea, Miyabi compared it to a cart moving along fixed rails. Liz remained overwhelmed. Seeing her confusion, Miyabi decided that showing a real example would work better than further explanations alone. Using his crafting abilities, Miyabi created a minecart. Liz immediately recognized similarities to equipment used underground. Miyabi explained that connecting tracks between Angelum and the capital would greatly improve transportation across regions. He then revealed a larger vision. The railway would not remain on the surface, but underground instead. Liz stared in shock while Miyabi enthusiastically described tunnels, carrying trains beneath cities, mountains, and settlements safely. When asked why underground routes were necessary, Miyabi pointed out monsters and unwanted attention above ground. Liz realized the project was far larger than expected. Miyabi planned enormous tunnels connecting distant locations efficiently. Miyabi explained a problem with the project. Liz became concerned, questioning whether inspiration justified action without proper approval. Miyabi clarified that building a railway without permission could cause serious consequences. Liz reacted, realizing potential legal trouble. Liz explained the production guild manages all roads. Unauthorized large-scale construction could result in arrest or punishment for anyone involved. Miyabi reflected on the issue, acknowledging the difference between having ability to build and receiving permission from authorities. Liz noted that the Duke holds ultimate authority over guild territory. Approval from him could resolve any legal issues. Miyabi and companions were taken to the Duke for consultation. They prepared to discuss the underground railway project carefully. Miyabi explained the project's difficulties, detailing the plan to link Angelum to the capital underground and challenges faced so far. Mel, observing the discussion, explained that difficult problems often require negotiation with nobles. This approach was common sense in such situations. Miyabi realized their situation had improved. Mel's intervention allowed progress, bringing them closer to approval without unnecessary obstacles or penalties. The Duke revealed the plan, maintained the adventurer's status in Angelum. With proper approval, the underground railway project could now proceed. Liz apologized for the confusion, explaining that Mel's story had been unclear. Miyabi confirmed the underground railway project could move forward. Miyabi asked if the Duke's approval truly made the project possible. Liz confirmed, emphasizing that convincing authority could allow progress. Liz worried about the plan seeming selfish or crazy. The Duke reassured her, showing understanding of commoners' concerns. The Duke explained that expressing intentions this way might cause wariness, but emphasized her desire to help the adventurers. She offered Liz a learning opportunity, prioritizing education over adventure. Miyabi and Liz realized her guidance was intentional and thoughtful. The Duke highlighted benefits to the territory, considering how the underground railway would improve resources and overall logistics efficiently. Miyabi and Liz learned Angelum lacked resources and trading was difficult. The Duke explained how the project would address shortages effectively. The Duke clarified her actions were not personal favors. She wanted to help the territory, not just the adventurers themselves. Liz expressed gratitude for trusting the Duke. Miyabi and Liz prepared to proceed. Understanding her guidance would aid them significantly. Miyabi and Liz decided to build the underground railway for the territory. Everyone realized the project's scope and benefits were clear. Miyabi began explaining the underground railway project. He presented plans on a board, showing a route between the capital and Angelum. He revealed a model of the railway. Liz and companions reacted with amazement as the scale of the project became clear. Miyabi demonstrated the miniature transport vehicle. Mel examined it curiously, understanding how the underground railway would operate practically. Miyabi explained that the project would use no horses. He showed alternative methods like wind power, replacing modern engines unavailable in this world. The team tested a small wind block on the model. Miyabi explained it would simulate the railway's sustained motion like a sailing ship. The model successfully moved using the wind block. The adventurers were surprised, seeing the concept in motion and understanding the mechanics. Miyabi described the railway's speed and travel time. With enchantment magic, it could operate continuously for 2 hours. Exceeding human speed, he planned to complete the journey in 12 hours. The underground railway would reduce travel from 2 weeks to half a day. Liz and companions were amazed. The project seemed like a fairy tale, and they were stunned by the scale and ingenuity involved. Miyabi expressed enjoyment at Liz's reactions. He acknowledged his father's influence in explaining such projects calmly and effectively to the group. The Duke explained succession challenges. Liz and companions were shocked by protests and political complications from subordinate nobles. They viewed the surrounding area, noticing the city and infrastructure. The scope of planning for the railway became evident. The Duke handed Miyabi an introduction letter to her father. Miyabi and Liz prepared to negotiate permissions for the project. She instructed Liz to stay in the capital for exams. Miyabi realized some delays were necessary, despite eagerness to begin. Miyabi worried about tasks and preparation required. He accepted the temporary pause, but remained focused on building the railway. He resolved to return to Angelum first, ensuring everything was in order for the project's start and logistical planning. Miyabi decided he would handle negotiations. Mel would accompany him to monitor the situation and ensure proper implementation of plans. The Duke warned Miyabi that others might attempt to secure rights to the railway for their own benefit. Unexpectedly, she emphasized careful planning, noting that noble words often hide schemes, whether intended for good or bad purposes. Miyabi considered her advice seriously. He understood the complexity of political oversight and the need to balance ambition with caution. Miyabi thanked the Duke's daughter for her advice regarding the railway project. She smiled quietly while avoiding a direct answer. As the meeting ended, Miyabi noticed Alicia was missing. Curious, he asked about her whereabouts before departing. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Inside the mansion, Alicia appeared shocked after receiving unexpected news concerning her position. It was announced that Alicia had been relieved from serving as the Duke's daughter's attendant, leaving everyone surprised. Miyabi rested during the snowy journey. Mel noticed his exhaustion and checked on him while their wagon continued forward. After many difficulties and delays, Miyabi and Mel finally reached the outskirts of Angoulême together and prepared to enter. The wagon traveled through snow-covered roads toward Angoulême. The city walls appeared ahead as their destination approached. Inside the city, Miyabi thanked Mel for accompanying him. Both safely arrived after completing their long journey together. Mel explained their trip went smoothly overall. Despite small problems during travel, Miyabi managed every challenge successfully. Walking through Angoulême, Miyabi observed the heavy snowfall. The cold winter differed greatly from places he knew. Mel proudly showed her winter outfit. Miyabi noticed she seemed comfortable, despite the freezing weather around them. They headed toward the noble district to meet the bearded duke. Mel eagerly led the way ahead. Mel became tired of walking through the city. Miyabi carried her on his back and continued forward. Reaching Angoulême's noble district, Miyabi confirmed his documents and introduction letter. Together, he and Mel prepared for business. Miyabi rehearsed his presentation while approaching the duke's mansion. Mel watched calmly as guards arrived to escort them. Inside the noble district, Miyabi suddenly noticed enormous greenhouse buildings. The familiar sight immediately caught his attention. Remembering a beautiful garden from before, Miyabi was shocked. The area had transformed into rows of greenhouses. While investigating the grounds, Miyabi spotted a strange figure nearby. The unexpected presence made him stop immediately. A small familiar figure rushed forward. Miyabi panicked briefly, mistaking the sudden movement for a dangerous monster. The figure jumped onto Mel excitedly. Miyabi quickly recognized Karen and realized they had unexpectedly reunited again. Miyabi was surprised by Karen's thin appearance. The reunion felt awkward yet strangely similar to their first meeting. Mel grabbed Karen firmly to stop the commotion. Miyabi watched the energetic reunion unfold before him. Karen complained while Mel restrained her. Miyabi asked how Karen recognized him despite the long separation. As they walked together, Karen revealed she frequently visited the workshop. The group headed deeper into the mansion. Karen reminded Miyabi they had built a bath together before. The memory helped Miyabi understand her situation better. Karen explained that the Lord requested an expansion of the greenhouse. She had been managing the project alone. Miyabi was shocked by the workload. Karen admitted the inventory requirements and construction schedule were overwhelming her. Mel encouraged Karen to stay focused. After listening carefully, Karen regained confidence and stopped feeling discouraged. Inspired by Mel's advice, Karen promised to finish the greenhouse project within 2 months no matter what. Karen suddenly bowed before Miyabi and begged for assistance. Miyabi noticed how much she had matured. An hour later, the group inspected the greenhouse. Miyabi praised Karen's progress and discussed improvements efficiently. Miyabi suggested supplying hot water from one central source. Karen immediately reminded him the project followed orders. Their discussion was interrupted when Duke Berdini appeared. Miyabi was surprised to find the Duke there. Personally, Duke Berdini praised Miyabi's achievements and confirmed the requested work was complete. Then he guided everyone onward. Miyabi entered a formal meeting room. Several influential leaders had gathered to discuss an important proposal for Angoulême. Miyabi recognized the Adventurers Guildmaster Zion and the Crafting Guildmaster Georgie among the attendees immediately. Merchant Guildmaster Elda was also present. Miyabi realized the meeting involved Angoulême's most powerful organizations. Duke Berdini introduced Miyabi's proposal to everyone. The room grew serious as discussions officially began. The Duke explained that the proposal concerned a project on an unprecedented scale. Miyabi became nervous instantly. While reviewing the plans, Miyabi revealed an underground railway concept. The idea surprised everyone at the table. Elda showed interest in transportation between cities. She considered the proposal valuable if it could be achieved. Georgie strongly opposed the plan. He argued the railway remained a dream and would waste resources. Hearing the criticism, Miyabi quickly searched for ways to overcome concerns regarding cost and construction. After listening to every opinion, Duke Berdini reached a decision. He agreed to support the project personally. Duke Berdini acknowledged the railway's potential. However, he warned that failure would cause enormous financial losses. The leaders questioned Miyabi about vehicle designs and research time. Miyabi estimated development could require several months. Ignoring the estimate, Duke Berdini demanded results within 3 months. Miyabi was stunned by the shortened deadline. The Duke proposed a compromise. A 1-kilometer test section would be completed first to prove feasibility. The test railway would connect Angoulême and Repetala. Success would determine whether the larger project continued. Zion supported cooperation with skilled craftsmen. He suggested involving Weiss workshop to strengthen the project's development. Georgi questioned whether Miyabi should participate in guild affairs. Duke Berdini insisted negotiations could be managed later. Georgi complained about repeated exceptions to traditional rules. The others chose not to continue the argument. Elda shifted the discussion toward commercial benefits. She wanted to know merchant access rights after completion. The debate moved toward ownership and usage policies. Elda prioritized trade opportunities while Georgi remained skeptical throughout. Elda questioned merchant rights regarding the railway. Miyabi realized the discussion involved political authority beyond transportation itself. Miyabi suspected every faction wanted advantages. Unsure how to respond, he carefully listened to their arguments. Considering the situation, Miyabi thought about speaking privately later. Suddenly, someone struck him under the table. Mel warned Miyabi to protect his own interests. Her advice reminded him the negotiations affected him directly. Mel bluntly explained that weak people lose opportunities. Miyabi finally understood the importance of speaking up. Remembering Liz and her ambitions, Miyabi realized why he had become involved with the railway project. Liz urged Miyabi to say something. The entire room waited while the discussion briefly fell silent. Gathering his courage, Miyabi stood up. He decided to openly state what he truly wanted. Miyabi boldly declared his intention to claim his rights. His sudden statement shocked everyone present. The room fell into stunned silence. Miyabi admitted he proposed the railway because he wanted to use it himself. Miyabi's demand shocked the room. Several leaders viewed his request as arrogant and completely unreasonable. Refusing to back down, Miyabi declared he would withdraw the proposal if he could not use it. The leaders considered his position carefully. Duke Berdini reminded Miyabi that success would bring enormous rewards. Miyabi rejected the money and insisted on personal access. For him, using the railway mattered most. After a brief discussion, the leaders accepted his condition. There seemed to be no practical alternative. Duke Berdini added a final warning: if the test run failed, every agreement would be cancelled. Miyabi confidently promised success. The meeting concluded, and all participants agreed to keep the project secret. Elsewhere, workers looked toward an opening door. Someone important appeared to have arrived unexpectedly. Soon afterward, Miyabi and Mel stepped from a carriage. People nearby immediately recognized and called out to him. Miyabi reunited with Weiss after a long absence. The craftsman welcomed him back and prepared to discuss work. At Weiss's workshop, Miyabi tried discussing business immediately. Weiss refused and insisted everyone share a meal first. The workers welcomed Miyabi warmly. One apprentice pushed food toward him while Weiss watched the reunion. Miyabi was surprised when the meal was offered freely. The simple dish looked ordinary but inviting. After tasting the food, Miyabi remembered home-cooked meals. The familiar flavors brought back comforting memories from earlier days. Miyabi smiled sincerely while enjoying the meal. The relaxed atmosphere helped him forget recent political tensions. Later that night, Duke Berdini examined a model railway. He prepared documents concerning the Royal Magic Academy. Elsewhere, Duke Berdini spoke with his daughter. He questioned her actions while discussing matters related to Miyabi's future. At the guild library, members worked quietly. Eleanor managed documents while waiting for news about the guildmaster's journey. A young employee cried. After reading an urgent report, Eleanor noticed her reaction and immediately became concerned. The staff explained that the Lord's messenger expected the guildmaster to return before night, but he remained missing. Eleanor organized responses calmly. Since the express courier could not arrive in time, she postponed further action. Later that night, Eleanor looked outside beneath the moon, wondering where the guildmaster had disappeared. Meanwhile, Miyabi shared a meal with several travelers. The busy tavern remained lively, despite the late hour. Food was passed around the table. Miyabi and a man named Enrico continued eating while observing others nearby. As the meal continued, Enrico studied Miyabi carefully. He considered several possibilities regarding Miyabi's true background. Enrico remembered that influential people trusted Miyabi. That reputation made certain suspicions seem increasingly unreasonable. After further thought, Enrico concluded Miyabi could not be acting for the Duke. The theory lacked convincing evidence. During dinner, Enrico asked Miyabi about his future. Having seen his abilities before, Enrico questioned his career choice. Enrico believed Miyabi possessed enough talent for success. He wondered why Miyabi struggled financially despite those skills. Miyabi explained he came to Angoulême, seeking work. He lived independently after losing his parents years earlier. Realizing the topic was sensitive, Enrico apologized. He then asked whether Miyabi originally came from another region. The discussion shifted toward Miyabi's unusual inventory skill. Enrico remained curious about how such abilities developed. Miyabi simply described it as a natural talent gained through years of crafting. Enrico carefully considered that explanation. A bearded craftsman joined the conversation. He mentioned an important matter and requested everyone's attention immediately. The craftsman revealed a proposal involving a subway project. The group stared at him in complete surprise. Excitement spread through the room as the project's scale became clear. Miyabi admitted the idea seemed enormous. The craftsman looked over the eager workers. Refusing to leave projects unfinished, he prepared to begin planning. Miyabi volunteered to handle the subway project alone. The workers immediately worried that he underestimated the challenge. The craftsman explained winter was approaching. Construction would require preparation, forcing the project to wait several months. Several days later, new helpers arrived. Sid and Mel joined Miyabi, eager to contribute their skills. The group traveled through snowy woods toward the planned route. Miyabi reviewed documents while examining the terrain. After reaching the area, they confirmed the location. Sid noted the forest conditions while assessing possible obstacles. Sid proudly offered guidance as a senior craftsman. Moments later, he became excited after spotting a remarkable tree. Miyabi remained calm while Sid reacted dramatically. The others watched his excitement with confusion and amusement. Mel defended Sid's behavior out of loyalty. Even so, she admitted his recent enthusiasm seemed unusual. As they continued walking, Mel asked Karen about his inventory skill and storage capacity for supplies. Karen proudly demonstrated his improvement. He could now store far more lunchboxes, helping future work proceed smoothly. Miyabi praised Karen's improvement. Karen explained that constant collecting and inventory training had steadily increased his capacity. To help further, Miyabi prepared iron axes. He encouraged Sid and Mel to practice gathering materials themselves. Time passed beneath the winter sky. The group continued working while the snowy forest remained quiet around them. After exhausting labor, Sid collapsed into the snow. He struggled to remember why they had come there. The workers suddenly remembered the subway project. Realizing their delay, they rushed back toward the main task. Upon returning, they discovered the tunnel already completed. The sight left Sid completely stunned and speechless. Miyabi casually explained that construction was finished. The others could hardly believe such progress happened within one day. Deeper inside the completed tunnel, the group found a fully built house. Everyone stared in disbelief. Lying in bed later, Sid reflected on the day. He realized he had greatly underestimated Miyabi. Mel confidently called Miyabi a genius. While praising her master, she reminded everyone not to become overconfident. The next morning, Sid woke up exhausted. Despite his fatigue, he remained determined to prove himself during construction. Sid promised not to let Miyabi receive all the recognition. He strengthened his resolve to contribute meaningfully. As sunlight reached the mountains, strange noises echoed outside. Miyabi woke up and wondered about the disturbance. Following the sound, Miyabi found Sid already working. Sid was carefully taking measurements across the construction site. Sid explained that accurate measurements were essential. He had prepared tools overnight and organized the work plan. Miyabi praised Sid's efforts and allowed him to lead. Sid focused on designing the future vehicle. Inspired by the responsibility, Sid vowed not to lose. Miyabi quietly watched his enthusiasm and growth. Nearby, Mel observed the competition. She encouraged the others not to crush Sid's motivation or confidence. With time remaining before testing, the group discussed priorities. They decided to construct the vehicle's body. First, Miyabi clarified the objective of the test run. They only needed to confirm the vehicle could move and stop safely. The test vehicle was finally ready. Miyabi introduced the prototype, while Mel immediately noticed its simple appearance. Miyabi explained the power system carefully. After preparing the mechanism, he asked everyone to stand back. The experiment began unexpectedly. The vehicle launched forward with tremendous force, shocking Mel and the observers. The sudden acceleration sent Miyabi flying. Certain disaster seemed inevitable as the runaway vehicle raced ahead. At the last moment, Mel grabbed Miyabi and prevented a serious accident. Both tumbled through the air. After landing safely, Miyabi thanked Mel repeatedly. He admitted the experience had frightened him more than expected. Learning from the failure, the group reviewed the results. Miyabi stressed increasing power gradually during future tests. With adjustments complete, Miyabi and Mel prepared another attempt. This time they focused on maintaining control. The vehicle moved smoothly along the rails. The wheels remained stable as the test run continued successfully. When the vehicle stopped correctly, the team celebrated. Their prototype worked, and the subway project finally advanced forward. During the next test, Miyabi observed a major flaw. The vehicle moved well but failed to stop properly. Miyabi explained that cutting the power alone was insufficient. Mel initially believed that would completely solve the problem. After another attempt, the vehicle finally slowed and stopped. Miyabi calmly confirmed his earlier prediction. Reviewing the results, Miyabi realized proper brakes were necessary. Unfortunately, he lacked detailed knowledge about machines. While thinking through possible solutions, Miyabi concluded the answer was simple. The key would be creating friction. Determined to test the theory immediately, Miyabi rushed back onto the vehicle with a rough prototype. Using a wooden rod, Miyabi pressed against the wheel. The friction successfully reduced the vehicle's speed. The experiment worked temporarily. Exhausted from the effort, Miyabi stopped the vehicle and reviewed the outcome. Sid admitted he still barely understood the subway project. Even so, he recognized how dangerous the machine was. Miyabi continued refining the design. Inspired by bicycle brakes, he began developing a wire-controlled braking mechanism. Miyabi worked with Liz and a small helper, repeatedly testing a new rail vehicle. After many failures, the mechanism finally moved. The three carefully watched the machine operate. Seeing the wheels turn successfully, Miyabi felt relieved that their efforts produced results. Miyabi examined the brake system closely. Various materials and metal adjustments were tested to improve stopping performance and stability. Despite improvements, every brake material wore out quickly. The stopping power remained unreliable, forcing Miyabi to reconsider everything. After exhausting work, Miyabi and Liz relaxed in a hot spring near the snowy construction site. While reviewing progress, Liz wondered about their next step. Meanwhile, the helper noticed that Karen refused to join their discussion. Miyabi reflected on the approaching deadline. With only a month and a half remaining, the test run weighed heavily. Liz admitted their current method was ineffective. Miyabi agreed a different approach was necessary, but lacked a practical solution. Several ideas were considered and rejected. Miyabi remained focused on the brake problem, unwilling to settle for imperfect results. While quietly soaking in the hot spring, Liz continued thinking. A new possibility slowly formed as she reviewed everything. While resting in the hot spring, Miyabi noticed Liz acting strangely. Her unusual behavior immediately caught his attention. Miyabi concentrated deeply on the problem. Liz teased him, comparing his serious expression to a troubled insect. Using a crafted tube, Miyabi suddenly sprayed water. Liz was startled, and the playful attack disrupted her teasing. Both laughed after the brief prank. Despite enjoying the moment, Miyabi knew they still needed answers soon. A drifting leaf caught Miyabi's attention. Watching it move across the water, he began considering the wind. The breeze gradually strengthened around them. Miyabi and Liz observed the changing conditions as a new idea formed. 2 weeks passed quickly. With only 1 month remaining, Miyabi hurried to inspect a newly completed mechanism. Workers proudly demonstrated the finished device. Miyabi listened carefully as they explained how the mechanism functioned. A newly crafted component was presented to Miyabi. Its unusual design suggested an important role in the project. Studying the prototype closely, Miyabi focused on every detail. The breakthrough he needed finally seemed within reach. Prince Cress woke inside his unfinished room surrounded by restoration materials. He continued improving the space on his own. The attendants found Cress outside again. Although surprised, they listened as he greeted them calmly that morning. While discussing his duties, the attendants reminded Cress about an important date. He proudly showed recent restoration progress. Cress immediately understood the reminder. Accepting his responsibility, he prepared himself for the event awaiting him. Spring arrived in the capital. Citizens celebrated with flowers, music, and festivals filling the streets with activity. On the same day, preparations for Cress's departure began. The seasonal celebration marked an important turning point. A formal ceremony was held before the royal family. Cress respectfully received blessings for his upcoming journey. Large crowds gathered before the palace. The royal family greeted the citizens during the spring festivities. Standing apart from the ceremony, Cress quietly observed the capital. He reflected on the path ahead. As Cress prepared to leave, Duke Grinvale suddenly appeared before him. The unexpected encounter immediately changed the atmosphere. Cress was shocked by Duke Grinvale's appearance. The powerful noble's presence immediately created tension before the prince's departure. Grinvale politely greeted Cress while mentioning his journey north. Beneath the courtesy, his words carried hidden pressure. Cress responded respectfully and spoke of gaining experience. The Duke listened while quietly evaluating the young prince. Grinvale lectured Cress about royal dignity and strength. His stern advice sounded more like a warning. The prince's attendants grew angry at the Duke's attitude. Grinvale dismissed their reactions and reinforced royal authority. After delivering his message, Grinvale stepped toward a waiting carriage. Cress watched carefully, still unsettled by the encounter. Outside the palace, a mounted knight arrived with urgency. His serious expression suggested important business, requiring immediate attention. The knight introduced himself as Raven Cavalier of the Verdun family. He pledged to protect Prince Cress. As preparations continued, a young maid observed the gathering. She silently watched the arrival of the escort. Supplies were loaded onto wagons while workers organized equipment. The departure preparations finally entered their last stage. Alicia quietly carried supply bags, despite her status. Nearby soldiers recognized her and discussed her unusual situation. Raven noticed Alicia working among the supplies. Concerned by her actions, he immediately approached and questioned her. Alicia defended her decision confidently. She insisted that helping with the work was not a problem. Raven reminded Alicia of the responsibilities carried by the Verdun family. Alicia refused to abandon her beliefs. Determined to protect those she served, Alicia spoke passionately. Her conviction surprised even Raven for a moment. Tears filled Alicia's eyes after the confrontation. The emotional burden she carried finally became visible. Raven gave a harsh order and told Alicia to leave. His expression remained firm despite her reaction. He insisted she should live a different life instead. Alicia was stunned by his painful words. A memory surfaced in Alicia's mind. Someone once compared their strength and judged her as inferior. Time passed until the long-awaited test run day arrived. Important figures gathered to witness the project's outcome. Miyabi confidently faced the gathered officials. After months of work, the moment had finally arrived to prove everything. Strong winds swept across the station. The observers questioned whether Miyabi's invention could function under such conditions. Miyabi proudly declared that the wind was part of the design. The unusual explanation surprised everyone present. As the wind intensified, the officials followed Miyabi outside. Curiosity replaced doubt as they watched carefully. The completed locomotive stood ready on the tracks. The spectators stared in amazement at the massive machine. Suddenly, powerful gusts and dust surrounded the area. The train began operating exactly as Miyabi intended. The observers hurried inside while studying the mechanism. They realized the vehicle moved without relying on horses. Once everyone boarded, Miyabi welcomed the passengers. The first official journey toward Angelum was ready to begin. Inside the carriage, Miyabi and his companions eagerly prepared themselves. Excitement spread throughout the train before departure. Miyabi and the small helper reached for the controls. With every passenger aboard, the historic test run commenced. Miyabi and his small helper pulled the control lever together. The train officially began its long-awaited departure. The passengers stumbled as the vehicle suddenly accelerated. Surprise quickly spread through the carriage as movement intensified. Outside, the locomotive raced along the tracks. The spectators watched in amazement as the machine gained speed. Inside the train, everyone felt the vibrations, despite their concerns. They realized the vehicle moved remarkably fast. Miyabi explained that the locomotive operated using wind blocks. The unusual power source attracted everyone's attention. Displaying a prototype component, Miyabi revealed part of the mechanism. The passengers listened carefully to his explanation. As the demonstration continued, the train gradually slowed. The observers immediately noticed the unexpected change in speed. Miyabi revealed the key improvement. Instead of relying solely on brakes, the system reversed wind force. Using simple diagrams, Miyabi explained acceleration, braking, and stopping. Airflow direction determined how the train behaved. For the final demonstration, Miyabi activated another mechanism. The passengers watched closely as the system responded perfectly. Miyabi proudly demonstrated the dual braking system. The successful stop proved the train could operate safely. One official admitted his earlier doubts were misplaced. The completed railway project exceeded everyone's expectations. Despite the successful test, the official unexpectedly refused approval. Miyabi was shocked by the sudden decision. The group desperately searched for a reason. Their guesses sounded weak compared to the train's achievements. The official explained that only Miyabi could create such technology. That unique dependency worried him greatly. He pointed out that enchantments relied on stored magical energy. Without maintenance, their effects would eventually disappear. Using examples from previous projects, the official explained the limitations. The train's future depended heavily on Miyabi. Miyabi listened carefully as the consequences became clear. His extraordinary magical ability could not be easily replaced. The official looked toward the future and questioned what would happen decades later, when Miyabi was gone. Rather than reject the project entirely, the official proposed a condition. His decision would determine the railway's future. The officials stood speechless after hearing the condition. None of them expected such a demanding requirement. Miyabi understood their reaction. compared to horse-drawn travel. The train's speed far exceeded ordinary expectations. Miyabi and his companions listened carefully. The discussion shifted toward the long-term maintenance of every enchantment used. The official finally revealed his condition. Responsibility for maintaining and renewing the enchantments would belong to Miyabi. Miyabi was completely stunned by the announcement. Realizing the scale of the obligation, he froze in disbelief. Miyabi and the academy officials began a large test run, examining the completed magical facilities built across the academy grounds. The entrance examination ended successfully. Candidates waited quietly while officials reviewed results and prepared the next evaluation stage. One student reflected on months of effort and research. Her instructor acknowledged the dedication she had shown. The instructor carefully reviewed her thesis. He found the work impressive and praised its magical theory research. Although encouraged by the praise, the student remained dissatisfied because she believed the project still needed improvement. The instructor reminded her that relentless effort had produced excellent results. Afterward, he left to enjoy his day. Later, the student remembered the Varasana Spring Radiance Festival. The city was already decorated with flowers. While walking through town, she noticed spring had fully arrived. Seasonal produce filled the busy marketplace. Among the displays, large white asparagus attracted her attention. The fresh harvest reflected the season's arrival. She purchased a box of asparagus from a vendor. Feeling refreshed, she finally relaxed after months of work. At the spring festival, the student walked through crowded streets. While carrying her purchase, she realized an important mistake. She began thinking about Miyabi. Since leaving, he had not sent any letters or updates to anyone. The lack of news worried her. Looking toward the sky, she hoped Miyabi was facing no serious trouble. Far away, trouble had already arrived. Karen panicked after being assigned responsibility for difficult enchantment work. Miyabi remained calm and explained that Karen's enchantment method produced results comparable to his own techniques. Despite Miyabi's confidence, mistakes caused major damage. The group watched their work collapse and feared failure. Instead of giving up, the team encouraged one another. They decided to solve the problem themselves. The repairs continued for an entire month. Exhausted from constant work, the group nearly lost hope. When results remained poor, Karen blamed personal weakness. Others reassured her and refused to place blame. The team reviewed their failures and searched for improvements. Together, they continued rebuilding the enchantment system without Miyabi. Miyabi analyzed months of failed experiments. Every method produced weak results, proving the power source remained fundamentally different. While the exhausted team rested, Elda, the merchant guild master, suddenly arrived with several guild representatives. Elda immediately approached Miyabi. Rather than discussing failures, she offered him a proposal involving the merchant guild. Believing Miyabi's ideas held enormous value, Elda insisted his talents could greatly benefit guild business operations. Elda explained how commerce created prosperity and wealth. Miyabi listened politely but showed little personal interest. Miyabi focused on solving practical problems instead. The others considered Elda unusually persistent during the discussion. Elda admitted her request might seem greedy. She then asked when the unfinished project would finally be completed. The answer disappointed her. Karen explained that the power system was still being rebuilt from scratch. Learning about the delays, Elda realized her plans depended heavily on Miyabi's success and progress. Despite the setbacks, everyone remained determined. The group prepared to continue working until the power system succeeded. Elda departed on horseback. After promising full merchant guild support, the exhausted team watched her leave the site. As Miyabi rested, a strange sound echoed nearby. Everyone immediately became alert and searched for its source. They discovered the project gate was closing. The team hurried toward the construction area before access disappeared. With nowhere suitable to stay, Miyabi and his companions followed a local resident into an old building. Inside, they found a neglected room. The owner explained it could be used after some cleaning. The room once belonged to Geralt during childhood. Years had passed since anyone last lived there. While cleaning, Miyabi learned about someone who had left long ago and never returned to the house. The story revealed a difficult past. Despite concern, the missing person had always been determined and independent. Miyabi understood the situation and accepted it. He quietly reflected on the choices people make in life. After finishing the cleaning, the group prepared the room for rest while continuing their discussions about home. Miyabi received news about a student taking academy exams. He asked that she visit for maintenance afterward. Meanwhile, Liz finally returned to the academy. She was shocked to learn she could not leave immediately. An instructor explained academy procedures. New students had to complete training before gaining full freedom. The academy's curriculum focused on fundamental skills. Liz realized missing classes would create serious problems for her. After hearing the explanation, Liz panicked. She worried that Miyabi would be disappointed by her absence. Determined to return, Liz rejected suggestions to simply send a message. She wanted to explain personally. While reviewing documents, Liz discovered another problem. Her Adventurer Guild license was close to expiration. The timing confused Liz. Because she remained enrolled in the capital, her situation became unexpectedly complicated. A noble friend offered help through family connections and guild influence. Liz desperately sought a solution. Refusing to give up, Liz rushed to request an extension. She hoped to settle everything and reunite with Miyabi soon. Miyabi received troubling news. Liz would remain in the capital longer than expected and could not return yet. After hearing the details, Miyabi learned Liz had entered the Royal Academy and earned a recommendation. The situation seemed complicated. Balancing academy life, adventurer duties, and future plans created many obstacles for Liz. Another problem emerged. Guild regulations made license extensions difficult, and re-registration would reduce Liz's rank significantly. Miyabi became frustrated. Every solution created new complications, making his transportation project seem increasingly important. His companions quickly understood the truth. Miyabi had started building the railway largely to help Liz. Geralt encouraged him. He explained that true craftsmen should pursue goals driven by genuine personal desires. Miyabi finally realized his objective clearly. The railway would help make Liz's dual lifestyle possible. With renewed determination, Miyabi and the workers gathered together and planned how to finish the railway within 9 months. A grand ceremony filled the royal hall as nobles gathered before the throne. The young third prince stood alone quietly. A faint jade glow appeared around the prince. The crowd watched with confusion, wondering what the strange sign meant. Whispers spread among the nobles. They discussed how the third prince possessed crafting talent instead of swordsmanship or magic. In a private chamber, the prince reflected on palace rumors. Doubts about the queen and royal affairs troubled him. Determined to improve himself, the prince trained with a sword. Sweat covered him while guards observed his efforts. After arriving at another royal estate, the prince received a polite welcome. Officials showed concern for his journey. The prince met Trents and other attendants inside the residence. They exchanged formal greetings and discussed recent travel. Despite being invited to rest, the prince requested access to the courtyard. The attendants listened with curiosity. The prince explained his determination to become stronger. Since lacking magic, he focused on improving swordsmanship through effort. Trents noticed the prince's unusual behavior and growing resolve. He wondered whether significant events had occurred recently. Prince Cress remembered how royalty valued swords and magic above all else. Even so, he refused to abandon his path. Holding his sword firmly, Cress reaffirmed his determination. He pursued training not for status, but because he desired it. Suddenly, urgent news interrupted the discussion. Ignoring formalities, Cress hurried toward Weiss, believing the matter required immediate attention. Cress found Weiss near Trents and requested a private meeting. The legendary craftsman listened as concern spread. Before anyone could react, Miyabi appeared unexpectedly. Cress rushed forward with excitement, surprising everyone present inside the residence. Miyabi immediately recognized Cress. Their shocked expressions revealed they already shared a connection unknown to the others. The room fell silent as everyone questioned the reunion. Weiss observed carefully while Miyabi and Cress explained themselves. After introductions, Cress formally presented himself as Fortia's third prince. The others finally understood his noble background. Cress admitted hearing many stories about Miyabi's achievements. Curious and impressed, he wanted confirmation of those accomplishments. Weiss revealed a major transportation project linking distant cities. Miyabi would play a central role in its development. After hearing about the transportation project, Miyabi and the others agreed to help. Weiss asked what assistance they needed. Excitement spread through the room. Several researchers immediately requested access to the enchantment technology and future experiments. Miyabi reviewed a report from 2 days earlier. A special vehicle project had encountered serious operational difficulties. The team explained that the vehicle normally relied on wind enchantment. However, new restrictions forced them to seek alternatives, because wind blocks were removed for safety reasons. Karen Kuhn's enchantment became the proposed replacement power source. Although many experiments had been conducted, none produced satisfactory results. The unfinished project remained unable to proceed. Weiss asked Miyabi to compare the capabilities involved. The researchers realized they lacked accurate performance measurements. One assistant estimated the difference as practically limitless. Miyabi considered the answer far too vague and unrealistic. After conducting calculations, Miyabi presented concrete figures. The vehicle's required output exceeded Karen-kun's capacity by nearly 30,000 times. Weiss stared at the numbers in disbelief. The enormous gap revealed why every previous attempt had ended unsuccessfully. Miyabi argued that Karen-kun should never carry the entire burden alone. He insisted the project avoid unreasonable demands. To demonstrate his idea, Miyabi revealed a workshop-built model train. The group gathered around the small prototype. The miniature locomotive impressed everyone with its efficiency. Despite its small size, it carried considerable weight successfully. For the test, Miyabi placed a cat aboard the model train. The animal served as a passenger substitute. Miyabi carefully prepared the demonstration. Holding the train steady, he signaled that the experiment was ready. The enchantment activated, releasing energy into the vehicle. The small locomotive immediately began moving along the tracks. The observers watched closely as the train advanced. Even Weiss and Kress followed the results with interest. Unexpectedly, the cat started spinning inside the moving train. The unusual sight surprised everyone and caused confusion. The train continued circling the track while the cat remained aboard. Laughter and amazement spread among the spectators. Miyabi explained that collective effort could compensate for limited power. The successful demonstration proved the transportation concept was feasible. The test became inaccurate when Mel and a cat joined the train. Miyabi immediately halted the demonstration and recalculated. Miyabi admitted the project could not rely solely on Karen-kun. Weiss clarified that the real concern involved long-term production. Confident in the concept, Miyabi requested permission to begin construction. However, local laws and procedures still required approval. Trentz explained that progress depended on obtaining official authorization. Without support from key figures, the project would stop. One researcher admitted, wanting to observe Miyabi's potential. Even so, the workshop believed the undertaking remained premature. To ease the tension, Trentz invited Prince Kress to tour facilities normally inaccessible to ordinary visitors. Kress visited Weiss' workshop and studied its layout. The scale of operations and organization left him deeply impressed. After approval arrived, work immediately accelerated. Miyabi guided craftsmen on enchantment techniques and material preparation methods. The workers followed Miyabi's instructions while Weiss supervised. Even experienced craftsmen were surprised by his practical expertise. As they worked together, Kress enjoyed learning from the workshop. He respected the craftsmen and their dedication. A worker noticed the rough condition of Prince Kress's hands. Kress explained that craftsmen and workers shared similar struggles. Kress showed his worn palms without embarrassment. He respected hard work and believed effort connected people equally. The workers realized Kress genuinely valued craftsmanship. His words earned admiration and changed their impression of him. One craftsman harshly corrected Kress during training. Rather than becoming offended, the prince accepted the criticism seriously. The workshop continued testing enchantments and machinery. Mistakes occurred frequently, but every failure provided valuable information for improvement. As development progressed, discussion turned toward connecting the capital and Angelum. The project promised major economic changes. Elsewhere, an elderly noble named Trentz Verdini received troubling news. He warned that powerful interests would not allow the plan to advance easily. Liz and Mel secretly watched a meeting inside the mansion. They noticed Lord Angelum acting unusually and wondered what changed. Meanwhile, Miyabi focused on teaching enchantment techniques. His hands glowed brightly while Karen carefully followed every instruction given. Karen examined the results closely. She noticed the mana flow was uneven and considered a better method. Miyabi patiently continued the lesson. Karen struggled because stone and wind materials had poor compatibility for enchantment. While moving around the workshop, Karen accidentally bumped into another worker. Fortunately, nobody was hurt during the incident. Later, Miyabi casually called Karen by the wrong name. Karen immediately realized the mistake and became embarrassed. Karen quickly explained the misunderstanding. Everyone learned she was actually a girl, surprising Miyabi and the others. Miyabi apologized for not paying attention sooner. Liz and Mel quietly watched the awkward situation unfold nearby. That evening, Miyabi came up with a new idea. Preparations began across the mansion courtyard for a gathering. The next day, guests arrived and were shocked by the grand party. Miyabi revealed it fulfilled Lord Angelum's request. The party continued peacefully. Miyabi explained that the gathering was a special event prepared to honor the inspection visit. Karen appeared wearing a beautiful dress. Miyabi noticed her entrance while she quietly planned to teach someone a lesson. Karen walked across the courtyard confidently. Miyabi realized he had never seen her dressed like this before. Standing before everyone, Karen corrected the misunderstanding once more. She firmly stated that her real name was Karen. The guests were stunned. Many had assumed Karen was merely a nickname and never questioned it before. The truth spread through the party. Everyone learned Miyabi had mistaken Karen for a boy the entire time. Instead of becoming upset, Karen laughed. Miyabi accepted his mistake and promised to be more attentive. From above, Liz watched the scene unfold. She felt relieved that the confusion had finally been resolved. Elsewhere inside the mansion, a woman quietly touched a door. Memories filled her mind on an important day. As she prepared to leave the room she had occupied for years, Karen and another girl rushed toward her. Alicia was offered a private room inside the mansion. Shocked by the privilege, she tried to refuse the arrangement. Karen smiled warmly and reassured Alicia. She promised Alicia would stay beside her and help protect her. Later, Alicia stood alone inside her new room. She reflected on the responsibilities waiting for her ahead. Determined to improve herself, Alicia trained diligently. She wanted to serve her lady proudly without shame anymore. While wandering outside during the banquet, Alicia was spotted by Miyabi. He called out before she left. Alicia questioned why Miyabi was away from the celebration. Miyabi admitted the guests would endlessly tease him. The conversation shifted naturally. Alicia noticed Liz was absent and asked about Miyabi's usual adventure companion. Miyabi explained that Liz remained in the royal capital. Alicia quietly accepted the answer and looked thoughtful. Sensing her mood, Miyabi gently asked whether something had happened. Alicia hesitated before responding to the question. Alicia finally revealed the truth. After being dismissed from serving her lady, she struggled with painful uncertainty. Alicia admitted the dismissal was real. Miyabi finally understood her situation and listened carefully to her concerns, trying to comfort her. Miyabi explained their positions were different. Alicia compared herself to Lady Chiffon instead. Alicia suddenly became emotional. She insisted her bond with Chiffon was important and refused to downplay it, remembering difficult moments together. Alicia recalled supporting Chiffon during ceremonies and offering guidance whenever she felt afraid. Overwhelmed by emotions, Alicia fought back tears. She repeatedly reminded herself not to appear weak before others. Alicia dismissed Miyabi's words and told him to leave. Feeling hurt, she quickly walked away alone. Before following her, Miyabi was interrupted by a servant. Someone inside the mansion was requesting his presence. Alicia left with a formal farewell. From a nearby window, another observer quietly watched the exchange, returning toward the banquet. Miyabi encountered familiar faces. They immediately noticed his absence and questioned where he had been. The discussion shifted to another topic. A small crafted item became the center of attention among the group. Miyabi explained the purpose of the crafted device. Maintaining stable wind output was necessary for accurate measurements. The others listened carefully. Miyabi emphasized that consistency mattered more than maximizing performance during the experiment. Using simple examples, Miyabi described production planning. Predictable results made calculations and future work much easier. Some companions remained unconvinced. They preferred practical experience, while Miyabi relied heavily on calculations and preparation. The discussion became playful. Karen noticed everyone seemed calmer than usual and agreed with Miyabi's reasoning. Karen accidentally spoke too casually about a prince. The surrounding nobles immediately reacted to her words. Embarrassed, Karen quickly explained herself. Sid laughed while teasing her, making the atmosphere much lighter. Elsewhere, Alicia sat alone inside her room. Distant voices from other residents reached her ears. Alicia's frustration continued growing. She felt that many people were quietly looking down on her situation. Her fears became stronger, as cruel remarks echoed in her thoughts. Alicia struggled against feelings of rejection and pride. Lost in negative thoughts, Alicia was surprised when someone suddenly called her name and interrupted her worries. Several workshop girls approached warmly. They brought cookies and greeted Alicia with friendly smiles and sincere concern. The girls invited Alicia to join a small tea party. However, Alicia believed they only pitied her. Unable to accept their kindness, Alicia politely declined the invitation and quickly excused herself from the room. The city remained peaceful beneath the night sky. Alicia wandered alone while sorting through her emotions. From a balcony, a visiting prince admired the town. He felt its atmosphere differed greatly from the capital. The prince praised the community's kindness and equality. He believed people here treated each other without barriers. Two attendants listened respectfully. They asked whether the prince truly felt that way about the town. The prince confirmed his opinion. He praised Weiss Workshop and spoke highly of the people living there. Looking over the illuminated city, the prince became curious. He wondered whether Lord Angelum truly understood this town. The prince listened carefully as his attendant approached. Together, they looked toward the brightly illuminated section of the city. His attendant explained the lights belonged to workers maintaining the walls. They labored from morning until night daily. The prince reflected on those workers. Whether serving the capital or Angelum, most of them were craftsmen, concerned for his health. The attendants guided the prince back inside. The cold night air grew stronger. As they walked away from the balcony, the prince glanced back once more, deep in thought. Later that night, the prince lay awake in bed. Thoughts about the town and its people remained. In Nocteria, Baron Georgi Celestine arrived carrying a fashionable perfume, believing it would finally earn recognition among nobles, far away. A noblewoman received news of Georgi's arrival and quietly prepared for the meeting ahead. Inside the mansion, members of the Greenvale family gathered, discussing the outsider seeking attention within noble society. Georgi admired the city beneath the night sky and imagined the respect he would soon receive. As he explored Nocteria, Georgi became fascinated by its grand architecture, prosperity, and reputation as a trade hub. The city's elegant buildings strengthened his confidence, and he expected treatment befitting someone of noble standing. Upon arrival at the estate, Georgi was formally welcomed and escorted inside by a young attendant. The attendant introduced herself as Eudora Greenvale and guided Georgi toward a special audience chamber. Instead of luxury, Georgi found a plain stone room. Feeling insulted, he believed the family mocked him. Consumed by pride, Georgi protested loudly about his status and service, failing to recognize the family's intentions. Eudora listened calmly as Georgi complained. His confidence remained high, believing the Greenvale family misunderstood his value. Georgi revealed he carried important information from the northern frontier and insisted it would benefit the Greenvale family. He criticized the current Berdini ruler, claiming corruption had spread and weakened proper order throughout the region. Georgi argued that commoners and adventurers were gaining influence, threatening the traditional authority of noble households. Continuing his warning, he claimed ambitious projects were expanding toward the capital and endangering noble interests. Eudora questioned the relevance, but Georgi described a massive underground railway that could transform transportation completely. He explained the railway could move cargo faster than carriages, creating competition for established workshops and merchants. Georgi feared that easier travel would flood the capital with outsiders, reducing the exclusivity long enjoyed by nobles. Expecting support, Georgi emphasized noble supremacy and waited for Eudora to agree with his concerns. Instead, Eudora remained composed and ended the discussion, preparing to report Georgi's complaints directly to the Duke. The Duke finally appeared and agreed the situation deserved attention. Georgi felt relieved as his warnings gained support. Meanwhile, another noble council discussed developments in Angelum. Reports showed growing influence from the railway project. The council leader insisted difficult decisions were necessary, believing future stability required accepting temporary sacrifices and opposition. Several nobles protested. They argued that monopolized resources and expensive contracts were draining the territory's finances. Despite the criticism, the leader remained firm, declaring that long-term benefits outweighed immediate costs and complaints. His unwavering response frustrated opponents, who warned that lower nobles would eventually resent such controversial policies. After the meeting, Raven was summoned privately to discuss another matter unrelated to economic reforms. Attention shifted to Alicia. Although diligent and talented, she struggled socially and avoided interaction with others. The council leader reassured Raven that Alicia should not be blamed. Talent alone could not solve every problem. He concluded with a lesson. Guidance could be offered, but personal change depended on Alicia's own decision. The discussion ended with acceptance that people could only be guided. Ultimately, every person chose their own path. Raven argued Alicia's mistakes were manageable. He believed protecting their lord remained more important than punishment. Even so, Raven quietly reflected on Alicia's situation, recognizing that concern alone could not solve everything. Elsewhere, Alicia stood beside a well. She understood advice could help, but decisions remained personal. A sudden cry echoed through town, breaking the calm atmosphere and drawing attention toward the streets. Miyabi discovered a massive railway carriage. Shocked, he wondered how such a machine appeared there. His companions explained the carriage was designed for the underground railway, leaving Miyabi completely bewildered. Nearby workers repaired the damaged vehicle. Despite concerns, they focused on restoring functionality before deadlines arrived. The craftsmen decided reducing weight was essential. With limited time remaining, practical solutions became their priority. As repairs continued, the group hurried forward. Meanwhile, others teased Miyabi about private matters unrelated to work. The engineers redesigned the power mechanism, believing the railway would need greater strength to transport heavy materials. Miyabi observed various prototypes. Instead of forcing solutions, the craftsmen carefully tested and improved each design. Watching their efforts, Miyabi realized his ideas were no longer his alone. Others were developing them further. The workshop united around the project, refining every detail through teamwork, experience, and countless adjustments. A young craftswoman looked toward Miyabi with hope, believing his knowledge could help solve remaining problems. Miyabi agreed to assist. Soon the workshop became lively as everyone competed to improve enchantments and designs. As evening arrived, Miyabi reflected on the dedication around him. Everyone contributed according to their abilities. Even so, Miyabi wondered whether his efforts were truly enough to support the project's success. The others explained that Miyabi had already shared the mechanism design, allowing the workshop to continue independently. Later, Miyabi quietly studied documents while receiving praise. The progress of the railway steadily moved forward. In the library, Miyabi received documents from Eleanor about underground monsters that could threaten the railway project. Miyabi reviewed the papers with Mel, making sure every report was complete before moving forward carefully. Liz arrived and questioned Miyabi's sudden disappearance. Concerned, she wondered what had kept him so busy. Miyabi avoided details about the project. Liz respected his decision and chose not to press further. Before leaving, Liz reminded Miyabi to stay safe. Her concern encouraged him as preparations continued. Miyabi and Mel reached the construction site, where workers from Weiss Workshop welcomed their arrival enthusiastically. The team introduced themselves as specialists assigned to support the tunnel excavation and railway construction efforts. Miyabi greeted local workers politely. Though young, he worked hard to earn their trust and respect. Soon Alicia appeared unexpectedly, assigned as a messenger by the Duke's household. She joined the operation. The workers welcomed Alicia. Miyabi was surprised to see her there, but accepted the new arrangement.